Qing lived separately. Qing was the direct disciple of Murim. However, that did not make her a disciple of the Divine Maiden sect. Because of her unusual position as a disciple of the Grand Elder, yet external from the sect itself, she could not enter Flower Pond Hall, where other sect disciples lived. It was because she was considered too great a senior. Murim, a master who had even achieved body reconstruction, was a figure from the previous generation. As she had already passed on the position of sect leader to the most senior disciple, Qing's allocation was that of the most junior sister of the sect leader. However, there was a culture among the Taoist sects that stated, "It's not like we are strangers." As such, Taoists roughly shared and respected the allocations of each other's sects. But one thing must be kept in mind, excluding Shaolin and Amei, the 9 sects, renowned throughout the entire world, was no different from one big Taoist sect. And the influence of the 9 sects was equivalent to that of the entire orthodox faction of Murim. Therefore, this allocation was essentially an authority recognized by all sects classified as orthodox. Initially, Qing did not know about this strange system of allocation. However, she discovered that it was some kind of a standard or rank. It was similar to a certain standard that was obsessively adhered to by a specific military branch with the goal of coming back to land. 1. In Korea, only when the Navy gets back to land can they take a vacation. And in order to do that, they have to really strictly follow protocol and standards. So, this is basically saying the orthodox faction are that strict in keeping this standard or rank. As obsessive as actual military protocols. Order of entry determined the rank which they were assigned, not much different from the modern military, but sometimes there were exceptions. It was because of the oh-so-great masters who picked out talented newcomers, thinking, this one will be strong if raised well. And once becoming the direct disciple, the disciple was included under the master's standard, or in simpler terms, under their banner. For this reason, Qing was equal to the highest seniors in the Divine Maiden sect, excluding Murim. So it became like this. Ah, it's great junior grandmaster. 2. The connections in master-disciple relationships: great grandmaster, grandmaster's master, grandmaster, master's master, master person in question, disciple, grand disciple, and within each, there are seniors and juniors depending on whether a grandmaster is the junior or senior of their master's master, grandmaster. So, since MC Murim's disciple. Let's break it down. Sect leader, the disciple of Murim as well as the grandmaster of all disciples in the sect. MC is the junior of the current sect leader. Hence, she is a junior grandmaster to all disciples of the sect. But she is also the current direct disciple of the great grandmaster, Murim, so, although she is a junior to the sect leader, she is actually above him as the direct disciple of the great grandmaster, above sect leader. Hence why her title is, Great Junior Grandmaster. You're welcome. Fuck me. Great Junior Grandmaster. Hello. Great Junior Grandmaster. Did you have a good lunch? Ah. A wild disciples of the Divine Maiden sect appears. 3. Pokemon reference. Qing was surrounded by a group of Divine Maiden sect disciples. Murim had firmly declared to the sect disciples that she would be the next greatest under heaven. It was the minimal justification needed for the sect's administration to accept her as a direct disciple considering the allocation issue. But far from being arrogant or annoying, Qing had a talent for acting respectfully and friendly towards elders. And it was the same for the lower-ranking sect disciples as well. Qing was not a difficult character to approach, and strictly speaking, since she was an external figure, there was no need for stiff formalities. As they had grown up within the sect and maintained a girlish carelessness, the young female sect disciples became curious about the outside world, causing a fuss every time she indulged them by telling them stories. For this reason, Qing was insanely popular. She's busy. Move aside. At that moment, Jin Zhangmiang blocked the way as if to protect Qing. Little Junior Master was here. Ack, our plans are ruined. Well, get going now, Great Junior Grandmaster. Well, see you soon too, Little Junior Master. The sect disciples left with a disappointed look. Qing was easy to approach. They instinctively knew that, for some strange reason, Qing found them intimidating. But it was different when Little Junior Master was by her side. Normally, Little Junior Master was gentle, quiet, and cute. But they were well aware that she growled like a beast, as if marking her territory, when next to Great Junior Grandmaster. Of course, Jin Zhangmiang was doing well too. Qing had seen several times a day how the disciples of the Divine Maiden sect carried the small and petite youngest junior master like a doll. It was understandable. The tiny thing always waddled around with a sulky and pouty expression. She was indeed pretty cute. Qing always just watched, not daring to touch without the female middle schooler Chan's permission. Then, work hard today too, little kid. Oni too. Qing parted ways with Jean Zhangmiang in front of the Divine Plum Temple. And then she headed towards Shimin Surin's Temple of Water and Moon. The gates to the Temple of Water and Moon were always wide open. But hardly any sect disciple dared to enter. After all, it was difficult to enter the private dwelling of the Grand Elder on their own, and within the Divine Maiden sect, Shimin Surin was known to be fiercely scary. However, Qing found this a bit pitiful. It was obvious why the gate was left wide open. It meant anyone was welcome to enter. But with the Divine Maiden sect disciples freezing up like mice in front of a snake at the sight of Shimin Surin, who would dare to find the courage to visit? But that didn't mean the sect disciples were to blame. In modern terms, it would be like barging into the chairman's office because the chairman seemed lonely. Perhaps the only person capable of such an act would be a director from an external company who suddenly parachuted in without any basis nor reason. And that very external director boldly entered the Temple of Water and Moon without any basis. Teacher, Imhari. Huh. How can a dignified martial artist snort and act all coquettishly? Are you trying to act cute? My disciple, always remember to behave with the dignity befitting a representative of all female martial artists, and this baby doesn't know about that stuff. This baby only knows martial arts. Please teach me martial arts. I'm getting dizzy from the withdrawal. You're not even pretending to listen anymore. Shimin Surin voiced her displeasure, but she couldn't completely hide a faint smile. Qing clenched her fist tightly. Whenever she succeeded in acting all cute, the severity of the nuclear noogie tended to decrease to that of a tactical nuclear noogie. The studies with Shimin Surin now continued only through sparring. Qing acutely felt the truth that the more inner chi one had, the better. As such, she had swiftly advanced through the late-blooming heavenly love cultivation technique, reaching the 10-star realm in no time. Naturally, Shimin Surin was amazed to see the baby, who had been walking until yesterday, suddenly flying around. At that moment, Shimin Surin was contemplating whether to pass on the sect's divine arts. Sure, she was her disciple, albeit peculiar, but since she was not a part of the sect, it was somewhat embarrassing to push for her to be able to learn it. Indeed, the cultivation technique given was not that difficult to learn. However, the fact that she achieved the grand star of it in just one night was enough to convince her. She thought, as expected, she will be the next greatest under heaven, and decided to transmit to her the cultivation technique of the zenith among women. Zhu Xiang's heart cleanse mirror. Zhu Xiang is considered a nickname for Shenong. Heart mirror cleanse means to clean the mirror of your heart. It was a divine art said to have been created by Yan Emperor Shenong for his daughter, Yaoji. 5. The Divine Maiden/Goddess of Mount Wu. Refer to previous chapters about her. Qing joyfully poured her practice point into this purple border martial arts. That night, a phoenix. 6. Fun fact. For most Murim novels, it is not the traditional phoenix you guys know. It is actually a fenghuang, mythological birds found in Sinospheric mythology that reign over all other birds. It's just called a Chinese phoenix by Westerners, thus making other translations call it phoenix sword from Qing's dwelling. Zhu Xiang's heart cleanse mirror 12-star. Grand star. Qing's inner chi swelled by a terrifying amount. But that was all it did. Shimin Surin began to worry. The amount of inner chi was enormous. Despite the insufficient size of her dantian, the inner chi inexplicably remained throughout her body and limbs. By the amount of inner chi alone, she was already on par with a mid-stage transcendent realm. But why couldn't she break through the wall of the transcendent realm? Thankfully, it seemed like a master was not a master for no reason. Shimin Surin eventually found out the reason. I see. All movements and techniques come from disciples' head. Then where else should they come from? They should naturally arise from the heart. My goodness, it seems being too smart has its drawbacks. That is why you're in this state. Too much is as bad as too little, after all. High-level martial arts were inherently vague. For example, in swordsmanship, one might write about lifting the sword and striking it down quickly like this. When striking down swiftly from a mountain high in the sky to a hill, its momentum akin to a storm. It was like this. The issue was not just the operation and form of martial arts, but the imagery must also blend together. Usually, a martial artist would enter a trance and achieve the peak realm when they fully understood the meaning behind such phrases. To expand on that, the act of completing one's own interpretation was the very definition of imagery. Fully integrating even a single movement as one's own technique was what allowed a martial artist to enter a trance and reach the transcendent realm. Imagery. Since you only understand sword arts with your head, it is only natural that you cannot reach the next realm. Of course, that was to be expected. Qing's method of learning martial arts was just to forcibly cram them into her head. So what should I do? Well, you have no choice but to swing your sword until such imagery arises and establishes itself in you. Isn't that so? As such, it was sparring, and yet even more sparring. Never-ending spars. Honestly, it was an extremely difficult task. That's because... Thwack. Hasn't your hair become a mess? Hurry and fix it. You are like an unkempt brat of a disciple. Thwack. There were 6 paths of living, yet you couldn't find any of them and ended up rolling on the ground? I have repeatedly said that it is imperative for a female master to be graceful. Thwack. Can you not see your front opening? Men and women are distinct. How can you expose your undergarments in a mere fight? Qing clutched her head, making a tearful face. Keek up. At this rate, your disciple's noggin will break. Noggin? Did you just say noggin? Why in the world is it that that wild temperament of yours can't be fixed? When Qing floundered around, making a fuss over how she would die from the agony, Shimin Surin would sometimes soothe her with a somewhat softened attitude, stroking her head. Shimin Surin looked at Qing, moving her hand. When she first came to the Divine Maiden sect, her appearance was not bad but not particularly good either. The late-blooming heavenly love cultivation technique was excellent when it came to a woman's cosmetic treatment. The Zhuxiang's Heart Cleanse Mirror, the Divine Maiden Sword Sutra, and the Divine Maiden Lake footwork were also the fairy arts of Taoism, thus the more one got accustomed to them, the more their beauty was enhanced. As a result, her features gradually found their place, eventually reaching the present state. Now, she had reached a point where she would be called a beauty no matter where she went. Almost no one would remember the unsightly brat from before. At this point, I don't need to hold her back any longer. Shimin Surin made up her mind. It is about time for you to go out into the world. Eh? Really? Holding you back any further will not bring you to the transcendent realm. What you need isn't this mock duel but an actual battle. I have taught you all there is to teach, so staying any longer will not mean much. Ah. Qing had seen the Omen mission before. If there was an Omen mission, it inevitably meant that a main mission would follow. As such, Qing had to verify it. Life in the Divine Maiden sect was satisfying. But she could not just sit by idly, continuing to laugh and chat while remaining ignorant. She had to confront this status window somehow. She had to come to a conclusion once and for all. Only by seeing the end of this game could the ensuing emptiness turn Qing into a complete person. Whether that meant returning to reality or remaining a person of the Central Plains forever. Even though disciple was not a part of the sect, none of the sect disciples here think of you as an outsider. I know that too. I see. It is a relief that you know. Shimin Surin stroked Qing's head as she spoke. Your thatch will still be here, so come back and rest whenever you like, disciple. Can I do that? Of course. Is that even a question? Shimin Surin smiled benevolently. It was a smile akin to one given by a mother. This is your home. Who in the world would ever need permission to come and go when it is their own home? Shimin Qing, charge. Was what she was about to do, but Jin Jiangmiang clung tightly to her. Hold charge. Uni. Don't go. I'm not going away forever, you know? If you act like this, it feels like I might never come back or something. What the? You were gonna come back? I'll be coming and going. Why would I leave the house I've set up for myself for the first time in my life? Qing thought of her own thatch. It was an old house, with 1 room and 1 living room, even the kitchen was outside the house. But it was my house. That resonance had a great emotional impact, piercing through the heart of a modern person like her. You're coming back, right? For sure? Yeah. For sure, for sure. Don't keep adding for sure. Just because you're a bit cute now doesn't mean you can act cute all you want, okay? TSK. I'm thinking about whether I should come back in winter. It's a bit tough to move around when it's cold, after all. Anyway, keep training hard. By then, I bet I'll be at the Transcendent Realm. Okay buddy. Next first-rate nobody please. Jean Jangmyeong let go of her hand when she heard her promise to return. Great Junior Grandmaster. You must come back. Great Junior Grandmaster. Please be careful. Great Junior Grandmaster. Bring something delicious when you come back. Me too. Me three. The sect disciples who came to see her off were making a racket. Shimin Surin did not come out. But in reality, Ching had already given her a grand bow while crying her eyes out. In hindsight, there was no need to go that far, but she got carried away by the atmosphere. It felt like that was exactly what needed to be done. Cry now, just like in a K-drama. Was kind of the vibe she got. Anyway, she received a new sword with the tears as its price. Moonlight Sword, number 8, welcome back. At any rate, Shimin Ching, attack. Ching stomped out of the mountain gates boldly. And then, she immediately opened the righteous rewards. There were things that needed to be handled quickly while still feeling the sense of belonging and regret. Bringing Jean Jangmyeong along had given her a huge boost in righteous karma, now totaling over 1,000. And at 1,000 points, another exchange could be made. Since she was unable to add a new martial art until now due to her teacher, a supreme master of herbal medicine who could diagnose with a touch of her fingers, now was the perfect opportunity. Ching still remembered the terror of facing the sword force of a transcendent realm master without a sword. That was why she needed a martial art that could be used without a sword. A very, very powerful one. Fortunately, she had already heard of one. White Hand Demonic Arts. If the Grand Star was reached, everything below the elbow would become indestructible. A rocket punch that could block even sword force. A brilliant purple border guaranteed its strength. Ching immediately received the righteous rewards. The sutra for the White Hand Demonic Arts embedded itself in her mind. No matter how many times she experienced it, this brain-engraving memory method felt absolutely heinous. Perhaps even filthy. However, she no longer had enough practice points to completely master purple martial arts. Ching raised the realm of the White Hand Demonic Arts to 6 stars. It was quite a frugal investment. Strangely, martial arts tended to get significantly stronger at 6 stars, after all. Using the martial art would accumulate practice points anyway, thus allowing her to reach the next stage. And there wasn't any particular need to excessively invest her precious free practice points. She still had some free practice points left, albeit a vague amount. There wasn't anything important she could do with it. As such, she raised the 2 stars Buddha's palm to 6 stars. Where else should I use the remaining points? Just as expected, there is nothing as enjoyable as planning a character build. Character build? Game addiction stop. I love reality. I love reality. Ching shouted hastily. She had let her guard down for a moment, leaving her in this state. Ching's hands trembled uncontrollably. I just had a fairly touching and, more importantly, human farewell. But to think I would come out and do this immediately. Again. All over again. Ching immediately attempted to gaslight herself as a way to defend her mental state. Everyone, this is how harmful game addiction is to the brain. 1. These are all quotes said by people in Korea to speak out against games. They are all popular memes. I have tried turning everything off for a moment. 2. In a news story, a reporter once tried turning off all electronic devices. Instantly after, the kid started beating the shit out of an elderly. That's the criteria of those who have experienced the original Cartwriter. 3. Something the game developer for Cartwriter got a lot of shit for. Basically, people were like, huh, isn't this new Cartwriter game worse than the original, and this was his way of defending. Basically said the original gamers were boomers and that his game was perfect even though it was missing a lot of the functionalities that the original had. Comments said things like, oh then did you, the game developer, never play the original among others. Basically became a meme. I think even foreigners know this as well. That was the customer's individual choice and I don't think of it as harm. 4. Another famous meme. For this controversial topic, in Murim Pretty Derby, a Kaka Games production, users were collecting about $600 worth of tokens that they can exchange for an event. However, they made a big mistake by allegedly accidentally changing the $600 worth of tokens to $1 worth of clovers, thus causing a huge fuss. When asked in a press conference whether he believed this accident caused harm to the users, this is how a developer of the game responded. LOL. It's okay to lose the match against RGE, the important thing is an unbreakable heart. 5. The oh-so-famous Daft. Our 2022 LOL World Champ, Faker Slayer, and the famous individual who once said, the important thing is an unbreakable heart. Need I go further than this? That's right. What matters is an unbreakable heart. An unyielding spirit. Sensei Daft, thank you. But I heard you never actually said that, yeah? 6. Lol. Ching let out a deep sigh. She couldn't take it anymore. Extreme measures were needed. It was a means that she could only do now. Ching turned around. Oh well. It can't be helped. Guess I'll have to stay one more day at home. Jin Jangmyeong's childhood was blessed. Now, it was nothing more than a bitter memory. After all her fortune was from money stolen from the sect. Anyway, for the frail Jin Jangmyeon, her parents hired a retired local government official to be her writing teacher. The tutor always emphasized the importance of words. He said that words were more precious than gold and could sometimes save a person's life. Jin Jangmyeon disagreed. If words can save a person, why am I in this state? How dare you pay lip service when you don't even understand the other circumstances? By then, Jin Jangmyeon was already aware of the severity of her illness. The writing teacher was fired soon after, and Jin Jangmyeon learned the reason later from overhearing her parents' conversation. He had apparently once gotten drunk, failed to recognize an inspector, and hurled curses at him. Thus, it led to his dismissal from his government post. The writing teacher's words were not mere lip service. They were filled with genuine sincerity. If words could save a person, then words could also kill a person. That was probably what the tutor was thinking when he spoke as such. A very, very old memory. A memory that she didn't even need to remember. But she recalled it suddenly in that cold, dark tunnel. You did nothing wrong. What can you even do about the way you were born? All you can do is call it bad luck and move on. Did you ask to be saved? No, right? Tell them all to just fuck off. From that moment onwards, Jin Jangmyeon wholly agreed with her past writing teacher's sentiments. The words lifted the burden she felt in her young life, a burden so heavy it even made it hard to breathe, pressing down on her chest. As such, Jin Jangmyeon decided not to think too much about her parents' actions. She still loved them, but honestly, she didn't want to see them anymore. On the other hand, living as a disciple in the Divine Maiden sect meant spending a lifetime with other women. Was that perhaps why? Jin Jangmyeon witnessed many bizarre scenes. Senior sisters and junior sisters locking fingers and striding together, paying no attention to anything else but each other. As a sickly child, Jin Jangmyeon was quite quick at noticing many things. That wasn't just a sign of friendship. Friendship only consisted of hugging one lightly, saying how cute one was, or linking arms. Friends did not lock fingers tightly in an unspeakably indecent manner. Each time she saw this, Jin Jangmyeon would recall that dark pit. That cozy darkness. That warmth that heated up her body. She hugged my small body tightly, really tightly, so tightly, very tightly, like really right up close, with like heartbeats thudding loudly and like incredibly soft and fluffy skin rubbing against skin, and it was then. Heya, Myeong. I've decided to stay one more night. After receiving a grand send-off, Ching left the Divine Maiden sect and returned in half a shchn. 1 shchn is 2 hours. So half a shchn equals 1 hour. Everyone's gaze as meeting hers was beyond embarrassing. However, mental health was important. Jin Jangmyeon's gaze upon their quick reunion was peculiar. It was as if she was thinking, what the fuck is wrong with this person? Ching was slightly hurt by this. Nevertheless, Jin Jangmyeon showed a truly commendable spirit by saying she wanted to spend the night together since Ching had to leave tomorrow. This kinda remedied the hurt she got earlier. But regardless of that, Ching, shocked by the very idea of sharing a bed with a female middle schooler Chan, had sent her back. And once again, Shimin Ching, charge. Ching, refreshed by the spirit of having her own home, set out once more. She had already decided on a destination the night before. A seasoned person of Jianghu always made plans. And Qing was now a seasoned person of Jianghu. For now, she would go to a city. Then, she would join any escort group and receive VIP treatment from them. It was a perfect plan, no matter how she thought about it. Where she went was not important. What mattered was what treatment she would get. And there was a city near Mount Wu. Zigui. A port city attached to the Yangtze River. Shimin Qing had visited the city several times before. The Divine Maiden sect was not a feminist self-sufficient community. Like any other sect, they leased out their fields and paddies as sharecropping and received donations from those who came to burn incense at their sect, albeit limited to females only. However, they were at a disadvantage compared to sects of the secular world because they did not receive a large income source in the form of protection fees. However, the Divine Maiden sect was still quite wealthy. How? By selling specialties. The Divine Maiden sect was a mystical sect worshipping the Yan Emperor and his third daughter, the Divine Maiden. In modern terms, the Yan Emperor was like a sun god, as well as a god of agriculture and craftsmanship. Supported by farmers and craftsmen, he would one day become the most revered god in the Central Plains. Therefore, the Divine Maiden sect's specialties were rumored to be miraculous. Almost magical. Talismans, written prayers, embroidery thread, naragis, pieces of clothes with Buddhist writings engraved, etc. With the money earned from all that, they bought what they needed. And also what they didn't really need as well. After all, how could one live on just food alone? Every fortnight, when the disciples made their wish list, sect members at an elder's level took turns purchasing the items. Shimin Qing, being one of such members herself, had followed along a couple times out of boredom. For private outings, they had to wear a veil over their face. Due to such rules of the Divine Maiden sect, she couldn't really enjoy herself. After all, it was incredibly hot out and the veil only made it worse. Obviously, if she spent all day following the list and shopping around, it could not be fun. As Qing headed to the city, she swung her arms continuously. Swish, swish. The sound of air being cut was sharp. White Hand Demonic Arts. This rare demonic arts, among the top 5 most evil martial arts under heaven, embroidered the void. It was so unique that those who practiced the White Hand Demonic Arts were given special, exclusive titles like White Hand Demonic Person or White Hand Witch. It was the wisdom and will of Murim seniors, passed down through generations. That fucker fucking has White Hand Demonic Arts. The bastard has to be caught and killed at all costs, you hear me? Of course, Qing had no idea about this. There was no way she would. It was something even her teacher, Shimin Surin, could not have predicted. The idea that someone possessed several Taoist divine arts would suddenly learn a demonic art was utterly unthinkable. Even a madman would hold back their tongue and marvel, what an imaginative idea, before applauding at the sheer insanity they could never hope of matching. But Qing had accomplished such a difficult task. While admiring the brutal and wicked power of the demonic arts, Qing couldn't help but to remark. Oh. Power bitch slap. Zigui was a port. More specifically, a port city. Though one might question what port city existed on a river, the cargo volume of the Yangtze River accounted for a third of the entire Central Plains. However, just because cities were along the Yangtze did not mean they all thrived on commerce. Zigui was exactly as so. Zigui had rather unsatisfactory roads extending overland and, more importantly, was closer to Yichang. And Yichang had a major road leading out to Chongqing. Thus, it was inevitable that where roads and water met, great development occurred. But Zigui, neighboring the giant natural barriers of the Wu Gorges, had no reason for merchants to visit. This Wu Gorge was considered the most beautiful among the 3 gorges along the Yangtze. Thus, Zigui, situated at the entrance to this gorge, was popular with tourists. In other words, Qing sitting stubbornly in the inn, waiting to see if any escort group would pass by, would not bear any fruit. In fact, if one wanted to join a trading company, simply visiting the local branch of the escort group would suffice. At Qing's level, the escort group would be beside themselves, practically crawling to welcome such a talent. No joke, even if she told them to carry her on their backs throughout the entire journey, they would do so in a heartbeat. However, she would have to put up with monikers like bizarre female back climber. For reference, the meaning of that was a weird woman who climbed on top of one's back. Yet, Qing was unaware of such facts. She was utterly clueless. In the first place, she never bothered to learn. After all, even if she used what she knew well, she wouldn't really seek out what she didn't know. Anyway, in Qing's heart, the inn was kind of a place of meeting. It was utterly ridiculous, but in a way, not entirely wrong. It was right when Qing was propping up her chin at the inn, watching tourists pass by. A young man appeared, suddenly flashing his white teeth. He had a very healthy set, indeed. Oh my, a flower without an owner seems to have bloomed here. Qing looked around. The inn was rather quiet and those present were of ordinary or lesser appearance. Tourists, being fundamentally wealthy, dined in restaurants, drank tea in teahouses, and liquor in bars. An inn like this, serving everything, was for wanderers like Qing or somewhat destitute tourists. She didn't see anything that could be a proper flower. Though there was no way, Qing pointed at herself just in case. When she did so, the young man smiled with his eyes. What, me? Actually? Why? Qing was a bit surprised. I am named Cha Namjong. Might the beautiful damsel grace me by revealing her name, as precious as jade? Qing scrutinized Cha Namjong. Not for any other reason. Just that. -598, this motherfucker, what's wrong with the state of his karma? Come to think of it, she had endured for quite a long time. Without any proper countermeasures, she could only bear the bombardment of nuclear noogies with tears. Those moments of humiliation and contempt. But, would you look at that? There's a bastard to kill here, huh? Thoughts of murder flared up for the first time in a while. Qing smirked, a chilling smile spread through her face. Shiman Qing. Ah. Damsel Shiman. By the way, it appears your companions are quite indifferent. Why? Otherwise, how could they possibly leave a beauty like you all alone? I have no companions. Ah. As expected, that's how it was. To be frank, I knew at first glance. No companions would leave behind a fairy that had descended upon this world. Look at this little fucker yapping. What's your name? Did you come here alone? 1. A common pickup line in Korean clubs, don't ask me, I don't know shit. Oh, did this bastard frequent clubs a bit? What's next then? Is it, want to go out for a drink, or something? So? Haha, actually, I have been summoned by the emperor and must travel to Beijing. Once I receive documents for official matters, I'll be busy, so I thought to catch a breath of fresh air before then. Qing was nonchalant. So, isn't that just a long-winded way of saying he became a civil servant? Unexpectedly, for once, Qing's sentiment matched the universal view. The martial artists of the current era tended to undervalue official positions. It was all thanks to the great celestial martial emperor. Actually, my father serves as the regional inspector. 2. This is the Ming dynasty. Basically, the censorate was like the Inquisition. As in, they could do whatever the fuck all they wanted. And a regional inspector was an investigating censor assigned to a province. Had the same rank as a governor. Basically, they are high-ranking and had almost full autonomous power. So this daddy is pretty high up. But not the highest, obviously. This matter too was facilitated by my father's influence. The fuck is with this guy? How is he bragging so shamelessly about securing a government position through nepotism? Is this the spirit I've only heard of in passing? The one that's been passed down through China's long history? Shockingly, Qing was right on the money. This was the very essence of the thousands of years of Chinese history, guanxi. A term used in Chinese culture to describe an individual's social network of mutually beneficial personal and business relationships. A father's connection would become the son's. Even if it wasn't something to boast about openly, it remained a source of envy and pride for everyone. On that note, I was thinking of setting out on a weizen. 4. Meaning traditional Japanese boat. A general term for any wooden boat of Japanese style. And enjoying a boat ride tonight. If the damsel does not mind, would you care to join me? A boat ride. Ah, it is not the small boat the damsel is imagining. I wish to enjoy the gourmet food and fine liquor on a ship as grand as a palace while taking in the beauty of the Yangtze River. If you could spare a little of your time, it would be a grace of a lifetime for me. In the end, an offer to have a drink came up. Were there actually clubs in the Central Plains? But it was gourmet food and liquor. And a high chance of blood. If she refused, wouldn't it be akin to losing half of her life's purpose? Qing was completely taken in. If so, it is me who must ask you for such a favor. Oh. Damsel. Thank you. It's nothing. Then I will send someone to fetch you at the appointed time. Should I send them to this inn? Qing nodded. Yes. That sounds perfect. Cha Namjong's life was way too easy. He was the oh-so-precious, only son of Cha Sundan, the regional inspector of Hubei. A regional inspector was a high-ranking official belonging to the surveillance office of the censorate, directly under the emperor's command. They held immense power, capable of independently inspecting officials of the county magistrate level, making their authority tremendous. Moreover, he was the only son of the prestigious Cha family. Hence, Cha Namjong could have everything he wanted just by pointing and asking. It was the absolute worst way to raise a child. Cha Namjong could have anything. So, he wanted something he couldn't have. What could that possibly be? That's right. To forcibly take a woman who does not consent. That was the conclusion Cha Namjong drew. And he committed his long-awaited first act of insurrection, which was immediately discovered. After all, how well could a youth plan his first crime? His father, Cha Sundan, simply said one thing. He's a man. It happens. It was the moment that quite a unique form of a notorious rapist was born. Cha Sundan actually felt a bit mortified. Forcing himself onto a woman was something a man would naturally experience at least once, wasn't it? So, he had let it go the first time, but it seemed the heavens were truly indifferent to his expectations. After all, Cha Namjong had reached a level that was somewhat acceptable even for Cha Sundan, who loved his son so dearly. He went into a fervent state of denial, using his authority and connections to place his son in the military, hoping that roughing it out might improve him and also curb his vile hobbies. But regardless of such hopes, all of his crimes gradually became bolder. Cha Namjong, too, was similar to his father's thoughts at first. He started with easy targets, those who weren't even worth mentioning. But then, he moved on to married women from commoner villages, then moved on to Russian women, and eventually to beautiful women. And now, he had even reached the level where he preyed on a beautiful female martial artist. Qing was not particularly unlucky to be caught in his vile acts. It wasn't the influence of the heavenly slaughtering star or some fate forced upon her. The reason Qing was up to be the next candidate was just because she was somewhat suitable to be. Despite being neatly dressed, wearing old clothes and sitting in an inn in a city meant for sightseeing was no different from declaring poverty. After all, how skilled could a poor swordsman possibly be? Moreover, her face was pretty enough to be considered beautiful. Kiki, did you see her reaction? She pretended to resist but came over as soon as I mentioned father's name. Shall we bet on what kind of reaction she will have? Cha Namjong gossiped with his guards on top of the wazan. I bet 1 niang. Silver Saisi. Basically a coin of silver, smiley face, that the girl will cry and collapse in a heap. She looked soft, after all. I'll bet on that too. TCH. That kind of bitch is no fun, though. It would be more interesting if she curses and creates a scene. Their conversation was absolutely outrageous. But still, she claims to be a martial artist, does she not? Female brats who pretend to be martial warriors are usually as tough as men, young master. That's right, isn't it? Cha Namjong snickered, puffing up his lower garment. It was about time for the servant he sent to fetch her to return. Cha Namjong licked his lips. All while utterly unaware of what he was inviting. It was time to be crushed by the disaster he had called upon himself. Oh, it's a boat. Qing exclaimed in admiration. It wasn't as grand as a palace, as Cha Namjong had claimed. Still, it was about the size of a 20-person fishing boat. It was a certain ship of misfortune one inevitably boarded at least once during a life as a production worker. But to be fair, it wasn't that bad, even though she was dragged along by her superiors in her previous life. In fact, Qing only considered the civilization of the Central Plains to be somewhat above that of primitive people. Thus, even a boat of this size seemed remarkable to her. It was like a baby who was praised as a genius for sounding any babble. Wow, there's a boat. Wow, a 3-story building. Wow, there are carriages. Ancient China is amazing. Were the type of thoughts she always had. A certain debauchee of the Central Plains came out to meet Qing. Damsel Shiman, thank you for coming. It's nothing. I'm here to freeload, after all. Haha. Well then. Come. Let me show you around my pride, the Soyang. Ooh. Are you the shipowner? Haha, I hardly ever take the ship out, so it's a bit much to call myself a shipowner. Nevertheless, an owner is still an owner. Right as she boarded the deck. Oh my world! What a sight to behold! Ching witnessed a beautiful scene, unrivaled or ever seen before in her life. A table of drinks and snacks, filled with all kinds of delicacies, was spread out in a shape, extensively laid out. If it was this much hospitality, it could even redeem his evil karma of -601 a slight buy. The fuck is up with this motherfucker? He managed to increase evil karma in that short amount of time? The splendidly set table was less substantial than it appeared. The food, prepared in advance, had cooled to a tepid temperature. The alcohol was bland, almost lacking in its toxicity. Yet even so, Ching was extremely satisfied. Because it was free. Moreover, was it not something everyone could understand? No flammables allowed on boats. No drunkenness allowed during water activities. Ching wolfed down the food. If Shimin Surin had seen this, she would have been horrified, thus launching a nuclear noogie carpet bombing operation. This was how a beauty of the Central Plains was supposed to eat. Pick up a morsel as tiny as a sparrow's tail and gently place it in the mouth. Chew with small movements of the jaw, lips slightly pursed. And then, swallow with a somewhat exaggerated motion. Maintain a facial expression that slightly furrows the brows to avoid any wrinkles. This was the dining method of Shishir, the most beautiful woman in history, said to possess a transcendent beauty that would never be seen again, whether in the past or the future. Shimin Surin was armed with a strong, self-reliant nuclear arsenal to indoctrinate Ching into this elegant dining method. Thus, Ching could also, obviously, perform this dining method, rumored to be the epitome of beauty. After all, there was no such thing as strong in the face of the all-powerful whip. If there was someone who could stand firm in front of a whip, perhaps it was worth considering that the whip was lacking, rather than the person being exceptional. But Shimin Surin underestimated Ching too much. Her understanding of human correction was slightly lacking. Honestly, her idea of instilling manners and grace as habits was revolutionary enough to make all the teachers of the Central Plains leap to their feet, in a frenzy to learn such sacred ways. The result of such an avant-garde was Ching. Ching could now perfectly perform 42 different hairstyles. She had reached a realm where if it felt slightly loose, her hands would automatically move to fix it. Her stride slowed, no longer walking as if there were two huge bowling balls of steel hanging from her crotch, and her movements became more leisurely and feminine. She knew how to smooth out the wrinkles in her clothes by using inner chi and sew up a burst seam neatly. But habits were ultimately in the realm of the unconscious. There were desires that surpassed the unconscious, so some actions could never become habits. For example, preferences. Ching originally loved the feeling of her mouth being fully stuffed with food, at the point of bursting. She was only suppressed by nuclear noogies, but now that she was free, there was no need to hold back. Even Cha Namjong was slightly awakened by Ching's all-too-hearty manner of feasting. Damsel, please eat more slowly. There are other dishes too. Ah, I'll eat those too, so it's okay. Didn't she say she was a female martial artist? Was she some fucking beggar in disguise? Did everything she ate go straight to her chest? How can she eat so fucking much? Cha Namjong's anger began to rise. What kind of bitch was this? She didn't have coquetry or charm. She did not even have a hint of desire to act cute to him. Basically, she wasn't trying to sweetly curry favor as an attempt in becoming the daughter-in-law of a regional inspector. If so, this wasn't fun at all. The moment when the mask worn through seduction was stripped away was crucial. It was honestly pleasing if they cursed and resisted, or better yet, cried and begged for their life. But with her mind so completely engrossed in solely the food, how could he not be furious? Cha Namjong was positively seething inside. However, as Ching started to enjoy the alcohol after sufficiently filling her belly up, his wrath disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. The way Ching leisurely sipped her drink, void of any hurry, was the part least needed to be corrected by Shimin Surin's harsh nuclear noogies. Moreover, Ching had mastered the white hand demonic arts. One might wonder why demonic arts had anything to do with the Tao of alcohol, but one of the characteristics of white hand demonic arts was the beautiful shape of the hands. As thin and slender as a sliver of jade, the most elegant and beautiful hands, yet also the most cruel. This phrase was inseparable from the description of white hand demonic arts. The skin of the hands was so pale it was almost transparent. The slender and long fingers that gracefully wrapped around the cup embodied liquid beauty. The side profile of Qing, leaning against the railing and sipping from the cup, exuded a devilish charm that bewitched men instantly. Cha Namjong approached with a lecherous smile, feeling the awakening of his alter ego. It seems like the alcohol suits your taste? I would have preferred it to be something stronger, though. The alcohol was so bland that it hardly even resembled alcohol. Well, that is obviously because I hoped the damsel wouldn't get too drunk. A woman who is drunk and confused is no fun at all. Fun? What kind of fun? Well. The men on the deck started to stand up, slowly approaching her way. Then, the men surrounding Qing drew their swords. Ooh. Qing steadied her racing heart. Is it finally starting? Are we going to kill each other now? 1K. 14.4 minutes. Ancient time terms, smiley face. I'll give you just 1K. 1K? We will depart after 1K, so try to run away wherever you can. If you can hold out for just half a SHCHN, we will let you go safely. I promise this. And if I can't? Then you shall be sharing a love of cloud and rain. Just a more elegant way of saying sexual intercourse you were disgusting with all of us today. Oh. This isn't the skill of someone who's planned this only once or twice before, huh? Qing was pleased. Very pleased. Then, I, too, can enjoy myself without worries. Ah. By the way, I would not recommend jumping out of the boat now. This is the Three Gorges, after all. It would be an exceedingly painful way of ending yourself. The Three Gorges was famously treacherous. The water flowed differently above and below, with plunge pools rising and falling throughout the entire area. It was to the extent that even the river water was discolored due to such a phenomenon. The waters were so rough that even skilled martial artists could not swim through without being swept away. Qing slowly walked forward. The men holding swords tilted their bodies to make way. It wasn't that they were stepping aside, but more as it to say, try rubbing your body on us if you wish to pass by. Qing did not pass through them. Instead she grabbed the blade of a man's sword with her bare hand. And then, as easily as plucking a flowered branch, she snapped the sword in two. Qing clenched and unclenched the hand that held the blade. The sword, crumpled long and thin, clattered to the ground. The previous atmosphere of ridicule from the men froze instantly. Qing examined the palm that had crushed the blade. There was not a hint of a scratch or a bruise left. Only then did Qing smile in satisfaction. That's right. This is the shit. This is why I just have to learn purple martial arts. Well, then. You saw that, right? You motherfucking rapists. How fucking ridiculous. What are you, a circus? What the fuck do you mean run away when we're on this cramped-ass ship? Should I jump into the sky or something? Or into the grua, right, there is no ground. Anyway. To think that fuckers with cocks hanging, oh maybe not hanging, to think that fuckers with cocks attached to them would resort to this instead of trying to confess directly and proudly. You are an absolute disgrace to your dicks. You don't deserve them. Fuck, I'm getting second-hand embarrassment just by standing next to you cucks. What on earth was happening? The men's gazes shifted between Qing and the twisted metal that was once a sword. Heh. Still haven't come to your senses? You little pieces of shits. Qing's hand shot up then fell down. Her 4 fingers smoothly burrowed into the top of a man's head. Passing through the skull, it scrambled the brain. Literally. From the eye socket to the cheekbone, across the upper jawbone and teeth, reaching all the way down to the lower jawbone. The fingers, which were gently pulled out as if scooping fine sand, emerged in front of the Adam's apple. The man with 4 deep grooves carved into his face collapsed. His body twitched. It was because of the remaining nerves, not yet dulled, trying to desperately send signals to a non-existent brain. The corpse's head showed 4 deep wounds. The innards swelling from there protruded in a bumpy manner. Oh my world. Oh my, oh my. Qing shuddered. She had gone inside and came out of someone's head with each one of those long and slender fingers in all its entirety. It was not some figure of speech. It was actually a literal, physical intrusion. From that, she felt deeply moved. After all, there was that profound sensation of digging into bone. Warmth spread from her dantian throughout her body. A rush far sweeter than what any bland alcohol could provide electrified her nerves. There really was a difference between using a sword and bare hands. It's like the difference between picking my nose with or without gloves, huh? Practically in ecstasy with how pleased she was, Qing's smile stretched so wide it almost reached her ears. Do you still not understand the situation? You're not gonna run? Good. That's right. Go. My moonlight sword is over there, so let me try that again. Qing clenched and unclenched her fist as she spoke again. Well then, my moonlight hand is starving. Ready or not, here I come. Cha Namjong couldn't make sense of the current situation. Where did it all go wrong? What is she? What is wrong with that bitch? Is that even human? She's a completely crazy bitch. It seems we have messed with the wrong person. What are you even doing there? She's just a fucking woman, isn't she? Why are you not going out to confront her? Just kill her. I don't even want to touch a filthy woman like that. I'm not shagging her. The guard cringed, bowing his neck. Young master, that female is truly formidable. What did you just say? Then are you a fake master? She's just one bitch, isn't she? Do you even see how many armed men we have? Who does she think she is? Young master, when a person strikes someone on the head, isn't it normal for it to crack or burst? Of course. What an obvious question. But that female scooped out flesh and bone like clay. That can't be done even if using a blade. The guard trembled. Even if it were possible, actually doing it was an entirely different matter. It was clear from his appearance that the guard was utterly, truly terrified. Only then did Cha Namjong realize the gravity of the situation. His anger faded, leaving only a face pale with fright. What is that supposed to mean? We can't win against her. Not even if all of us combine. It is absolutely impossible. We touched the wrong person. What? What are you saying? You were the one who said she looked soft. That is not what is important. The important part is that even if she is a master of Murim, she would think twice before making an enemy out of a regional inspector. Cha Namjong turned pale and quickly interjected. Then? First, let us try to soothe her gently and then lure her with wealth. Judging by the way she gorges herself, she seems to be from some poor sect, so it should definitely be possible to settle this with money. Really? It should be, right? That was when it happened. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door. Excuse me, are you in there? I'm pretty sure I heard voices coming from this direction. Cha Namjong and his guard covered their mouths. Maybe not? Did I hear wrong? After murmuring, "That's weird," silence ensued. After a while, the two naturally lowered their hands from their mouths. Suddenly, fingers naturally sprouted from the cabin door. They slipped through without any sound, as if passing through the door. Soon, the fingers moved downwards. A long crack trailed behind them like a tail. The two exchanged hurried glances and stuck close to the wall where the door was attached. A terrifying presence was felt beyond the door. It was an overwhelming killing intent. There's actually no one, huh? I just waited for no reason. What a waste. I thought they were just pretending not to be here. And then, the sound of footsteps slowly faded away. For a while, the two mimicked statues once again. Only after 1K had long passed did they finally catch their breath. Is that a human or a ghost? I do not know. Jianghu truly is vast. The guard suddenly stopped talking. Young master. What? When walking inside the ship. Do footsteps make a sound? Wouldn't there obviously be the sound of footsteps when walking? Why suddenly? That, usually, we would hear the creaking of wood. Huh? Both froze at once. Cold sweat broke out, pouring down like a waterfall. Their necks creaked as they turned their heads towards the door. And then, through the long vertical hole in the cabin door, their eyes met the gaze of someone watching them. Found you. Kriawak. The cabin door opened. A blood-soaked figure entered the cabin with a friendly smile. Qing looked around the cabin and snickered softly. Oh. I heard about this. This is that thing where a serial killer collects souvenirs, right? What a supreme motherfucker. The scene was decorated with silk on the walls and women's accessories such as hair ornaments and close fasteners nailed to it. Or maybe he had a hobby of collecting women's accessories. Either way, it was neither a healthy nor sane hobby. Cha Namjong hurriedly spoke up. Damsel. Please listen to me. Damsel? Damsel? Have you still not come to your senses? In the Central Plains, the term damsel was used for a woman who was more than a friend but less than a lover. Young lady was a much more respectful title than that, very similar to how one would call someone Mr. or Miss. Acting friendly and using damsel right from the start was like introducing oneself as a frivolous man who was fond of women. No, I mean, young lady. Please hear me out. Even though we met under unfavorable circumstance. Wait a moment. Ching interrupted Cha Namjong. This body thinking wait. Nah, never mind. I'll just ask. Her eyes, which looked to have gone utterly insane, were now focused on Cha Namjong. How do you want to die? I've tried this and that, but nothing really satisfies me. Could I possibly not die at all? No. Ching cut him off decisively. Wouldn't the owner of these mementos feel too wronged if only you continued to live? And you have the highest number of practice points here. Who the hell would leave prime ribs and only eat the side dishes? Although he didn't quite understand what she was saying, what was certain was that she had no intention of sparing her life. Cha Namjong mustered his last bit of courage. If you touch me, father will not sit idly by. My father is a regional inspector. Ching cocked her head. Isn't that obvious? It would be stranger if a father did nothing when his child is killed. So, what about it? Might as well get your dad to move a bit too. Middle-aged health is all about exercise. Kaya, well. A truly filial son is born. You're crazy. You're an absolutely crazy bitch. Comrade, what are you doing? Quickly. This bitch has. Cha Namjong's voice trailed off as he urged his guard. At some point in time, the two of them were the only ones left in the cabin. That guy slipped out quietly a while ago. There's nowhere to run away in a boat anyway. Wonder why he did that. No point. This son of a bitch. It's okay. Just a different order is all. Whatever. It was then. Cha Namjong fell to his knees and shouted. Please spare me. I will truly live with a repentant and kind heart from now on. Ooh. It was a kowtow, completely revealing the crown of his head. Ching could not help but admire that all too perfect posture. But that was that, and this was this. As Ching dragged Cha Namjong by the hair onto the deck, she encountered men standing restlessly, who couldn't bear to even make eye contact. They were all bastards with double-digit counts of evil karma. Ching threw Cha Namjong at them. Cha Namjong, flying into the air aggressively, landed at the men's feet, twitching. Because, with the bones in his arms and legs shattered, twitching was the only action he could possibly do. While leaning against the railing with a liquor bottle and cup in hand, Ching casually threw out a word. Cut it. It was an unexpected command, completely out of the blue. The men exchanged glances hurriedly, before the most undersized among them spoke up. By cut, you mean? What else is there to cut from a male piece of shit? It's the penis. The cock. I'd rather not do it myself, you know? And you guys don't have a hobby of watching another man's thing, right? At that, Cha Namjong, who was merely twitching, suddenly convulsed again. Ahuh. Yoo-hoo. The effort of a person desperately trying to speak despite having their tongue cut and jawbone dislodged was tremendous. Even after becoming mute and disabled, it seemed like that was still precious to him. If it was so precious, it should have been treated more preciously, you know? Despite Ching's polite request, the men hesitated, unsure of what to do. Cha Namjong was the only son of a regional inspector. Castrating Cha Namjong would be akin to cutting off a regional inspector's entire family lineage. How could they possibly bear the consequences of such an action? Ching smirked and urged them on. Becoming a eunuch versus making a eunuch. If you're gonna just shut your mouth like that, then I guess it's just the former. Anyway, it's one or the other, so decide quickly. I just realized I don't have to see it if I just poke with a knife. The men startled. No matter how fearful they were of the aftermath, someone else's thing was not more precious than their own. I'll count exactly to 10. 1, 2, 3. At that, the men quickly rushed towards Cha Namjong. For a while, sloppy screams filled the air due to the absence of a tongue and a dislocated jaw. However, the desperation in those awkward screams was all too real. Qing drank her alcohol, using the sound as a snack to enjoy with it. Even though it was still bland, such a nice BGM and the beautiful scenery of the Tsutong Gorge under the moonlight made the taste of the alcohol quite special. Ah! How nice! Life at the Divine Maiden sect was enjoyable, but as expected, she had to cover herself in blood once in a while in order to really feel like she was really alive. It would be nice to live all laughing and in harmony, but well. In the end, she was a stranger. There was actually frustration due to the harmony instead. Ah shit. What is with these miserable thoughts when it's such a good time? Qing shook off the souring emotions and clapped her hands. Well then. Now let's head to the nearest port and go our separate ways. Where's the nearest port? It's Ichang. Then let's go there. Come on. Let's move. However, the men hesitated and did not move. Hello? Everyone? No way. Surely, it can't be. Qing tried to keep a cheerful tone. Anyone here who knows how to steer this ship, raise your hand. Don't be shy. Just come forward confidently. Ah. This is a problem. I might have killed too thoughtlessly. This was the day Shimin Qing got stranded. Stranded day 2. Those fuckers scammed me. They said there are thousands of boats on the Yangtze River, so I could just ask for help. Thousands, my ass. There wasn't even a single one in sight. The bastards on the boat don't even know how to steer it. This is truly unforgivable. Since I didn't want to see them just loafing around when they didn't know shit, I had them clean the ship and dispose of the bodies as punishment. The fucking idiots kept vomiting at the sight of the corpses, so it actually made more of a mess than before. But as I kept ordering them, they seemed to have gotten used to it and started throwing them in the sea, no, the river, properly. I finally understood the deep meaning behind why the supply officer, who was stuck on weekend duty, kept making me clean the floor with water and sundry things. Supply officer, I miss you. Stranded day 3. I found the bastard who ran away and hid. It was quite fun. Stranded day 4. Still no boats today. The banquet food has started to spoil. It made me recall the days when I first opened my eyes in the Central Plains. It was a time when I had to survive on food waste. But still, there was a certain romance in those times. Defeating those fucking beggars and claiming the rights of a victor made me feel like I owned the whole world. If I think about it that way, what's the big deal about a little spoiled food? One must not lose their original resolution, yeah? After all, it's not like I have a constitution where I get sick from eating things like that. Speaking of which, Half Moon in, you motherfuckers. I swore I'd burn them down once I became a master. The day I return to Giant Pain is the day Half Moon in will finally meet its destined destruction. Fucking hell, it pisses me off even after all this time. I was just trying to live, you know? But those motherfuckers took away my food to feed their fucking pigs. They deserve to die. It's the death penalty for them. Stranded day 5. It seems we've entered the sea. It's all water in every direction and thick fog makes it impossible to see anything. They keep saying it's a lake, not the sea. But these are the same pieces of shits who capped before, saying there's no need to worry because thousands of boats pass by every day. Right? How can I possibly believe them? Anyway, I bent a knife to make a hook and tried fishing since maggots started appearing in the banquet food. It catches fish really well. When I made several fishing hook and gave them to the fucking cappers, they seemed were beside themselves in joy. To think they would be so happy about parasite-filled freshwater sashimi, when the banquet food was only a bit spoiled. I really can't understand them. Stranded day 6. Today is a boat. There's a boat. Over here. Save us. Qing's finger stopped at the sound of the distant commotion. She had been writing a diary for fun since there was ink and brushes available in the cabin. When she went out to the deck, she saw the men in a frenzy. Just moments ago, they looked like they could hardly breathe another breath, but now they seemed revitalized. And there it was, a massive vessel appeared, cutting through the dense sea fog. Qing was startled. Is that a ship or an aircraft carrier? No, wait, did ancient China even have such technology in the first place? A huge ship of unimaginable size revealed its majesty. At the same time, a resounding voice was heard. It was a voice infused with the inner chi of a master. How dare you defy the Fort of Yangtze River Waterway's order of prohibition? The audacity. You must be out of your mind. The Fort of Yangtze River Waterway was a group that managed the Yangtze River. In other words, they were also referred to as water bandits. The Waterway Fort claimed they were the owners of the Yangtze River. The order of prohibition was a prime example of this. It meant that no boat could pass through the Yangtze River without permission, a bold statement that only the true owner could make. Of course, official ships of the authorities were an exception. If an official ship was touched, a fleet armed with the latest cannons would descend, utterly destroying the Waterway Fort or whatever it was. For that same reason, the order of prohibition usually lasted only about 2 days. If they caused trouble beyond that, they would taste the wrath of the government's latest cannons. But it was only said to last 2 days, considering that no boats sailed immediately after such a proclamation. The disappearance of boats on the Yangtze River could extend much longer than that timeframe. This was why Qing was stranded and had no choice but to drift. You bastards! Stop the boat and kneel at once. However, the drifting continued even now. After all, there was no one who could steer the boat. Stop, I said stop. What in the world are you thinking of doing? Damn it. Everyone brace for impact. The voice of the master turned urgent. Qing thought to herself while watching the rapidly approaching massive vessel of the Fort of Yangtze River Waterway. Ah, I know what this is. It's a ramming tactic, huh? The waves in front of the Yangtze River goes blah blah blah. 5. Qing abandoned ship just before the collision. After all, it wasn't even Qing's boat anyway. As she lightly jumped aboard the massive vessel's deck, she saw people lying flat on the ground. And then, boom! Along with a heavy impact transmitted from the soles of her feet, the huge ship tilted significantly. Kai-yi-thi-i. The sound of wood twisting as the ship screamed filled the surroundings. But a master would not falter to something like this. In fact, there were quite a few people standing firmly, now examining the mysterious woman who appeared with the collision. And those stares, as well as the glint in their eyes, were not kind whatsoever. Faced with hostile glances, Qing quickly surveyed her surroundings. She wanted to know if this was a rescue ship or if she had escaped one danger only to end up in another villain's den. The karma of some bastards had fallen to rock bottom while others managed to maintain their righteous karma. Excluding a few extreme cases, the average level was decent enough to be considered akin to an inn. At that moment, a tall strong man, standing at the bow, pointed a harpoon at Qing and growled. To think you would dare to touch the fort of the Yangtze River Waterway while in their turf. Moreover, you even dared to board this Dragon King vessel. For that boldness alone, you are a woman to be commended. Qing was aware that the situation could easily be misunderstood. However, she also believed it wasn't her fault. Didn't the boat just drift and crash on its own? It wasn't like Qing had charged in manly, shouting, "Ram em." Of course, she did want to try that, though. But the collision just now was not intentional. Qing believed that most misunderstandings could be resolved through honest conversation or through manipulation and fabrication. And she had also learned the art of honest, sincere conversation from Murim. Her experiences consisted of dealing with third-rate vagabonds of the back alleys, who could not be polite even if their life depended on it. Therefore, through numerous nuclear noogies, she had finally learned how to properly maintain the sophistication of a martial artist. This young child is. Still, saying young girl was a bit much, wasn't it? Named Qing. I am grateful for your life-saving grace. Qing then bowed with her fist to her palm. The tall strong man's signs of anger seemed to subside a little. This made Qing feel a bit more at ease. Life-saving, you say? What does that mean? Regarding that they said they would treat me to a meal, or rather, treat me to a boat ride, but those fuckers, those bastards, those individuals? No, maybe it's those people? Anyway, they were sons of bitches. Her forced refinement in her speech returned to the habits during her back alleys as soon as the tension eased. The intense experiences of fighting over food waste with beggars were far too strong for her to simply forget. Above all, Qing's attitude towards the world was not particularly serious either. Qing finished her story. It was roughly about how those fuckers were pieces of shits and she was entirely innocent as she had merely gotten swept up in their disgusting acts. The tall strong man, also known as the first arrival of Yangtze River, Pa Banmu, fell into a dilemma. Judging from the story, it seemed harsh to blame her. Luring someone onto a boat for cruel acts was a well-known trick since ancient times. It was why legends of water ghosts were passed down by every famous river and lake. On top of that, Qing's peculiar manner of speech and attractive appearance shone through. A pretty young girl was arguing furiously with poorly feigned politeness. Didn't that mean she was clearly a runaway girl from a noble clan, naive to the ways of the world? The unique mystical aura in her eyes was something that could only be gained from those who had learned the inner chi cultivation techniques of Taoism. As such, this significantly added to that misconception. Moreover, Pa Banmu was a father of 2 daughters himself. He found it hard to be harsh on a clueless young girl who had just entered Jianghu for the first time. Well, men are usually like that, so you have to be careful. It is ultimately your fault for following just any bastard and ending up in such a state. At some point in time, the hostility had all but disappeared. It was only then that Qing could ask comfortably. So, on that note, can you drop me off at a nearby city? By the way, where are we exactly? It is Dongting Lake. What? Dongting Lake? How in the... Qing swallowed the latter part of her words. How in the world could a lake be called Dongting Lake? 1. Okay, Loli tried my best to make this make sense, but it's just not possible. So, there is a politician in North Korea called Tong Jong-ho, which is the same Korean as Dongting Lake. So Qing is basically asking why the fuck is a lake named after a North Korean politician? Pa Banmu, misunderstanding her silence, passed it off as her being shocked at drifting so far away. More importantly than that, there was a crucial detail in her story he had yet to hear. By the way, you said that piece of shit was the son of a government official. Did he not say who his father was? Inspector? Surveillance inspector? Something like that. Pa Banmu's heart sank with a thud. Regional inspector. Yes, that's right. I think it's that. Fuck, shit, motherfucker, anal destroyer, cocksucker, son of a goddamn whore, fuck you and your mom, fuck. Pa Banmu spat out an unending stream of curses. The fort of the Yangtze River watery were a group of river bandits, a band of thieves. Or at least that was the case during the time of the previous chief fort boss. The current leader of the waterway forts, Chief Fort Boss Bok Houn, also known as the Smiling Comrade, knew that their business was on the edge of a knife, in danger of being shut down at any moment. It was because of the government. The day the authorities began its suppression would mark the end of the waterway forts. Cannons were the exclusive property of the government, and in a naval battle, if only one side had cannons, it was not even worth considering it as a fight. From what Bok Houn could see, the waterway forts were barely squeaking by due to the government's patience. Therefore, Bok Houn transformed the waterway forts. They actively established relationships with the authorities to protect official vessels and manage ferryboats as a proxy of communication. They also conducted inspections to assist in the capture of criminals. Fighting smugglers had always been their job. After all, smuggling was a business only the waterway forts could do. Worried about the government's gaze, they significantly lowered the toll fees. As a result, the cargo volume on the Yangtze River surged, which, in turn, led to much higher revenues than before. Such efforts bore fruit and the forts of the Yangtze River waterway became more like a business entity managing the Yangtze River than a group of river bandits. They became the true owners of the Yangtze River, recognized by the government, albeit unofficially. But then, the son of a regional inspector died. The issue was who exactly was responsible. Qing claimed that Cha Namjong was still alive before the collision incident. Though this was a slightly distorted truth, it was still an undeniable fact. After all, even though his arms and legs had necrotized and his tongue and manhood were cut off, the thin thread that was his life was still intact. If things went according to Qing's plan, the survivors with an evil karma that was less than 100 were supposed to drag Cha Namjong around and testify to his evil deeds. Unfortunately, they all drowned in the unfortunate accident. If so, who should bear the responsibility for the death of such a dignitary's son? Bok Houn furrowed his brows. Just when things were complicated enough, another incident occurred. I knew that perverted, murdering, piece of shit, sex maniac would cause trouble someday. But I didn't expect this to happen. Cha Namjong had been active in the Ichang Basin of the Yangtze River. And the waterway forts knew everything that happened on the Yangtze River. From the ship's managers to the dockworkers, practically any laborer involved in setting a boat afloat had some kind of tie to the waterway forts. So, what did you do with that child? We've locked her up in the brig for now. Pa Banma hesitated before asking. Are we going to hand that youngster over to the authorities? If not? Isn't she pitiful? She had even gone through such terrible experiences. She is pitiful, indeed. But still. Bakhound gently shook his head. Since she came wielding a sword, she is already a person of Jianghu. As you already know, being naive in Jianghu is also a crime. This cannot be helped. Ugh. Bakhound comforted Pa Banmu in a sympathetic voice. Who wouldn't understand how she feels like your own daughter? But do we really need to invite trouble for ourselves? That is something the orthodox faction should handle. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked. Come to think of it, have you seen that bastard, Humchiak? After I gave him a good beating a few days ago, the boy's been sulking. He refuses to show himself, even to his own father. As soon as Qing entered the cabin, the door slammed shut. A sudden ominous chill ran down her spine. When she tried opening the door, it was locked tight. Mentioning that the fucker's daddy was a surveillance inspector or whatever did cause the strongman's expression to freeze in fright. But immediately after, he said he would guide her to a room where she could stay until they arrived at Yang, so she thought that was the end of it. But to think this would happen. I didn't see him that way, but to think that a Jushi. Korean word to say middle-aged man. Backstabbed me like this. Should I just cut them all down? I can even outright massacre them. Qing mimicked the famous quote of a great author. 3. Called Lucky Chan Returns. It is an old webtoon that has a lot of mean quotes. She admired. One might ask, what in the world was up with that nonsense? But well, it was the same ridiculous nonsense she had always spouted. It really wasn't anything new. But whenever she spoke such things out loud, it was either when no one was around to hear or in front of villains who were going to die anyway. It felt somewhat embarrassing to spout such stupid shit while being entirely sane. Is that really true? Yua. As such, when an unfamiliar voice was heard, she was genuinely startled to the point that she shuddered in shock. I am sorry if I surprised you. It was a beautiful woman with a frail appearance. Her soft voice gently enveloped her ears. A sweet and mellow voice that seemed to be capable of soothing a weary soul. As Qing stared at her, the beauty gave her a warm smile that pierced straight through Qing's heart. I see. I really like fragile beauties, huh? But why is she smiling for me? No way, could this be? I am Anyonyang from the Jin Prefecture. What about you, young lady? I'm Shiman Qing. When Qing focused on people's faces, numbers would appear before them. Anyonyang was no exception to that. Right as Qing was agonizing over how many children would be good, whether to give Anyonyang the Shiman surname, or whether to continue her original lineage in this ancient China, a number appeared in her eyes. -1711. She suddenly snapped back to reality. A 4-digit number? Is this for real? Ah, shit. I loved you, woman. Qing became rapidly depressed. So, is that really true? What is? Qing's response was brusque. That gentle voice really did wrap around my ears, but it just had to belong to the worst motherfucking bitch under the heavens. To Qing, an evil person was a creature that was okay to kill, nothing more or less than a beast. Killing villains brought great joy to Qing. Their deaths contributed to righteous karma, and unexpected, sudden missions could bring in a lot of practice points. They were like perfectly profitable toys. Moreover, it was like picking up trash on the roadside, even benefiting the world a little. However, they weren't necessarily enemies that must be killed. If they didn't start trouble first, Qing would just think of them as bad pieces of shit and nothing more. You said you would massacre them all, didn't you? I was just talking to myself. Is that so? Qing's answer was blunt. It basically meant to not even think of talking to her. Anyonyang cocked her head. Her elegance truly was striking, even that single movement was enough to turn heads, almost akin to an actor. But why does she keep talking to me? Was she lonely because she was all alone here? Or is she just a really clueless, tactless bitch? Qing's thoughts sharpened as much as her anticipation turned into disappointment. But then, a leisurely statement snapped her back to reality. Why were you disappointed? What? At first, let's see How should I put it? You fell for me? Right. Young lady, you fell for me. Didn't you? That's not the case. Qing averted her gaze as she spoke. Young lady Shimin. You know things like human reactions eventually show through bodily signals. A suddenly racing heart. Dilated pupils. The flush that spreads on your pretty face. The gentle smile drawn by your relaxed muscles. Those are the signals I am talking about. At this point, it was fucking creepy. Goosebumps prickled all over her skin. Young lady, you fell for me. Didn't you? Hey, look here. Let's just be quiet and go our seppa. But then the love suddenly cooled down. But did you know? Yang moved very, very close to Qing. In fact, she approached right in front of her. You smell really nice. Seriously, it's creepy, so stop SA. Why is that the case? How can a living person have this kind of scent? How? Yang took a deep breath. Qing hadn't been able to wash properly for a week due to being stranded. All she had was a few baths with some muddy river water. Because of that, she felt dirty and uncomfortable. But what is up with this fucker? A nice smell? This bitch has completely lost her fucking mind, hasn't she? Qing despaired at her own taste. Then, she abruptly had a thought. Was there really a reason for me to endure this? Would I have stayed quiet if a man did this? Have I been influenced by teachers' feminism? Impossible. I can't let that happen. Never. Ever. Qing changed her stance. If you don't stop right there, bloodshed will. Oh my. Are you going to show your claws? How cute. Numerous images of swords appeared in the cabin. As they aimed at Qing in the air, blades of sword force numbering 2, 4, 6, 8. You do not have to count. After all, I can make as many as I want. Haha. You're quite the master. Wow. Whoa. It's sword force. Wow. How cool. Really now? Making insincere comments, are you? Qing immediately lost her will to fight. And then, she assessed the situation. These bastards weren't planning to hand me over to that inspecting governor or whatever, huh? In the first place, it made no sense for a supreme master to be trapped here. After all, Qing was confident she could escape this confinement. She didn't know what would come after, though. So, they threw her as a sacrifice to a deranged murderer at the level of a supreme master. Basically telling this monster to eat her up or something to keep herself entertained. It was a reasonable deduction in Qing's perspective. But that didn't mean being killed by a bat's-head insane killer here was an option. Isn't it kinda suffocating here? Shall I open the door for you? There's a lot of people outside. Well, I don't know. May I borrow your hand? About that. A blade of sword force slid under Qing's chin, pressing into her. Qing hastily reached out her hand. Here. Here. It's just that I couldn't dare to extend my unworthy paw to an oh-so-great master. It wasn't like I didn't want to or something. Now then. It's going to sting a bit. Sting. Arg. Woaya. Stop. Stop the sword force. Qing flailed around, overreacting in abundance. But anyone would react the same if they saw a sharp sword force flying towards their fingers. This bitch is after my fingers. Just because I was a bit cold to her. Qing dragged forth all the true qi she could muster. If I use my white hand demonic arts and overflowing true qi, wouldn't I be able to deflect the sword force? Fuck, I should have saved some more free practice points and fully mastered the white hand demonic arts instead of focusing on the Zhuxiang's heart cleanse mirror. Fortunately, the sword force that seemed right about to cut off her fingers merely pricked the tip and then melted away. Oh my. This is white hand demonic arts? However, it's strange. The white hand divine sect has never taken a disciple. Young lady Shimin, how did you learn it? I definitely heard they had taken care of all the veins of the earth. Similar to ley lines in ancient China, they called it dragon lines, but it isn't used right now, so I stayed ambiguous. That's. You do not particularly have to answer. I was just talking to myself. Just like you were earlier. Was these a grudge? Did that one comment prickle her that much? Qing could only tremble uncontrollably. Yang lightly brushed Qing's fingers, drawing a beautiful semicircle with the blood that welled up. Yang, having wiped the blood with her thumb, took that digit to her lips and licked it. Ah. I understand now. So it was like that. I didn't know it actually existed. No wonder you smell so nice. So, what the fuck is it exactly, you crazy bitch? Stop talking about things only you know. Jean bit back her retort. It seemed like talking back would only lead to death, so she had no other choice but to. Today especially, she felt an overwhelming craving for blood. Ah. I want to cut someone. Anyone. Fortunately, after that, all the sword forces dissipated. Jean collapsed, losing all strength in her legs. Jean heard the murderer's low laughter. An odd cohabitation between the two began. To be more precise, it was a cohabitation that was extremely uncomfortable for one of the two. Don't be sound comfortable. I mean no harm to young Lady Sheeman, you see? Then, may I leave now? No, you may not. Yes ma'am. Ah. I want to slaughter so bad. Jean lamented. However, humans were creatures of adaptation. And even among them, Jean adapted especially quickly. Even without Jean's unique ability to gauge situations and atmospheres, anyone could tell that the opponent showed no hostility whatsoever. But to play coy with an unidentified ultra-supreme master was something only Jean could dare to do. Why are you doing this to me? Do you really not know? What do you want from me to do this? The young lattice heart? We are someone who can never be together. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome in this world. I don't like bad people. Let us try to make it work out together. Why aren't you saying you'll become a good person? There are things that are absolutely impossible in this world. Jean found herself nodding involuntarily. She was a villain that had accumulated a whopping 1,700 points of evil karma. Moreover, currently at minus 1,732, the evil karma continued to increase even though she wasn't doing anything. Jean could spend the next 3 or 4 years tagging along, point fingers at a target and yelling, "That fucker is harmful. I choose you, Anyanyang." 2. A way to cutely say Anyonyang's name in Korean. Also Pokemon reference. But that was out of the question for her. And it also didn't seem like something she would do just because Ching asked her to. After all, this bitch had considerable perseverance. It could almost be called stubbornness. Very well. Young Lady Sheeman must have preferences too, right? Tell me. I will match them for you. Do you like coquettish women? Or perhaps a bold and courageous woman like a true man? Or maybe pure and lively young girl? You're eliminated straight from the go as a bad woman. Maybe there's a taste that can surpass such a stigma. Who knows, right? Jean deliberately chose a type of woman that seemed least compatible with this villain. I like down-to-earth women. Anyanyang paused to think. I can't do that. Nah, wait, but you said you'd match anything. There are limits to what people can do, isn't there? Instead I'll try to match the next best thing. Then, a pure and lively young girl. That is also impossible. Then, a bold and courageous woman like a true ma. Now that I think about it, hat would be a bit difficult. You won't be a coquettish woman either, will you? Yes. That is correct. Then what exactly can you match? However, whelmed winning a heart with a facadid meaningless? I'm gonna go crazy. Seriously. If you are going to go crazy, can you be crazy about me? Hack, I seriously hate this. Go away, please. 5 days had passed since Ching's confinement. The government's army descended upon the Dragon King vessel en masse and formed a defensive formation at the boarding area. Following them, Cha Sundan, the regional inspector of Hubei, appeared. Waterway Fort's chief, Bok Houn, greeted the high official personally. Oh great one, to have come all this W. Bring that bitch, that damned fucking bitch to me right now. But the father who had lost his son was already blind with rage. He had rushed over with his troops immediately upon receiving the news that his son was dead and the culprit had been caught. Bok Houn was just about to signal to his subordinate when. Father. I am Bok Humchiak. The son of the Waterway Fort's chief, Bok Houn. I have come to fulfill the task father commanded me to do. I am Bok Humchiak. The son, thought to have run away after being scolded, suddenly rushed over, screaming at the top of his lungs. That punk. Oh my, young master, why are you acting like this now? At a time when an important guest has arrived. I am Bok Humchiok. I am Bok Humchiok. Bok Humchiok, the son of the Waterway Fort's chief, Bok Houn. Father. I am Bok Humchiok. I am Bok Humchiok. I have come to fulfill the task Father commanded me to do. What is the meaning of th? There was no time to even stop him. As if being propelled by an unseen force, Bok Humchiok flew towards Regional Inspector Cha Sundan. Then, Bok Humchiok's arm drew a semicircle and Cha Sundan's arm was severed, falling onto the deck. The guard captain quickly embraced Cha Sundan, pulling him back and raising the alarm. It's an ambush. Guards, protect the dignitary. General Chanho. Protect the dignitary. Northern General Chanho, the leader of the troops, also sprang into action immediately. It's an ambush from the river bandits. Form a phalanx. Protect the dignitary. Phalanx. Phalanx. The soldiers hurriedly moved, extending their spears. Amidst them, Bok Humchiok swung his limbs wildly, causing a scene. Every time his bare body was hit by spears, the spears were actually the ones to break upon impact. A single man was confronting an arm like a deity of war. Soldiers were thrown in all directions, vomiting blood, as chaos unfolded. Throughout this turmoil, Bok Humchiok did not stop shouting. I have fulfilled the task Father commanded me to do. I have fulfilled the task Father commanded me to do. Hi hi, he he, hi he he ha 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 ha. Long live the forts of the Yangtze River waterway. Upon witnessing what had occurred in the blink of an eye, Bok Han's mind went momentarily blank. What in the world is happening? Young lady Shimin? Upon hearing her name being called, Qing turned her head. And then, she witnessed a moment where the karma changed. The evil karma, which had gradually increased all this time in this one room, suddenly spiked right before her eyes. -1814. What the fuck is up with this bitch? Qing frowned deeply. What now? Stop bothering me and just get low. Thanks to you I was able to save some time. Thank you. In many ways. This motherfucker is saying shit only she knows about again. I really want to fucking kill her. A genuine killing intent, coming from the very depths of her heart, seeped out of Qing's body. However, Anyonyang just smiled beamingly. Right then, it became noisy outside, and then the door opened. A face familiar to Qing stood in front of the door. It's the bastard who pretended to understand me before fucking trapping me in here. Qing heightened her vigilance. After all, she had trusted him because he seemed nice, but look where that got her. Regardless of what Qing thought though, Pa Banmu, the so-called first arrival of Yangtze River, spoke his piece with a stern face. Young lady I apologize, but we need your help. So, it has come to this. Didn't I clearly warn you? I have no excuse. If the offer you made before is still valid. For now let us go. Qing's eyes sparkled. So they're taking this crazy woman, huh? It was a golden opportunity to escape this wretched prison. Just hurry up and fuck off. I'm gonna go find my freedom and dip outta here. But the antisocial, bats hit crazy murder, who was also an ultra-supreme master. 1. For reference, this is not an actual realm. This is just a Qing referring to Anyonyang as someone who is beyond a supreme master who is already beyond a regular master, was not so easy to deal with. And young lady Shimin can come along too, yes? No, what? Why me? I'm just gonna stay here, so you two go have a good trip. I'll stay back and watch the house or something. Then I won't be able to do anything, would I? Expert Pa, is that truly okay? If young lady insists, what else can I do? But, why? Who knows? Perhaps personal reasons? Anyonyang grabbed Qing, linking arms with her. Qing's expression soured. Thus, Qing had no choice but to be dragged onto the deck with her arm taken hostage. And, lo and behold, the deck was a sea of blood. Torn limbs were scattered everywhere. Various internal organs were also individually displayed, having fallen out of the bodies. Did they seriously have such a merry party without me? These pieces of shits. Couldn't they have also invited me? I know how to tear off limbs too, you know? I want to show off too. Fuck. Qing gritted her teeth. Oh my. Young lady Shimin. Are you angry? After mastering such a brutal martial art, could it be that you were unexpectedly a righteous female? Heh. The fuck are you on about? Anyonyang had a massive misunderstanding, but Qing was already far past being disgusted by her. It was literally just as she said. The fuck was she on about, indeed? Suddenly, Anyonyang pulled Qing closer, making her back bend forward. Then, the crazy woman whispered into her ear from a distance that was far too close for comfort. By the way, how did you know I was a bad person? That was supposed to be a secret, though? None of your business. How cold of you. Anyonyang trailed off as if disappointed. Qing was absolutely sure this villain didn't feel even a speck of sorrow. In fact, she was willing to bet her entire fortune, no, even her arms and legs on it. Qing stopped right in the middle of the ship. The people there were solemnly surrounding something, but they made way for Pa Banmu to enter as soon as he appeared. And in the center, there was a tightly bound young man. He was so thoroughly tied up with thick rope specifically meant for ships that only his head was visible from the veritable bundle. The young man was trying desperately to say something, but could only manage muffled noises that went. Yup 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 yup. Due to the thick gag in his mouth. It is a throat juncture. Can he be treated? Half of his yuan dan has already been damaged. Even if we break his dantian to release the pressure, he will only have about 20 years left to live. Is there really no other way? Instead of answering, Anyonyang just stared at Bakhoun. But Bakhoun merely replied with a pained expression. If the young head of the clan says so, that must be all the possible options. Do you need anything? Fortunately, I have most of what I need. My luggage and 2 fresh hens. And a bundle of eggs, and could you prepare the esophagus for me? Anyonyang approached the bundle of ropes. She pressed her index and middle fingers to the young man's forehead and began chanting Taoist recitations. Surprisingly, she seemed to be quite the capable Taoist monk. Thinking that this was her moment to gain information, Qing asked Pa Banmu. What exactly is that woman's identity? Have you not heard? She is the young head of the Jin Prefecture's clan. I heard that, but so what? What's that supposed to be? What kind of clan is it to produce that kind of thing? She's a complete madwoman. Young lady. I am telling you this because you remind me of my daughter. But even if you come from a prestigious and noble clan from the Orthodox faction, calling the Murim Alliance's chief enforcer such words. Well, it is not our place to say such things. If only I had known this would happen. Pa Banmu had a complicated expression. What the fuck? Why is he playing the victim card when they're the ones who sacrificed me to a crazy murderer? Qing ignored his apparent anxiety and pressed for an answer. So, what is it? The clan of the Jin Prefecture are. The clan of the Jin Prefecture were the foremost Taoist funeral overseers in the Central Plains. Funeral overseers were Taoists who conducted burials and prayed for the dead. While monks and Taoists also performed these rituals, only Taoist funeral overseers could perform Taoist magic. They could animate corpses through this extraordinary Taoist magic, making them move on their own. And such animated corpses were called jianshi. What? Jianshi? I see you know about jianshi. Those things that go like this, bouncing around. Qing stretched out her arms and imitated a jianshi. Pa Banmu clicked his tongue. TSK. That is something only little kids would believe. Then just think of me as a little kid. So? What is all this about? What's this talk about a chief enforcer? And the Murim Alliance? That woman is from the Murim Alliance? If it was the Murim Alliance, it should be a gathering of everyone in the Orthodox faction. Why would anything like that be a part of such a group? Qing glanced at Anyonyang, who was writing a fulu. 2. Taoist magic symbols and incantations, translatable into English as talismanic script, which are written or painted on talismans called LNGF by Taoist practitioners. With chicken blood. Her evil karma increased again, huh? When the fuck did that happen? Am I misunderstanding something? Is the problem with the jianshi? Since she was playing with the dead or something? No, even if that was the case, there should still be a limit to it, right? And she herself confessed she was a little cunt, a bad person. While Qing was hesitating over what to think, Pa Banmu began to explain. This man was unexpectedly loose-lipped. Pa Banmu would have felt wronged if he knew what she was thinking. After all, he considered Qing a runaway girl from a noble clan of the Orthodox faction, so from his perspective, it was just a matter of time before she found out. Was it about 10 days ago? At that time, the chief enforcer of the Murim alliance arrived at the forts of the Yangtze River waterway. And she abruptly stated that several blood jiangshi were found in a secret cave nearby. Creating a single blood jiangshi required the sacrifice of no less than 100 lives. The alliance presumed these were the people who had disappeared in the East Sea and concluded they had been transported along the waterways to Dongting Lake. And there was only one group in the Yangtze River capable of carrying out such a heinous act of smuggling. It was the forts of the Yangtze River waterway. However, the Murim alliance believed that Bakhan's character would never allow for such actions to take place. And in fact, that was indeed true. As such, they sent the chief enforcer to inform and investigate the real conspiracy. The story doesn't add up. And you're switching your words too. You locked me up in a cell, after all. We didn't have any other choice but to do that. Pa Banma closed his mouth. After all, from here on out, it was about the affairs of the waterway forts. The forts of the Yangtze River waterway had changed. Moving away from being robbers and bandits that rode ships on water, it now resembled a sort of sect with a legitimate business. Tolls? In the first place, even Murim sects collected so-called protection money within their territories. The champions guarding the Yangtze River collecting a modest toll was quite reasonable compared to them. However, not everyone was pleased with this change. For one, there was the Green Forest. As the Green Forest and the waterway forts had been strong rivals, the evolution of the waterway forts was unwelcome to the former. So, the bandit bastards kept yapping. Those embarrassing, ignorant fuckers who don't know their place. How dare they call themselves champions of the people when they're mere dogs of the authorities, feeding off scraps? I would rather cut off my own dick and become a Buddhist nun than associate with the government, etc. From Bakhan's perspective, it didn't matter what the bandits said. No, the problem was that members of the waterway forts started agreeing with them. They were the so-called traditionalists, led by the previous generation's demonic humans. Human trash that couldn't forget the taste of looting, raping, and cannibalism. And those who joined the waterway forts hoping to become future pieces of shit supported them. Moreover, since the bastards were clearly scheming something, when he heard the words blood jiangshi, it made him veritably dizzy. In fact, he almost fainted in anger and shock. The traditionalists weren't plotting something simple. It was far from ordinary. As such, if mishandled, the entire waterway forts could be utterly destroyed. This matter had to be dealt with internally. It was the time to show that they could avert such a crisis and say, we had this and that happen, but fortunately, we were able to prevent it on our own. That was the reason for protecting the Murim alliance's chief enforcer. The fort commander, Bakhan, looked at his son and thought. However, even if it meant facing further interference, perhaps we should have accepted the help of the Murim alliance. Then, maybe that child too. It was right then that it happened. Who? Anyonyang sighed deeply, wiping sweat from her brow. What happened? How did it go? The child. Fortunately, it went well. He shall regain consciousness soon. Bakhan exhaled deeply. It was better than dying, even if his lifespan was shortened. Did you say about 20 years? The treatment went well, so he will live a bit longer than that. Bakhan thought that that was enough. Now, he just needed to quickly arrange a marriage for his son and hope for the best. Bakhan clasped his palm around his fist in sincere thanks. I, Bak, will express my gratitude to the benefactor. Benefactor? Not at all. No. You saved my child's life. There is no greater benefactor in the world than you. What else could I possibly call you? I'm really not, though. Anyonyang answered with a strange smile. It was a smile that seemed somewhat inscrutable. But without a doubt, something was off. Perhaps even suspicious. However, Bakhan was in a dire situation, akin to having fire set below his feet. Moreover, it was a spark that, if not shaken off, could spread all over his body. His urgent thoughts brushed aside his capacity for critical thinking and deeper contemplation to the signs given. The reason was simple, above all, she had saved his son. However, the situation was still far from ordinary. In fact, it was incredibly severe. The arm of the regional inspector had been severed and the perpetrator was none other than the waterway fort commander's son, Bak Humchiak. Moreover, he had loudly claimed that the attack was ordered by Bakhan himself. None of the soldiers who managed to escape with the regional inspector could have missed hearing those words. What am I supposed to do about this? Right then, Bok Humchiok awoke. Ugh. My head. As Bok Humchiok pressed at his temples, he abruptly trembled. He looked around in shock and then urgently called out to his father. Father. We're in huge trouble. It is a disaster. The main house is overrun with those damned bastards. Those cursed demons. The family of the waterway forts are. Ching watched the scene unfold with a blank stare. The situation seemed kinda serious. And people were scurrying about, talking of turning the ship around and rushing to save the main house or something. Amidst the bustling crowd, Ching stood alone. And that was when she suddenly came to her senses. This isn't the time to just stand around and watch. I gotta dip before that woman latches onto me again. Oh my. Where do you think you are going? A chill ran down her spine for a moment. Anyonyang had somehow appeared beside her without her noticing. Motherfucking piece of shit. What a damned fucking bitch. Ching, who genuinely shivered in disgust, quickly turned utterly solemn. But it didn't seem like Anyonyang gave a single flying fuck what Ching thought or how Ching reacted. She just leaned in close to her ear and whispered in a soft voice. It will begin very soon. But still, all you need to do is stay calm. I will protect you. After all, young lady Shimin, you are far too frail, insignificant, and pitiful. Ching grimaced. It wasn't because her pride was hurt that an ultra-supreme master called her weak. Compared to that monster, it was probably true anyway. It was just because of the unwanted mission window that popped up before her. Fuck. Seriously, fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Fucking hell. Fuck. The mission window displayed such stark words. Omen, unknown, crisis. Description. You stand before the downfall of the waterway forts. Actions for mission completion. Righteous karma, assist the waterway forts in suppressing the rebellion. Ching immediately closed the mission window. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You think I'm a fucking idiot? She wasn't interested anyway. No matter how grand the claims about influencing everything below heaven were, she would not be fooled again. What's so great about influencing everything under the heavens anyway? Just the fact that I'm breathing right now means I took a whole lung's worth of air from the world, you know? So I've influenced something under the heavens, haven't I? After all, it's better to do whatever the fuck I want than doing shitty things just to receive a bit more righteous karma. Teacher, this is how your disciple lives. This is how she is doing. I wonder how our female middle schooler Chan is doing. Is she well? Ching ignored the mission window. When she did so, it popped up again. And Ching got pissed off. Rightfully so. What the fuck? Do you want to go? You want to try me, huh? Is that what it is? What? You'll keep popping up until I read you or something? Shall I show you my ability to skip through cutscenes, hone through countless second tries of games? Advent of the End, Blood Calamity of the 9 Provinces, Final Chapter. The Last Crisis. Description. At the end of a long pursuit, you have finally faced the true mastermind behind a brutal conspiracy. It is the destroyer of all who breathes under the sky, as well as the end of the world. For the sake of the world, eliminate Anyonyang. Asterisk blood poison, massacre all who stand with Anyonyang. The fate of all under the heavens depends on you. But the words written were very different from before. Moreover, it was a format she had never seen before. As Ching scrolled through the mission window, she saw Anyonyang. Final Chapter. The Last Crisis. The destroyer of all people, as well as the end of the world. So, that means she's the end-stage boss? Why the fuck is the final boss appearing now? The mission window said to meet after a long pursuit, didn't it? Is this a bug? Ching suddenly felt rather cheerful. Ching just wanted to enjoy a delicious dinner and incidentally see some bloodshed through the process. Like a ship without its rowers. No, it was actually a ship without its rowers. Anyway, along with such a ship, she had drifted here. Ching was unaware of any conspiracy. She didn't even know that the existence of some mastermind or whatever existed in the first place. She especially didn't realize she had an enemy she needed to pursue. And yet, something like this was being oh so proudly displayed. Why? She didn't know. To re-emphasize, she didn't know shit. Mission? That's fucking nothing. If this is the result of some stupid calculation triggered by something, well, fuck it. Who fucking cares? Hey. Anyong. Anayanyang. 1. She is acting cute right now. Oh my. That is, are you calling me? Young. Why? You don't like it? How can you suddenly be so bold? Your trembling figure was quite cute before. So, does that mean you dislike it or something? No. Not at all. It is quite to my liking. Have you opened up your heart? Yang smiled brightly. Ching smiled back and asked. You said you'd protect me, right? Of course. As long as I am here you are the safest person in this world, you see? But the fact that you need to protect me means there are also dangers that are that severe, right? After all, there are about 3 living Jiangshis and quite a few blood Jiangshis. Above all, since the demonic cannibal has directly intervened, the frail young lady Shimin will not be able to last more than a few strokes. Isn't that so? Demonic cannibal? Feels like I've heard of the guy before. Qing repeated the name a few times, then gave up on remembering. Must have heard it somewhere along the way. Whatever. But his name is the demonic cannibal? Wow. What a shitty nickname. Did his mother not love him? I can't believe he's such a piece of shit that he's actually known for eating people. But there was something more important than that. Qing smoothly asked another question. So, do you really like me that much? Words cannot fully express how much. You cannot even imagine what you mean to me. What kind of existence you are to me. Why? Is it because my constitution is unique? Anyonyang's eyes widened. It was a dramatic change from her usually graceful demeanor. Did you already know? I just found out. Anyway, if another person like me appears, does that mean I become unnecessary? Anyonyang smiled with that expression. The very expression that seemed to say she found Qing really, truly adorable. Oh my. Young lady Shimin, you must understand how much of a miracle, how wonderful your body is. A miracle? It is like counting to the tens of billions once, and then repeating that another tens of billions of times. That is what you are. So, am the only one in the world? That is correct. There is only you. Qing nodded as she fell into contemplation. As expected, this really kills any and all interest I had in her, huh? What a sick bitch. At the very least, if you want to get close, you should say something flattering. Instead, she directly stated that my body is the ultimate goal for her. Nobody would ever be happy to hear that. Anyway, it seems I can fuck around a bit, huh? I don't have to be too worried around her. Qing's ability to read between the lines had completely pushed Anyonyang into the category of an extreme pushover. This is all because I created my character well. By the way, it seems like I'm in your debt again, Mr. Strategy Guide, huh? If I ever return, I will reward you greatly. My life has been saved several times thanks to you, after all. Champions of the Yangtze River, listen. Some curse us as thieves while others call us parasites, disgusting leeches living off the water. But is that really the case? There might have been a time where we were like that. When we were merely barbarians, bandits on a river, I saw pillagers on the Yangtze, witnessed blood flow along with the water, and ultimately lost my teacher to the grief and grudges it caused. Being the child of a thief, even my mother was practically akin to stolen wealth. What such a child learned from that was only hatred and twisted killing intent. The father was shameful and the child was full of loathing. This pain was what caused us to change. But we have changed now once again. Who established the laws of the Yangtze River and put them in order? It was us. Because we are the owners of the Yangtze. It was because we have become upright heroes. Champions. Fathers and mothers envied by the land dwellers because we are right. Because we are just. And now, our grand cause is shaken. The scum trying to return to the era of plunder and cannibalism have revealed their true natures. They threaten our main house. Our stronghold. Our families. This was what speeches before battles were usually like. We are the good guys and they are the bad guys. Think of your families. Let's fight. For blah blah, something more important than life. While listening to the speech, Qing thought. That Ajusi can speak really well, huh? Not just anyone can be a leader, it seems. Qing looked at the martial artists heated up with morale and, on the other side, Anyonyang, who was busy responding to something. I really want to tell them. She's the mastermind. She's the one manipulating all of you behind the scenes. She's the one who did everything. But, so what? They wouldn't even take me seriously anyway. After saving the leader's son, she's been treated with utmost respect, so even if Qing said something like that, she would just be called a crazy bitch. She was a very high-functioning nutcase. Oh, and a capable murderer. I mean, that's probably why I was supposed to find out about her after a long pursuit. Qing grinned and approached her. You must think that Jiangxis have no weaknesses. You have to hit their necks or cut off their limbs to immobilize them. At the very least, they are monsters that can only be wounded if one is in a realm where they can hurt people with external qi, and I can weaken the living Jiangxis with sorcery. Turns out it was something like a strategy meeting. It almost felt like she was playing with them. After all, she was the one who had empowered the enemy's ringleader, but now, she was digging into his weaknesses, exposing them for the other side. Qing poked someone she recognized in the ribs. It was the first arrival of the Yangtze River, Pa Banmu. A juicy. Young lady Shimen? What is the matter? It's a busy time right now. Give me back my sword. You said you'd return it later, didn't you? Later, okay? We are about to fight, so the young lady should just stay safe and wait. How am I supposed to be safe without a sword in my hands? If I stand empty-handed, do you think the enemies will just avoid me? Should I yell out or something? That I don't matter, so they shouldn't hurt me? Ah, I see. Hey, Juhyung, in my room, there's a sword under the bed. Bring that here. And so, Qing got her moonlight sword, number 8, back in her grasp. Not long after, an island appeared suddenly through the fog. The main stronghold of the forts of the Yangtze River waterway, called Waterway Fortress, was located on that very island. The dock was crowded with people, but it was clear from a glance that they were not there to welcome the returning heads of families. Isn't it obvious for anyone that they're ready for a fight? Like, they're all lined up, holding spears and swords. Qing watched the shit show while holding onto the railing. Suddenly, red streaks shot across the sky. Fire arrows. Shields up. Firefighters, stand by. Hundreds of fire arrows. With a loud noise, the fire arrows that hit the deck and hull stayed stubbornly lit and kept flickering, igniting themselves over and over. It was chaos. The fire arrows continued to whistle down, people were stepping on flames and spraying sand, and some unlucky ones got hit by an arrow and collapsed. Some tried to pull away an injured martial artist only to get hit by another arrow, while others caught fire and were running around in a panic. However, the massive vessel, which seemed like an aircraft carrier to Qing, was not much hindered by this. We're docking the ship. Get down. The ship charged straight into the sandy beach. It was quite a rough and fiery docking method. The collision caused the giant ship to traverse the beach, creating a veritable earthquake. The stern opened and martial artists poured out onto the beach. The masters jumped off the deck and joined the crowd immediately. As arrows poured onto the shore, people started falling continuously. Though there were no guns, it was quite a tense landing operation. It was quite a spectacle to observe. Then, a voice called out for Qing. Young lady Shimen, you can wait here, yes? Eh? Didn't you say you'd protect me? These children will protect you. Simultaneously to those words, something that looked like people popped out from behind Anyonyang. They appeared to be about 10 years old. So they really were children. But their eyes were completely black without any whites, making them eerily disgusting. They were not normal. Them? They're going to protect me? Are you sure it's not the other way around? Ah. Despite how they look, they are incredibly strong children called heavenly Jiangxis, you see? Each one can face a transcendent realm master, so they are quite reliable. Ooh. Seems like they're the final boss guards or something. Wouldn't they probably appear as mid-bosses? Then, let us meet again after everything is done. Young lady. Anyonyang waved her hand. Qing responded with a bright smile. I don't want to, though. Oh dear. Young lady? This isn't a request, you see? Qing shook her head. The demonic cannibal is the strongest, right? Since you said you'd protect me, let's keep that promise, okay? What? Ignoring her, Qing leapt down. A refreshing free fall. The sand on the beach softly cushioned her plummeting body. She channeled her true chi to her feet. As her teacher said, her inner chi was already top-notch. Practically absolute. With a massive amount of true chi propelling her forward, it felt like the world was receding behind her. Qing laughed. With the final boss promising protection, what is there to fear? Haven't I already heard a confirmation? Qing took a deep breath. Hey! Demonic cannibal. Sorry we have to meet for the first time like this. But I heard your mommy died. Were you so hungry that you even ate your own mommy and daddy? What a little fucker. Following that, a roar similar to a lion's shook both heaven and earth. Which bitch dares? It was a wrath that could be felt vividly, even from afar. Qing glanced back. Anyonyang, extremely taken aback, was running towards her, followed closely by the 5 children. Each of these kids was said to match the transcendent realm, right? Qing raised her voice again. I am Shaman Qing. Let's have a fair one-on-one fight. In normal cultures, cannibalism was taboo. And even if this was ancient China, such a cultural value remained identical. It was so taboo, in fact, that one of the greatest punishments was to kill a criminal and feed their flesh to their family. However, there was no culture that did not practice cannibalism. After all, when people were too hungry and they had to choose between survival and dignity, they would almost always choose the former. However, it was a shameful act. Too shameful to even speak of. But even among them, there were some bastards who knew no shame. The demonic cannibal was that very bastard. Among people, there were occasionally those who, despite no one else doing so, acted in such a way by themselves to somehow prove their superiority. Whatever the fuck that meant. Leaving aside nutritious and delicious dishes, he would stubbornly eat the rotten and tough meat of humans. I can do what you cannot do. And that makes me superior. Driven solely by a twisted desire for recognition that he was superior to others, the demonic cannibal reached the late-stage transcendent realm. And to become even more superior, he even mastered cursed demonic arts. Soon, the world would face an even more vicious villain, the flame demon. But then, someone directly challenged the authority he had built up with blood and resentment. Moreover, it was the youthful voice of a bratty girl, clearly still wet behind her ears. It was a move that truly touched upon his reverse scale. 1. It basically means it pissed him the fuck off, but in Chinese terms. The demonic cannibal lost all sense of rhyme and reason. Which bitch dares? Master. Oh, demonic cannibal. You cannot. An ambush. His subordinates didn't even have a chance to stop him. With his beard turned bright red with demonic arts, he stomped fiercely off the ground and leapt forward. All that was left was the deeply indented floor. The subordinate helplessly waved his hand that he had raised in vain. An ambush has been prepared. Memories of the hardships he had suffered flashed through the subordinate's mind. Those days he dug the ground, hid jiangshis among the family, practiced retreats and counterattacks according to regions, and rolled around, yelling the slogan of total annihilation. The subordinate shook his head and gave the order. What are the rest of you doing? The demonic cannibal himself has taken the lead. After the rough landing, Bok Houn, who was driving the river bandits back towards the main house, heard that outrageous provocation. It was a curse so disgraceful that one would hesitate to even think about uttering. In fact, it was so severe that one wouldn't even say it to their worst enemy. But regardless of that, the true problem was who it targeted. The demonic cannibal, she said? Why would the demonic cannibal come out here? But then, the firmly shut gates of the main house were blasted open with a roar. It was truly an overwhelming presence. The advance of the waterway fort stopped hesitantly. A figure of astonishing stature, both vertically and horizontally, revealed himself. A red aura swirled around. The killing intent had become so tangible that it had reached a realm where it could be seen. It was a stage where one's inner chi moved on its own accord as their mind worsened. It was all too clear who it was. Demonic cannibal. Bok Houn shouted as if to scream. And in reality, it was indeed close to an actual screech. He couldn't even confront him, asking why someone like him was here. After all, they could not hope to face a wicked demonic adept at the late-stage transcendent realm. Which bitch dares? Duress. I will not kill you easily. I will exterminate your entire lineage, salt their flesh, and feed you until your stomach bursts. You really love to eat, huh? Damn, just stop eating. Your stomach is about to burst. Literally. With a mocking laugh, a figure in blue dropped down among the river bandits and the demonic cannibal. Hello there, senior. This lowly student of Murim, Shimin Ching, greets you with all her heart. You. Calm down. You're going to keel over from high blood pressure before we even get a chance to fight. What are you doing? Come at me. Let's fight. 2. It's a meme in anime and Korean manhwa that basically signifies, get your shit together. It's a sort of shout before battle in this situation. He is basically telling himself to focus up, as well as telling Ching to get ready to be fucked. Has made its entrance. So it wasn't just something that came up in funny posts. Ching swallowed her admiration. The demonic cannibal's log-like foot lifted. Ching shouted. Wait. It was a perfect instant to catch him off guard, causing the demonic cannibal to momentarily falter. It was then that it happened. Chuck. The sound of 5 light landings. Behind Ching, 5 children appeared. Here I come again. My moonlight sword. Ching charged with renewed courage. The demonic cannibal, mixed with feelings of anger and puzzlement, rapidly closed in. The presence as felt from behind was definitely reassuring, though. Ching raised her sword cheerfully. A pseudo-martial artist's fraudulently accumulated inner chi flowed into the sword as a solemn stream. The doubly powered knowledge of Zhu Xiang's heart cleanse mirror turned the sword chi into a sunset hue, leaving a long vertical afterimage as it fell. The pressure of Mount Tai. The oppressive feeling that seemed as if Mount Tai itself was bearing down. It was the only move that her teacher had somewhat praised for having even the slightest bit of imagery. In other words, she was basically calling Ching a one-trick pony. But still, the demonic cannibal's hand was dyed blood red. A mere late-stage peak realm brat dares. Sword chi and hand force clashed. Clang. The sound of their collision was unbelievably loud. Ching, unable to overcome the difference in weight class, was sent flying. The demonic cannibal's hefty body leaped, following her trajectory. Ching quickly flipped her body around. The ultimate fatty approached right in front of her. His blood-red hand rose. Ching stretched her hand far behind her waist. But the difference in their realms was all too clear. The demonic cannibal's hand began to fall first. Suddenly. Tong. 3 children leaped up and blocked the demonic cannibal's strike. Ching had never intended to solely rely on her own abilities in the first place. I was counting on this. Ching pushed her sword forward. A thrust filled with brute force, without any fancy techniques. The sword, moving at the speed of light, aimed for the demonic cannibal's he. In an instant, the cannibal's hand grabbed the blade. What a pity, brat. If it wasn't for my divine arts, it might have worked. There was a Murim custom among those who possessed demonic arts, even in death, they would not openly admit to using demonic arts. When the demonic cannibal mentioned divine arts, he naturally referred to the flame demonic arts. Ching didn't know anything anyway, but the flame demonic arts originated from the white hand demonic arts. Originally, it was a complex concept, but when simplified, it was based on the inversion of yin and yang, so its effects were somewhat similar as well. For example, he was able to refine the body parts below the elbow. When adding the late-stage transcendent realm with the completion of 8 stars in the flame demonic arts, a blade surrounded by sword chi was no better than a club. Such was what made the renowned demonic arts so fear-inducing. And it was also the reason why people dared to master it despite the risk of becoming a public enemy of Murim. Ah. So this doesn't work, huh? The demonic cannibal pulled Ching's sword towards him. His other arm was already loaded with the flame hands. A true swordsman would rather die than let go of their sword. Ching let go of her sword without hesitation. Well, I guess I just won't be a swordsman anymore. The cannibal's eyes flashed. He planned to deal with the annoying young ones first while the girl had stepped back in retreat. His hand, filled with toxic flame demonic chi, smacked down on one of them with the expectation that their flesh would explode into pieces, but... Clang! With a sound like striking iron, the child was sent flying and bounced off the ground about 5 times before falling far away. The demonic cannibal was shocked. That's a jiangshi. Why? The cannibal's eyes darted around. And then, he spotted An Yonyang among the river bandits. What is the meaning of this? Why is a jiangshi attacking me? It was an art, a skill used by very advanced masters. A technique that forcefully projected sound into the counterpart's ear through a soft whisper protected by qi that was only rolled in one's mouth. It was a method used for secret conversations when needed. This technique was called sound transmission. An Yonyang's own sound transmission came flying through. Strictly speaking, it is not an attack. The children are just protecting young lady Shimin. How does that make any sense? Why would you protect someone like that brat? I could rip her apart like the wretch that she is and I still wouldn't be satisfied. Ah. That is my personal affairs, you see? And we are not exactly in a position to share personal affairs, are we? Ha, you bitch. Do you think you can get away with breaking the association's rules just because you are favored by the association leader for your ability to create jiangshi? Who knows? An Yonyang merely showed a troubled smile, as if her hands were tied. To her, changing out the association leader was not an issue at all. He was kept around because he was easy to manipulate due to this stupidity and greed. An Yonyang sent another sound transmission, hiding her mocking scoff. Young lady Shimin is quite stubborn, you see. Could you just engage with her until she runs out of energy? You have the capability to do that much, don't you? What sort of dog's head is Th Cook? The demonic cannibal was about to respond, but had to urgently spread his hands. It was because Qing had charged at him again. Qing, too, had picked up a few things, so she charged in while believing in Guanxi, just like the people of the Central Plains. But despite her belief in An Yonyang's protection, he was not an easy opponent. Moreover, the Jiangxis only defended. She had to land the fatal hit herself, but due to the difference in their realms, that was also easier said than done. Teacher, what should this disciple do? Qing recalled a conversation she had with her teacher. Master, what if an enemy is like an ultra-supreme master? Then you must run away immediately. What else could you possibly do? What if I can't run? If you must face such a formidable opponent, wear them down. Once the Dantian was drained, it didn't matter if they were at the Transcendent Realm or the Fatscendent Realm. She just needed to endure and endure until all his inner chi was depleted. Of course, it was impossible in a one-on-one situation. After all, the inner chi of a master was far greater and even more efficiently used, so there would never be a case where a master's Dantian would deplete first in normal circumstances. Then? There is something disciple is good at, isn't there? Something I'm good at? I am referring to how you make this teacher's stomach turn in anger at times. Make the opponent's stomach turn in anger. Your unique technique could practically be called a divine art, unmatched in all under the heavens. If you can infuriate the enemy, erase their rationality, and dodge well, there might be a chance for victory. That was indeed Qing's area of expertise. But deliberately doing so felt strangely embarrassing. It's a bit hard to shout these things out loud while completely sober. It was just like how it was easier to sing with a bit of alcohol. The bullshit Qing spouted followed the same principle. It came out well when angry or a bit disoriented. If not that, then when she was excited. She needed that sensation when she was covered in blood, pulling out intestines to wear around her neck. And breaking bones to feel the crunch. Only then did true excitement surge and a genuine sound came from the very depth of her dantian. But now that she had to speak with a level-headed mind for the sake of victory, she felt slightly apologetic. And it felt a bit embarrassing to talk when others were listening. So, Qing spoke just loud enough for the demonic cannibal to hear. To others, it might have seemed brave for her to charge in despite the difference in their realms. However, the actual sounds that popped up whenever she clashed and dodged the true words that could only be heard up close were as follows. Hey! You fucking pig. I heard you called yourself the demonic cannibal, yeah? Holy fucking shit, how much do you have to eat to look like that? Tell me honestly. It kinda seems like your chest is bigger than mine, you know? The demonic cannibal counted Buddhas. 3. It's like counting sheep to calm yourself. In his mind. The bitch that creates Jiangshi is a key talent to the association. And without Jiangshi, the grand undertaking was impossible in the first place. Since it is such a bitch's request. Hey, but if you're a cannibal, you eat in all types of ways, right? Boiled, roasted, steamed, and the like. If that's the case, when you take a bath, do you drink the bathwater? It must be like brewing a rich broth, huh? Whoa, honestly, I'll admit it. You're impressive. If I was hearing such nonsense, I really wouldn't have just stayed quiet. Do you have some kind of hobby of getting insulted? Maybe a masochist? Are you not mad even though I'm provoking you like this? Should I shit on your family once? Do you know the principle of how like cures like? You know, when you're hurt somewhere, you just need to eat that body part to feel better. So if your eyesight is bad, then you eat eye dishes. If your liver is bad, you eat liver. Then, doesn't that mean you eat people because you aren't human enough? If that's the case, from now on, you should eat more elderly people. Since you don't have your mommy and daddy, you should consume other mommies and daddies too. You awag. I will kill you. I will kill you no matter what. Finally, the demonic cannibal exploded. The strength of the great demonic adept, who had been absolutely shat on, was truly transcendent. To exaggerate a bit, it made the heavens tremble and the earth shake. In fact, even the number of 5 jiangshis were dangerously close to being insufficient. The demonic cannibal consumed his energy without reservation. A heavenly jiangshi was flung away, bouncing on the ground and skidding away. No matter how sturdy a heavenly jiangshi was, because it was made from a child's body, it could not escape the constraints of mass. Qing felt as if her heart was being squeezed. No, like that pig is more than terrifying enough, but what the fuck is up with those kids who can endure that beatdown with just their bodies? There would come a time when she had to settle things with this bat's-head insane, obsessive maniac of a final boss. By then, those shields would also stand against Qing as enemies. As long as this matter goes well, I might be able to shake off that persistent end-stage boss for a while. In that time, I'll have no choice but to gather practice points or whatever the fuck I need to quickly elevate my realm. For now, let's shit on this guy some more. Do you perhaps know about this? Your manners are absolutely fucked in the ass. Did you eat those too? Even the fucking beggars would be more polite than you. Qing circled around the cannibal, continuously provoking him. Oh my. If you meet an adult, you should greet them properly, you know? Look, I am a great elder of Murim. How dare a brat like you, who has fewer days to live than me, treat your betters like this? The audacity. You bitch. That mouth of yours. Oh ho? What a bad child. Do you not realize the customs of Murim are strict? Can you not differentiate between superiors and inferiors? It's because of wild brats like you that there are such distinctions, are there not? This damned jiangshi. If not for these things. Anyway, my status allocation is higher than yours. Do you know who my master is? In that moment, the demonic cannibal's eyes sparkled. This was a chance to find out about this crazy bitch's sect. The association would make sure they pay for this humiliation. Qing smiled slightly. Not. Tell Ling Se, Kret. Kwaiwayak. The demonic cannibal tore at his own hair. Clumps of it fell and fluttered away. Looks like he's been marinated nicely. Qing started to get to the main point. By the way, did you do something wrong to Anyangji? 1. Anyongyang's pet name by Qing? What? Did she really have to go this far? For a moment, the demonic cannibal's movements stopped. You bitch, what did you just? What? Why? Suddenly want to talk? Come at me, fatty. I'm just playing tricks because I'm at such a disadvantage. If you're not gonna come, I'm just gonna leave, okay? Qing charged, her arms leading her forward. It was quite unbecoming of someone who had been dodging this entire time. After all, she swings her arms in a very aggressive manner. When she did so, 20 shadows of arms rushed towards the cannibal. Even though hands were clashing with each other, only the noisy sound of metal being struck could be heard. The demonic cannibal kept stepping back. Sound transmission was a difficult technique, and because it required concentration, he couldn't properly counter. You bitch, are you planning to betray the association? Suspicion and anger engulfed the cannibal, causing him to draw delusional conclusions in his mind. To be fair though, it was a situation ripe for misunderstanding. What are you suddenly saying? If it is not that, you are probably trying to eliminate me. What in the world does that mean? Even if you say indecipherable things. If that's not the case, kill this bitch right now. Anyonyang frowned. Why is this stupid demonic adept acting like this all of a sudden? Huh. I have already told you. Because of personal reasons, Lady Shiman. Shut up. Do you think I will be fooled? The demonic adept jumped back to create distance and shouted. Bokhound, you dullard. You have your son's archenemy right beside you, yet you don't even recognize it. Demonic cannibal. The cannibal ignored the protest heard through sound transmission. What is that supposed to mean? I am talking about Anyonyang, the bitch beside you. Do you think it is common to find someone who can create such sophisticated jiangshi in the world? Even if you are a senior, please be careful with your words. Young Lady An is my son's benefact. That is why I say you are dull. The demonic cannibal laughed mockingly at Bokhound. Kiki, your son has been long dead, already having stepped on the path to the afterlife. Yet, you think a demon wearing his skin is your actual son. Truly, there is no greater retard. Even if you are a senior of the unorthodox faculty. His enemy is right beside you. Can you not see? The shout of the demonic cannibal carried such a wrenching sense of chagrin, causing him to draw his attention to a different direction. Young Lady An? Anyonyang took a step back and shook her head. It is such baseless slander. Could it be that you are doubting the chief enforcer of the Murim alliance? Do not be fooled. We are the ones to push that bitch into the alliance. To think a mere demonic adept would dare to insult the Murim alliance. Since we showed you the blood jiangshi, we knew you would immediately go find the An clan. Did you think it would be hard to deceive such stupid bastards of the orthodox faction? The opponent is a disgusting demonic adept. Things like lying are. No, that bitch is the one who is truly disgusting. In fact, she is unrivaled in such an aspect. The demonic cannibal snickered. She's the bitch who massacred her entire clan and turned them into jiangshis, you see. Anyonyang pleaded with a desperate look. You must not be deceived by such lies. Bring a physician immediately to check on your son's pulse. We'll see if that thing is truly a person or a jiangshi. Young Master Bok has just recovered. If you check his pulse now, obviously. Bokhound. In your life, have you ever heard of jiangshi turning back into a human? Bokhound groaned in anguish. It was because the last words of the demonic cannibal had chillingly pierced right through him, digging deep into his heart. Bokhound made his decision. If young Lady An is indeed innocent, I am sure she won't resist being taken aside for a while. Would you? Wait, great expert. This is what he is aiming for. Without me, how do you expect to deal with the living jiangshis? Jiangshi. Bokhound's expression hardened. However, he did not revoke his decision. If, by any minuscule chance, the young lady is an enemy spy controlling the jiangshi, it would actually be less harmful for the champions of the waterway forts to deal with the jiangshi themselves. Great expert. Take young Lady An away. Great expert, you must not do this. Anyonyang was dragged away. Qing watched this scene with extreme anxiety. After all, that was a true monster, incomparable even to the likes of the demonic cannibal. Qing wondered if she might just explode and kill everyone here. Fortunately, even though she looked as if she was wronged, Anyonyang was taken away without much resistance. They're going to uncover her identity when they investigate anyway. I wish she would just go away like that. Now, the only obstacle left was the demonic cannibal. If she just pushed on like before. Look here, Bokhound. I will make you an offer. If you make that bitch kneel before me, I will quietly withdraw. My subordinates as well. Eh? This was unexpected. Qing clenched and unclenched her fist, gauging the situation. Given that there wasn't an immediate rejection, she had to assume she was already fucked in the ass. And she knew what those fucking river bandits were like from experience. Qing gritted her teeth. I still needed to deplete a bit more of his true chi, though. I guess there's no other choice then. Stop trying to play dirty fucking trick. Qing charged at the cannibal once again. The demonic cannibal's flame demonic arts filled her field of vision with red hues. It was right at the moment when the 4 heavenly jiangshis were flung away in her stead. Qing slipped through that gap. The cannibal's arm stretched out towards her heart. Qing ducked as if to kneel. The palm wrapped in chi force whisked just a paper's width above her head. Qing's figure slid forward while still on her knees. While recalling a conversation with her teacher, Qing extended her hand. Huff, huff, huff. Master. If all I do is dodge, huff, I'll tire out first and collapse. That is only natural, is it not? Making the enemy tire to the point of collapse is the essence of a battle of attrition, as well as a valid strategy. Then, huff, what if I have to face an Ultra Supreme Master alone? What in the world is with that term? How could you say something like Ultra Supreme Master? How can a maiden talk like such a childish ruffian? TSK. To face a master with a high realm alone, you must prepare a trump card. I am referring to poison, hidden weapons, or some strange secret technique that one cannot possibly expect. Seeing how Disciple has an overwhelming amount of true chi, if you wish to prepare a trump card, an internal explosive chi strike would be suitable. Internal explosive chi strike. A skill that struck directly at the enemy's internal organs with inner chi. A method of brutally forcing one's inner force into the opponent. There were specialized martial arts for handling such subtleties. Qing's palm touched the demonic cannibal's thigh. Sixth move of the Buddha's palm. Sintmakakra. A bodhisattva and a manifestation of Avalokiteshvara, known in Chinese as Guanyin. He is counted as one of 6 different forms of the bodhisattva that represent salvation afforded to beings among the 6 realms of Sasra. Among these incarnations, Sintmakakra is believed to save those in the Deva realm. Qing resolved herself, thus letting true chi flow. The solemnity of the Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens, the purification of Yan Emperor Shenong, the elegance of his daughter Yaoji, and the sagacious true chi of the Taoist lineage interwove, singing the teachings of Buddhism. Ding. The sound of a bell enveloped the entire world. In Buddhism, the bell represented purity. Purity meant being completely absent of filthiness, free of even a speck of dust. It signified being clean and untainted by earthly desires, anguish, and passion. Therefore, the sound of the bell was pure. It was a sound that was grand yet not noisy. It was a teaching that was majestic yet not overwhelming. It was a resonance that was heard not with the ears but with the body, for it was the clearest yet also the heaviest. The demonic cannibal's entire body bulged out. For a moment, it swelled explosively. It took the shape of a huge sphere. One that seemed like it would burst at any moment. However, soon after, the balloon shriveled. The shriveled form became the demonic cannibal once again and he collapsed powerlessly on the ground. A giant crater appeared on the ground where the corpse of the demonic cannibal lay. And from that giant crater, dozens of long furrows extended outwards. It was as if 6 giant palms had simultaneously pressed down on one point. Perhaps this was what the handprint of Sintmakakra, who was said to have 6 arms, would actually look like. Only a heavy silence lingered over this land. A powerful demonic adept, who had reached the late-stage transcendent realm, met the end of his fate. Moreover, his opponent was a young woman whose name was not even renowned yet. It was an unbelievable sight to see. And then, someone broke that silence. Is that so? It was Anyonyang. While standing on a hill and dripping blood from her entire body, she looked down at the world. Such a gaze was given so naturally that it pressed down on people like some heavenly mandate, as if it could not dare to be disobeyed. The martial artists were caught in an inexplicable anxiety, thus being unable to open their mouths. If it is like this, the plan completely falls apart, you see? Indeed. How excessively harsh my young lady Shimin is. Her tone was full of fatigue. If you ruin the plan so blatantly, how can I take young lady Shimin with me? After all, everyone will try to devour you. Anyonyang showed a faint smile. Still. I have realized you are not feeble. Enough that you can be left alone for a while. At the same time, she took something out of her bosom. It was a bundle of bells tied together. Then. It is time to withdraw. Will those affiliated with the association please gather here? A group of martial artists burst out from the main stronghold. When the bells jingled and jangled simultaneously, Jiangshis followed with strange hops behind such people. And among the water bandits led by Waterway Fort's commander, Bok Houn, more than 20 of them were Jiangshi that had defected. Sighs mixed with astonishment spread here and there when a comrade with a calm face turned out to be a disguised Jiangshi. Congratulations, members of the Waterway Forts. Today, you have avoided a great disaster, thus extending your insignificant lives a little longer. You may feel free to rejoice. The 5 heavenly Jiangshis courteously lifted Anyonyang and carried her away. As she slowly disappeared over the hill, only her voice vividly penetrated the ears. Please. Be grateful for your fortune and enjoy the remaining moments of your life. After all, there will not be a next time. Qing had always known nothing. However, the shitfest that occurred this time was particularly unfamiliar to her. Waterway Forts? What's that? Yangtze River? What's that? Dongting Lake? What's that? Regional. Whatchamacallit, fucking civil servant positions are ridiculously complicated, huh? Fucking hell. Demonic cannibal? Sorry, I don't remember those weaker than me. All she had done was been lured by a free dinner, yet somehow she ended up becoming everyone's hero. Well, to be fair, it was a bit of an understatement to say she took down the demonic cannibal just because of a different bad guy. He was quite strong, after all. It was all for the best. She shouldn't look the gift horse in the mouth. The forts of the Yangtze River waterway was a wealthy business. And for that reason, the treatment of their benefactor was more than satisfactory. Moreover, they even prepared a special event for Qing. Waterway Fort Commander, Bok Houn, had no time to dwell on the sorrow of losing his son. After all, he had to prevent any backlash from the government. Luckily, the regional inspector had become disabled. It gave him a reason to tidy up relations. After all, an exchange of guanxi can only be possible if there was a flaw from above. All accusations were directed towards the monstrous human named Anyonyang, and a new backer had to be found. As such, Bok Houn sublimated his sorrow of losing his son in another way. Into hatred towards the evil traditionalists. The name, traditionalist, was absurd from the start. They were basically saying, traditionally, we have always been thieves, so let us continue to live as thieves. Words must make sense to be considered words in the first place, shouldn't it? But still, until now, they were someone's friend, as well as descendants of the previous generation's Waterway Fort's seniors. As such, he chose to just watch from the side. After all, he believed that they could change after experiencing prosperity and a dignified profession. However, Bok Houn's trust was betrayed. Now, the Waterway Fort commander's conviction was solidified. I was too lenient on innovation and reform. An overhaul begins with parting ways with the old generation. Coincidentally, it was the same idea as the epoch-making thoughts that others have also had in the far future or the past of a different time and space. This was the strength of a group that had shared the same culture for a long time. Its name? Ethnicity. Thus, with a single-minded determination, he was ready to break the back of tradition through the justification of a single piece becoming soaked in red. The traditionalist scum were tied up and executed in a row. And for the execution, the benefactor of the Waterway Forts volunteered to do it herself. She had a nearly divine dignity when she nonchalantly sent people's heads flying with a loose, friendly smile. That was when it started. When people began to show aversion. Qing read such an atmosphere and thought. These bastards seriously shouldn't be associated with, huh? They were bastards who kept stabbing her in the back. They said they'd take me to a nearby city but imprisoned me in the same room with a fucking nutcase. They tried to sell me out after Anyonyang's identity was revealed. Now, they seemed to hint that they wanted me to get lost. Even though they talked about how I'm their eternal benefactor or whatever. Still, she liked the Dragon King plaque they gave to her as a free gift. The Dragon King plaque represented the forts of the Yangtze River waterway's commitment to treat its owner with utmost respect. The highest respect river bandits could show was just one thing. That under no circumstances would they charge a toll. No toll was charged to ships boarded by the possessor of the Dragon King plaque. Unexpectedly, it might not seem like a big benefit to oneself, but in reality, that was not the case. After all, the dream of every vessel passing through the Yangtze River was to have the Dragon King plaque. Forget boarding fees, the owner of the Dragon King plaque was an existence that actually received hospitality, rather than needing to ask for it. In essence, it was a free pass to the Yangtze River. Qing was someone who didn't think too deeply about anything. It was also because she was someone who shouldn't think deeply. After all, that was why her executive ability was unparalleled. Qing set off to the river on a boat she had acquired. Meanwhile, she was engrossed in a certain thought for a period of time. Yes, that time. When I used the sixth move of the Buddha's palm, Sintmakakra. So, something was different. Something, kind of like that. It was a thought Qing kept revising. Something. It was literally something. It was a frustrating feeling as if she was just about to grasp it, but couldn't quite do so. It was much more ambiguous than the frustration of wanting to eat something desperately but not knowing what it was, felt during every meal. She had used Buddha's palm well at critical times. But that time, the feeling was completely different. It was like my inner chi, which had always moved like a machine, seemed to want to sing the end of the world and by itself, its amount was something, suddenly, so fuck this. Still, she had a very strong premonition that she could grasp it if she thought about it a little more, just a little more deeply. Qing felt frustrated to death, but in fact, this phenomenon was a precursor to a kind of enlightenment. Qing's method of using moves was akin to copy-pasting. Forcefully imprinted moves in the body and mind were unconsciously utilized. However, Qing's method wasn't all that odd. Martial artists from prestigious families learned in this way as well. After firmly imprinting moves through tens of thousands of repetitions in their minds and bodies, they refined them through sparring and real combat. Thus, they build up their own set of moves, their own style of martial arts. In Qing's case, the only difference was that she crammed the long process of imprinting, which normally took over 10 years, all in one fell swoop. And in the very present, where Qing stood on the brink of fully embodying this faint wisdom, this martial knowledge, it had begun. Qing's manner of speaking was, as Shimin Surin put it, rougher than a colt gone wild. Qing had never seen a colt gone wild. As such, the expression didn't particularly resonate with her. Of course, it was also that the matriarch, leading a mountain paradise for women, had incredibly strict standards. But eventually, Shimin Surin came to accept it. It was partially due to the fact that the surprisingly lonely, elderly woman had a soft spot for her ever-so-lovely disciple, who mingled without hesitation. But the biggest reason was the insight that came with having lived a long life. I see. It is not that Qing can't speak in a feminine manner. It's just that she chooses not to. Qing was not particularly aware of this fact. However, what should be kept in mind is that she had entered a world where her body, gender, and name had changed. Moreover, it was a strange place where even the world itself had changed. The manner of speaking that sounded so odd to the people of the Central Plains was actually a mental barrier erected by the subconscious, striving to protect what was left of herself in memory. For Qing, this actually made things even harder at times. After all, it was a time that only came for women, known as menstruation. Unable to bear it any longer on a ship, Qing immediately disembarked at the docked city. When she rushed to a dry goods store, the female owner sent Qing a sympathetic look upon seeing her complexion. It was the kind of empathy Qing did not wish to see or even know. As such, she stocked up on a huge amount of cotton cloth. Fuyuuk. Every single joint felt painfully cold. Muscles ached where they attached to the bone, making it hard to stay still, yet too tiring to move. Even her fondness for gourmet food disappeared at these times. Among the disciples of the Divine Maiden sect, there were some who moaned in pain. Qing's case was not of severe pain but of feeling mildly sick all day. Her stomach hurt. And her chest hurt even more than her stomach. Almost as if it was bruised. And above all, this feeling of leakage was disgusting. Ah. Seriously. I want to slaughter. Is there no demonic adept anywhere? For that reason, Qing was extremely on edge. Shitty bastards who crossed paths with her at these times, unfortunately, ended up badly hurt even without starting a quarrel. Staying cooped up in a room was suffocating, so she couldn't endure it. That was why she came outside, but she just got annoyed again. It was practically at the level of a mental illness. What to do then, at times like this? Watching bad guys perform in a kind of talent show was the best, but that was hardly possible in the city. Instead, she might as well drown herself in alcohol and stay in a daze. She had to reach the transcendent realm quickly. According to Shimin Surin, once she underwent overhaul rebirth, the time of that month for women would pass just like any ordinary day. But what the fuck am I expected to do? What am I expected to do? Qing forcefully swallowed that screen with alcohol. How should she put it? The bitter and tart, cheap liquor made it feel like her insides were burning, thus helping forget other pains. As such, in one corner of the bar, a fuseless bomb was slowly heating up. That was why in today's case, it wasn't really Taiping Sword Sect's fault. Taiping Sword Sect had come to collect this month's protection fees, just as they had always done. However, it was after the Zhou Hu Union had attempted to expand the business by forcibly attracting new customers. We've already given this month's protection money to the champions of the Zhou Hu Union. Is that so? A warrior of the Taiping Sword Sect paused to think, then asked. And what does that have to do with us? The owner was taken aback. What do you mean by that? How is a private contract you made related in any way to our Taiping Sword Sect? After all, do we not have our own separate contract? Then, are you asking for the protection F? Look here, owner GM. SSSSSP. Something is quite strange. It almost seems like we're extorting you. But isn't it only right for you to pay us, seeing as the Taiping Sword sect is protecting you? Owner GM's face fell as he replied. Then what about the protection fee I have already given to Zhou Hu Union? The warrior asked back with a puzzled look. Why are you asking me when you are the one who paid it? Flames of anger surged in Owner GM's heart. What was the point of all the protection fee paid so far if it was going to be like this? Hadn't they diligently offered gold so that they would fend off bastards like the Zhou Hu Union? However, Owner GM merely pleaded with a humble expression. Since the one with the sword was ultimately king, Owner GM, who did not have a sword, was at fault. Moreover, such incidents would hardly make a case. After all, it was commonplace in the Central Plains. In severe cases, there were stores that paid protection fees to 4 different martial arts unions at the same time. Owner GM made a mistake by ambiguously setting up his shop on the boundary between 2 sects. It was all Owner GM's fault. Upon seeing such a sight, Qing sincerely felt sorry for him. Not just in the modern world but even within Murim, the sorrow of small business owners resonated. It was because of the evil karma of these mediocre, disagreeable warriors. Taiping Sword sect professed themselves to be part of the orthodox faction, and as such, they weren't all that bad. The worst among them was about -56 and the best was about -3. Considering that they wielded swords, they lived relatively decent lives. They were much better people than the men remaining on the Wazan at the time of Ximon's stranded records. As such, Qing pondered. Qing had firmly set a standard that only those with a triple-digit number for evil karma deserved to be dealt with. If there was even a single compromise, it would inevitably spread uncontrollably, turning her into a crazy, kill first ask later, mindless murderer. If that's really the case, shouldn't it be okay to just give them a little beating? If someone does something bad, they should be hit, right? Especially if they call themselves a part of the orthodox faction. Then, all the more so. Only Qing knew that Qing had made up her mind. So, everyone else just continued on with their usual lives. Taiping Sword sect demanded legitimate compensation for their protection once again. Owner GM protested his chagrin. However, the martial artists of the Taiping Sword sect were, in fact, just the lowest members of their organization. They had no authority to decide whether to accept or decline the protection fee. In the end, Owner GM was forced to hand over the protection fee. It was a future that had already been decided, so it was nothing out of the ordinary. The anomaly occurred elsewhere. From the moment he entered the bar, Nam Gangzhong, the 3rd captain of the Taiping Sword sect, had been continuously concerned about a woman. Since the time Shishir, the most beautiful woman in history, frowned, the vast majority of people in the Central Plains developed a peculiar sexual preference for frowning faces. Nam Gangzhong, being an ordinary martial artist, shared the same sexual preference. The sight of a woman, seemingly uncomfortable and tired of all that was in the world, tipping her drink into her mouth. Moreover, she wasn't extremely beautiful, which made him even more drawn to her. After all, it seemed like he had somewhat of a chance if it was her. If it weren't for the serious matters of his sect, he would have immediately rushed over to share her worries. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the woman approaching him. Even more, with a smile in her eyes. Dreamlike fantasies unfolded in Nam Gangzhong's mind. However, Nam Gangzhong should have paid more attention to Qing's hands rather than her face. If he had, he would have remembered the old bar saying that no decent person came at you gripping the neck of a liquor bottle. Good people do not come one's way and those who do come are not good. Good people would not come his way, and Qing, smiling slyly as she approached, was most definitely not in a state where she was a good person. Unfortunately, Nam Gangzhong's dreams of a happy future ended with a physical collision between his head and the liquor bottle. It was a clash between a cheap porcelain bottle and a skull. The outcome was exactly as anyone could easily predict. Crack. The shattered pieces of porcelain mixed, the scent of liquor flew through the air. Nam Gangzhong staggered, soaked in strong alcohol, not because he was drunk, but because he was hit squarely on the head. However, a martial artist at the end of the second rate would not fall just from a mere battle. The reason why it was described as just end was because the world was not leisurely enough to categorize every mediocre second-rate fodder into early, mid, and late stages. Nam Gangzhong yelled in fury. What is the meaning of this? Violence. Disturbance. And also, making a scene. Qing clearly explained her actions. Normally, this was where swords would be drawn, but Qing's appearance granted Nam Gangjong a single moment of patience. Young lady. Right now, you are being extremely rude to a disciple of the great Taiping sword sect. Perhaps you have had too much to drink. What the hell? Why is he not understanding? Qing cocked her head. I'm not picking a fight with the great Taiping whatever thingy. I'm just causing a disturbance in a bar. Nam Gangjong pondered over how the two were different. And Qing graciously provided the answer. You received the protection fee, didn't you? Isn't the protection fee supposed to be for protecting the establishment from people who cause violence, start disturbances, and make a scene? Qing pointed her long finger at herself. Here. Trouble. Qing folded her finger and pushed it forward. Nam Gangjong's chin turned slightly. Then, the punch from Qing's other hand drew a semicircle. Nam Gangjong's turned chin was instantly corrected. Though, the hit was a bit more powerful and ended up turning his head to the other side. Nam Gangjong, hit in the jaw, staggered and collapsed, while Qing flexed her fingers and shook her hand. Now, then. Disturbance added. Are the rest of you just going to watch? Those words became a kind of signal. Still, no swords were drawn, not because they were righteous or from the orthodox faction, but because underestimating female martial artists in the Central Plains was not all that new of a trend. In the first place, they were just sect disciples who went around collecting protection fees, so their martial prowess was not particularly exceptional. Qing punched, struck, hit, and swung. When she grabbed a wrist and pushed, two fell crashing down. When she poked the shin of someone charging from the right with the tip of her foot, he clutched at it with both hands and rolled on the ground. That is no ordinary capability. Everyone, draw your swords. Nam Gangjong, having overcome his brief concussion, charged in as he shouted. Still, it was at the level of being cute, all the same. Qing was fighting without even using her inner qi. After all, if she used her inner qi, she wouldn't just be hitting them but literally making them explode. Even without inner qi, Qing was already among the strongest under the heavens. With the achievements of the martial arts she had mastered and the accumulation of increased stats, she had become one of the most formidable forces in the Central Plains based purely on her physical strength. To be fair, her basic stats were exceptionally high. This was the reason Qing, with no prior knowledge and a soft-hearted disposition typical of modern people, was able to survive the early stages of the cutthroat world of the Central Plains, where drawing swords was all but a common occurrence. While Qing was skillfully navigating between swung swords and choosing where to strike, she suddenly noticed the crown of a man falling forward. Eh? Can I also? Do a nuclear noogie? A montage of profoundly humiliating moments rushed through her mind. It is a favor that I can never repay to teacher. So, this disciple will carry that sentiment with her, thus bestowing such a favor to others. It was then that Qing clenched her fist, making her middle finger protrude amongst her digits. Stop. Stop. Nam Gangjong, who had already taken quite the beating, flailed his arms desperately. His eyelids were already swollen and bruised. I am grateful for your leniency. I have realized my shortcomings, so please allow me to retreat. She didn't hold back, though. She just beat the shit out of him. Nevertheless, since he was someone who could at least manifest a pretense of wrapping inner qi around his body, his bones remained intact and he was still standing fairly unscathed. What's this? Isn't this your Taiping sword sect? Oh, I managed to memorize this, huh? It's nice that it's so easy to remember. Anyway, isn't this an establishment you're supposed to protect? You're just going to leave like this? As I said before. Enough. Forget that. Qing interrupted Nam Gangjong. I spared your life, so leave your sword here as compensation. I should gain something out of this too, shouldn't I? Hearing this, the warriors of the Taiping sword sect hesitated, at a loss for what to do. Still, it didn't seem like he was the captain for no reason, seeing as how Nam Gangjong stepped forward. Young lady. A sword is as vital as life to a swordsman. Whatever. I'm a swordsman too, you know? Then shall we have a serious sword duel with our lives on the line? Qing gestured with her chin towards the table where she was sitting. Seeing the moonlight sword, number 8, peacefully resting there, the martial artists eventually let go of their swords. The sight of the Taiping sword sect disciples leaving with their shoulders slumped was all too pitiful. Who? It was somewhat fun. But this. Fucking. As soon as the playtime ended, the throbbing pain and various discomforts like tingling, numbness, and stiffness aggressively returned, contorting Qing's face. Moreover, it even felt a bit wet and sticky. Did all women in the world live like this? Holy fuck. It's so sad that I haven't reached the transcendent realm yet. Seriously, it's gonna make me cry. As Qing searched for alcohol, she realized, oh shit. Why? Because it had already spilled along with what was once a bottle. My liquor. Over here, server. Excuse me, customer. It wasn't a server but the owner who approached her. The round bottle in his hand exuded luxury, even from its packaging. Qing waved her hands in denial. Ayu, you don't have to be so thankful. That's not it. Please take this and Owner GM hesitated, unable to continue. It was obvious what he wanted to say but couldn't. He was probably trying to ask her to leave. Look, owner. If I leave now, will you be safe? Those fuckers will definitely bring their mommies. If I'm not here, you or someone else will get beaten. Isn't that right? It's not like you're a newbie to this business. Qing had learned this from her experiences. The fuckers affiliated with martial art unions always ran off to cry out for their mommies or an existence of similar standing. When Qing was living the life of a low-realm fodder, she had no choice but to take a beating and flee. But now? I am a master. An incredible master. But also a master in a very shitty mood. I'll clean up after myself and deal with the backlash, so just bring out the alcohol. Ag, fuck, so annoying. Shit. Qing's irritation spilled over. Owner GM placed the jug down with a ghastly face and quickly disappeared into the kitchen or somewhere similar. Qing peeled off the oiled cloth covering the jug. As soon as she opened it, a strong scent of alcohol wafted over her. Though it was a jug as big as a child's head, a master of her caliber could pour it into a small cup, about the size of 5 beans, without spilling a single drop. When she drank, it was so strong that she couldn't tell if it was alcohol or pure ethanol. And she liked it for that very reason. As she was drinking one cup after another without any side dishes to balance out the intense taste of liquor, an old beggar suddenly approached her and started to speak to her. Excuse me, young fairy. What do you want? I'm not buying. Go away. Qing waved her arm dismissively. Ho ho, the young fairy is quite heartless, isn't she? Grandpa. I've had some bad experiences with beggars, you see? Even if I'm heartless, you should be thankful I still respect the elderly, okay? Ho ho. Otherwise, I might actually resort to attacking the elderly. Qing was usually lenient towards old people. By that, she didn't mean those who were just older in age. She was talking about those whose ages were advanced to the point where they couldn't hide their wrinkles. Those who didn't have many days left. Cough, cough. The old man cleared his throat. Then, he strangely fumbled around his waist. It was almost like he was asking her to take a look there. When Qing glanced briefly, she noticed that, while his attire was utterly beggar-like, only the rope tied around his waist was conspicuously new and stiff. Qing knew these kinds of beggars. They were the extremely strong type. In ancient China, even beggars had learned martial arts and those types wore such ropes around their waists. Per usual, Qing's knowledge came from experiencing it firsthand. And also, per usual, Qing's knowledge fell somewhat short. But now, Qing was a master. No matter how strong, a beggar was still just a beggar. She was not afraid. What about the belt? What are you trying to imply? At that, the old beggar slumped onto the ground. It meant he wouldn't steal the liquor from her. HMHM, do not be too stingy. HIA. So, what is it? Since you're not gonna steal it, I'll let it slide. This old man is a beggar called Nugok. At times, I am also referred to as the Keeper of Secrets. Keeper of Secrets, Nugok. Qing didn't know, but he was quite a famous beggar. After all, his nickname literally meant he kept secrets well, a virtue not found among the beggars' union Taoists of the Central Plains. Of course, the reason for keeping secrets wasn't because of some stale, old-fashioned value like loyalty. After all, he openly stated he wished to know all the secrets of the world. What this inherently meant was that he would become the most tight-lipped person in the world, so others should tell him their secrets. Why else was it said that the king's ears were donkey ears? 1. When you tell a secret to somebody and say the king has donkey ears, you are expressing your frustration because you couldn't say anything about the secret. It was a natural instinct for people to want to spread secrets once they knew them. Countless numbers of people have confided their secrets to this beggar, claiming himself to be a living field of reeds. 2. Often compared to someone who is quiet like a field of reeds, and found peace of mind. Unaware of such a background, Qing sighed deeply. Fairy, why do you sigh so? Since now, even a beggar seems to want to exchange greetings. My fate really is ugh. Does this body really look that easy to approach? The old beggar's eyebrows twitched. Had this insolent youngster been a man, he would have been beaten up immediately and taught manners through the ways of Murim. However, she was a young girl. A sweet age of 16. Beating a young girl was far too demeaning and shameful an act for an elder of Murim. This wretched brat. She truly is a coarse and insolent bitch, who thinks of beggars as merely the beggarly trash that lives in the streets. 3. I paraphrased this a lot. But this is a triple entendre. The word beggar-like can be used as coarse and insolent. The word trash can also be used as beggar in Korean. So, it's basically saying, if I didn't paraphrase, she truly is a beggar-like bitch, who thinks of beggars like a beggar. You're welcome. Don't read MTL. Nugok flinched. Of course she would think of beggars as mere beggarly trash that lives in the streets. What else could she do besides that? How can a mere beggar call someone else a coarse and insolent bitch? Since when did I hold myself with such esteem? When all I am is a mere beggar? 4. Now, you understand the irony of this sequence from the footnote above. He touched upon the principle of immortal Li Taiguai. 5. Also known as Iron Crutchley. He is a Chinese mythological figure and one of the 8 immortals in the Taoist pantheon. He is sometimes described as irascible and ill-tempered, but also benevolent to the poor, sick and the needy, whose suffering he alleviates with special medicine from his bottle gourd. He is often portrayed as an ugly old man with a dirty face, a scraggly beard, and messy hair held by a golden band. He walks with the aid of an iron crutch and often has a gourd slung over his shoulder or held in his hand. He often is depicted as a clown figure who descends to earth in the form of a beggar who uses his power to fight for the oppressed and needy, and to heal others, who roam the lands under the heavens while using the ground as his bed and the sky as his blanket after a single drink of his gourd. Suddenly, inner chi arose from within Nugok. A good-for-nothing, terribly sloppy flow of true chi, faltering and gallivanting. But deep within, it was a generosity capable of easily embracing all of heaven and earth. Nugok vaguely realized that he had entered the late-stage transcendent realm, taking a step into that world. As such, he burst into laughter. Qing was unaware that she had inadvertently helped someone else's enlightenment when she couldn't even take care of her own. All she did was keep a straight face in annoyance. What the hell? Does he have bipolar disorder? Well, I guess it makes sense if one became old, all while being a beggar. After cackling by himself for a while, Nugok's voice became kinder. Indeed, this old man overstepped. How foolish of me. After all, I thought everyone would know who I was if I just said my name, when I am just a mere beggar. What folly. I feel so ashamed. Why? Are you famous or something? In a way, yes. After all, around here, there was hardly anyone who didn't know my name. What even is there to be so proud of for being some famous beggar? Qing's response was sharp, as if to stab at his supposed arrogance. Normally, generosity and compassion was contingent upon being happy. Thus, Qing's current state was most definitely not conducive to generosity or compassion. However, Nugok just looked pleased. That is right. Indeed. What pride is there in a beggar being famous? Even the beggars passing by would laugh in mockery. If there didn't seem to be an impact when hitting something, it couldn't be considered hitting. Seeing as he wasn't provoked no matter how much she scratched at his ego, Qing lost interest, feeling greatly disappointed. But still, fairy. The Taiping sword sect is not all that rotten. Indeed, if we were to nitpick, they are among the better ones in the so-called orthodox factions. Well, yeah. Seemed like it. If the second-rate bottom-rung riffraff's karma was at that level, then sure, that could be the case. Qing readily agreed. And yet, did you truly have to beat them so harshly and even take their swords when chasing them away? It's because they kinda seemed like the orthodox faction that I let them off. If they were from the unorthodox faction or whatever you know, those disgusting evil fuckers. Then, not a single one would have left here alive. Honestly though, it would have been better if that was the case. Ching smacked her lips in disappointment. Oh ho? So you would have killed them all if they were from the unorthodox faction? What a fearsome fairy you are. Despite his words, Nugok's expression softened a bit more. But still, was there a need to get involved? I was in a bad mood and they were an eyesore. An eyesore? Ching sighed deeply. Still, it seemed slightly better than morosely drinking alone since she was talking with someone. Yeah, okay. I'll be quite generous today. Consider yourself lucky. Old beggar. If you're taking protection fees, you should obviously have to protect them from being extorted by other business entities too. The owner here is a pushover and what was it? The other group. They are called the Zhou Union. Yeah, anyway, them. Apparently, they don't seem like pushovers, so that's why they're not trying to bully or torment them. If so, how is it any different from specifically picking the weak to bully? If you're going to mob up and call yourselves a sect, fight like a man. Or if you're not competent in fighting, you should have just given up on the protection fees. That is true, but Fairy, you do not seem to understand how unions work in Murim. As such, Nugok told her. If they were to fight, it wouldn't just be the sect falling into ruin in one fell swoop but a long period of bloodshed. Moreover, as was often the case with medium and small sects, there were bigger forces backing them from above, and one wrong move could escalate into a large-scale war. And if they gave up on the protection fees as Ching suggested, they'd just be sitting ducks as they lost their entire business. Ching glared at Nugok intently. What's with this old man? Why is he shielding them, even at the cost of his own reputation? Is he getting food from them or something? Why does he fucking care who I beat up? Who does he think he is? Ah, shit. If that's the case, why bother distinguishing between orthodox and unorthodox factions, white and black paths? Either way, the bastards who wield swords will pick and choose to fuck over the people who don't. Taiping sword sect? More like, Taiping business. Or maybe, Taiping unorthodox karma. 6. A play on words. The Korean word for business could also mean unorthodox karma if the two characters sa, unorthodox, and karma, are used instead of the actual characters for business. Heh. Kehyuhe. The old beggar suddenly burst into laughter. What was so funny that he laughed until tears flowed, clutching his stomach and planting his forehead to the ground? Ching's expression gradually grew cold. This thing was just a crazy beggar, huh? This is why beggar fuckers ain't it. In the past, Ching had a hostile relationship once with beggars. She had every right to detest them. Ching stopped paying attention. How many times did she fill and empty her cup, lifting and setting down the gourd? Finally, the old beggar straightened up, wiping the corner of his eyes, and asked. May I inquire about the name of your teacher? Who does he think he is to ask about my teacher's name? Ching was about to snap back, but hesitated as their eyes met. There was something warmly familiar about the old man's face. Almost as if her teacher was looking at Ching. Even though he had been confrontational all this time. Ching, whose heart grew weak, obediently replied. Her surname is Shiman, with Su and Rin as her given name. Ah. Senior Shiman. Nugok acted like he knew her. So, Ching tried to check if he really did. Do you know my master? I've met her a few times before. About 20 years ago, she fought alongside this old man in Luling. 7. Now, known as Jian. So, does she still punch first, talk later if she doesn't like something? Ching was immediately convinced. He knows about the nuclear noogie. That Rally is Ao. Ah, so you were a fairy of the Divine Maiden sect. That's not the case. She said I was an external disciple. Ho, an external disciple, you say. That is truly quite rare, though. If she was a cherished disciple, there was no reason to place her separate from the sect. When a teacher had the intention to pass on everything to their disciple, it would include the essence of the millennia-old philosophy of the Central Plains people, as well as Guanxi. And this encompassed the background of the sect, internal ranks, positions, and more. But given that it was the Divine Maiden sect, something was a bit off. Wasn't it originally a mystical sect that made it nearly impossible for disciples to leave? Why did they give her the freedom to stay outside the sect? I see. You have stepped into the peak realm, fairy. Stepped into? What do you mean stepped into? I'm at the whopping late stage, you know? This body, you see? A master. That's me. Nugok was impressed. Perchance, how old are you this year? I'm not exactly sure. Teacher said I'm about 20, though. Senior has truly taken a prodigy under her wing. Nugok was even more amazed. To think she was at the late-stage peak realm at such a young age. She was truly a prime candidate for the next generation's greatest under heaven. Realization struck Nugok's mind like a bolt of lightning. The leaders of Orthodox Murim were once the Nine Sects One Union. But now, people just referred to them as the Nine Sects. One union was conspicuously missing. The Beggars' Union, expelled. Eliminated. Fallen from grace. It was all thanks to Senior Celestial Martial Emperor. His disdain for the Beggars' Union was well known, after all. The recent enlightenment helped Nugok understand the Celestial Martial Emperor's disdain, though. That they were bastards who were lesser than even beggars, it was still painful to think about, to this day. Nugok recalled the way Qing initially looked at him. It was a deep-seated disdain. This is huge trouble. If we are unlucky, then once again. He had to make a good impression. Even if she wouldn't necessarily be the greatest under heaven, at the very least, wasn't this youngster destined to be the next zenith among women, after all? The impact that the words of the zenith among women had on female martial artists was enough influence to genuinely change lives. That fairy, do you have some bad blood with beggars? Not all beggars are bad people, though. Oh, don't even start. They're all just pieces of shits. Qing was ready to unleash a tirade of words. How there were minimum requirements for human survival, yet this repugnant territorial nature of already established forces tried to take even that away. Also their villainy and how once they secured any semblance of a foothold, they carried out a battleground of an endless repeat of advance and retreat. But just as she was about to begin, the Taiping sword sect appeared once again. Led by the welt-faced Nam Gangjong, about 20 martial artists burst in. Just like how Qing described it, it seemed he had brought his mommy along. Nam Gangjong pointed his finger rudely. There. It's that woman over there. Considering that he left out profanity like brat, whore, and bitch, his choice of words wasn't all that bad. It seemed it was worth it to not spill blood and only beat him up a bit. Qing wore a sly, reckless smile. She was just starting to feel the itch for a second round anyway. Qing slammed her hand down on the table. Tack. She was about to stand up with extravagant gravity when a middle-aged man from the Taiping sword sect spoke up first. After all, here in this place was a seven-knotted beggar of the Beggars' Union, the Discipline Elder. Is that you, Elder Keeper of Secrets? Oh ho. It's you, First Sword of Anqing. If we had known you were here, in Anqing, we would have invited you to our sect, but we were uninformed and have made such a discourtesy. Forget it. It is fine. What kind of reception would a beggar like me expect anyway? Regardless, I am grateful for your words. The atmosphere was quite warm. Eh? If this continues, then my plans are gonna go to shit. Qing frowned. Elder. Are you, perhaps companions with the young lady? HMHM. That is indeed the case. Nugok gave Qing a wink. It was a signal that he would take care of everything. And in actuality, Nugok had that level of authority. What the fuck is up with him? That old beggar is shitting the bed. When it was already fucking made. Fucking hell, I shouldn't have interacted with him in the first place. It's fucking Jover. Why do the fucking beggars always have to get in my way like this? But despite Nugok's efforts, it actually had the opposite effect from what he intended. From my understanding of your circumstances, while it may not be entirely your fault, there seems to have been a lack of consideration in certain aspects. Qing filled her cup in resignation. She did such an action completely absent-mindedly, but pouring liquor from a gourd the size of a child's head into a cup without spilling a single drop was practically a form of art. And it was also a feat that only a master could display. Qing decided to just let them jack each other off among themselves and turned her attention completely away, downing her liquor. Then, as the sound of footsteps approached, suddenly, a neatly dressed young man, clearly excited, spoke in a yell. "Young lady! Let us have a spar." Ching looked at the young man with half-opened eyes. Who the fuck is that guy? The actions Ching enjoyed were as follows. Murder, pulverization, torture, execution. Being covered in blood. It was nice to do it with her own hands, but just watching was also fine. All of these were phenomena that occurred during fights. However, Ching didn't actually like the act of fighting in itself. A fight where she couldn't enjoy her hobbies was nothing more than just labor. It was annoying, exhausting, and difficult. This was why Ching, when facing the demonic cannibal, could never truly enjoy the battle. But now, she was asked to spar? Spar? Why do that when there were so many great life-or-death battles to be had? There had to be some enjoyment in cutting flesh and watching bones lay bare to justify the effort of straining her body. Furthermore, before becoming the disciple of Shimin Surin, Ching had no experience with sparring. After becoming a disciple, sparring was just an excuse for Shimin Surin's harsh punishment, thus Ching merely rolled around in agony. As such, Ching was utterly sick of sparring. On top of that, her mentality was in a very poor state at the moment. Moreover, the young man wasn't an elder like Nugok. There was no particular reason for her to show respect to him. Ching wasn't an evil person, so she couldn't entertain herself with this lamb that walked straight into a wolf's den, but that didn't mean there was any reason for her to hide how pissed off she was. What's with this fucker? Just get lost. The young man's expression turned dumbfounded. After all, it was an insult he had only heard from close friends or relatives. Is that something you are saying to me? Why? Is there anyone else here besides you? How can you say such intemperate language upon our first meeting? Why? What about it? Oh, are you just bursting with etiquette and politeness by asking for a spar upon our first meeting? Do I look that easy to you? Because I'm a female brat wandering alone? After saying as such, a sudden surge of sadness welled up. Do you think I wanted to turn out like this? In spite of herself, she spoke out. So, is it no problem for a young master dressed in such fine clothes to ask for a spar upon first meeting someone? And because I'm a bitch of unknown, shitty origins, you think it's fine for you to just come at me like that? Ching fired off a barrage of words. It was the very definition of sudden, unexpected anger. The young man was certainly rude. But more than that, the timing was extremely bad. Ching's irritation was about to explode at any moment, like an active volcano bubbling. So, obviously, if an earthquake shook it carelessly, it would spill out. Young lady, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. I never had such intentions or thoughts. At such words, Ching suddenly fixed her posture. She straightened her slouch, stood tall with hands gently clasped together, and wore a soft and gentle expression, albeit with a slight frown. As soon as her mouth opened, a beautiful voice mixed with a gentle flirtatious tone flowed out. Young master. Thank you for offering to advise such an ignorant girl. The wild flowers of the mountains and fields are there but merely for the visual enjoyment of the guests. Do you really wish to pick them, only to have them wilt in sorrow? It wasn't that Ching couldn't be feminine. She could if she had to. The nuclear Nugi truly was a great step forward in advancing the educational system of the Central Plains. No, it is truly not that kind of rude trick. I truly do go through all sorts of beggarly, pitiful situations. Just how much of a sin is it for a girl to just want to drink her fill and lie down quietly? What did she do so wrong that she has to be approached and made a fuss over by everyone and their mothers? In reality, the young man had a habit of immediately challenging unique swordsmen he encountered. While staying briefly at the Taiping sword sect, he heard of a mysterious, unidentifiable female master that had appeared, so he had come to watch. Then, upon seeing the sword leaning against the table, he impulsively made a sparring request. It was not because he looked down on Ching for being a woman. However, Ching did have a point. The requests for spars from a noble young master from a powerful clan had never been problematic before. Who in the world could refuse a spar request from the young lord of the Namgung clan? That young lady? Please calm down a bit and... Calm down? Do I look like I can calm down right now? Ching started her second outburst. Seriously. You should experience it too. Want to feel what menstruation is like? Why don't you physically understand what a period is before you tell someone to calm down? Namgung Shinjae was completely flustered. Fucking hell, do you think it feels good to constantly bleed down there in spite of myself? To have weights on my limbs? To have my chest swell even more when it's already so fucking heavy? To not even be able to fucking sleep? That's why I'm trying to drink and rest, but now I'm asked to fucking spar. Do you really think I'm in a position to spar right now? After spitting out her frustrations, Ching stood up abruptly. She picked up her belongings and slung them over her back, before fastening the sword that had been leaning against the table to her waist. Additionally, she skillfully swept up 5 more long swords as spoils of war and walked away shamelessly. The best instructor of the Taiping sword sect and first sword of Anqing, Jack Song-mun, was taken aback by the situation. Why is she taking our swords? After all, one could not casually hand over swords marked with their sex insignia to an outsider. Jack Song-mun hastily reached out his hand. Young lady? Wait, where are you going? We still have other things to talk about. I'm going to go shit out blood. What about it? I shouldn't have reached out. Jack Song-mun immediately regretted his decisions. Overwhelmed by emotions that were indistinguishable between anger and sadness, Ching just stayed cooped up in her room. It did seem closer to sadness, though. The thing she had lost made her sad and her situation was miserable. As such, she reluctantly tried to sleep with her uncomfortable body. She faintly fell asleep only to wake up again and again. Her drowsy mind could not tell if this was a dream, reality, or if she was truly awake or not. She slept so much that she had a headache. But then, she had no energy to get up, feeling utterly lethargic. All she could do was just lay there, breathing in and out. But even breathing wasn't easy. The sun had risen and set, and then risen and set once again. How many times had it done so? At some point, she woke up. The sun was already high in the sky. Her body felt refreshed. To be precise, only her body felt refreshed. Memories rushed back to Ching. She considered this a kind of karma as well. Ah, shit. Ching covered her face with her hands. Fuck. This is so fucking embarrassing. Shit. Fuck. Originally, around this time, she would be in pain and turn sensitive. But still, she had never shown such disgrace before. Ching looked towards the corner of the guest room. 6 swords were present there. Even more, they were neatly lined up, in completely unnecessary fashion. Besides the moonlight sword, number 8, there were 5 spoils of war. Was she actually a crazy piece of shit? Why had she meticulously brought these along? In that haze of pain and annoyance? Among the teachings of Shimen Surin, there was a rule not to steal matched weapons from members of a sect. After all, if one took a weapon that a sect had collectively matched with each other, they would definitely come back to reclaim it. It was only natural. It was an issue of face for the sect. From the perspective of modern Koreans, one might think, what's the big deal about losing face? But in the Central Plains, losing face was no small matter. From early times, what it meant to lose face was ugh. Besides the issue of face, there were practical problems as well. Killing someone randomly by the roadside and planting a weapon with a sex insignia there made framing someone very easy. Even if it was proven to be a false accusation, parts of the responsibility had to be shared in some fashion with the sect. And besides that, there were several other similarly advanced applications. As such, she must never steal weapons marked with a sex insignia. When she responded to the question of how she had survived up to now with such lacking common sense, her teacher had given such advice in utter horror. But in games, collecting jump items to sell was the absolute basics. Ching pushed aside the memories. She sat quietly and reflected on yesterday's events. Honestly, it had turned into a bit of a violent rampage. But, let's be real here. You have to be understanding of this. Unless you lot experienced it yourself, you really can't say shit. Like seriously. This level of fuckery really, truly is the real fucking deal. Ching finished psyching herself up and left the room. She intended to fill her empty stomach first. So, she headed to the first floor. And there she met the person waiting for Ching. Ah, young lady. Is your body feeling better? Yes. After that fiasco, Ching stayed in her room for 3 days. During that time, the rumors spread quickly through Anqing. It was said that Namgung Shinjae, the young sword king, had challenged a woman who was menstruating to a spar, causing her great embarrassment. No matter the lack of sparring partners, how could he propose such a thing to a woman experiencing her period? Was what they said. Rumors, by nature, tended to gain momentum and be added on to over time. There were whispers that Namgung Shinjae had deliberately sought to humiliate the woman, causing her to flee in tears. Fortunately, since Anqing was close to Hefei and it was something that happened within Anhui province, the rumors stopped spreading at a certain point. Speaking ill of the Namgung clan in Anhui province could lead to one's head flying into the air even in broad daylight. At any rate, Namgung Shinjae had to take responsibility for the rumors. Truth be told, Namgung Shinjae felt a bit wronged. Had he known, he would not have requested the spar. But then again, it didn't mean he could exactly ask her about her state. After all, it was not the kind of question one could rightfully ask a woman. Ultimately, a man should gauge a woman's situation with subtlety, but how could he have known at first sight? Nevertheless, thinking it was wrong to have immediately asked for a spar without formal introductions, he sought the help of an elder from the Beggars' Union. With the information-gathering capabilities of the Beggars' Union, they managed to find the inn where the unnamed lady was staying. A single woman who he didn't even know the name of. Even Nugok didn't hear Qing's name and only knew some personal information about her. Basically, it was an utter shitfest. Finding her, in itself, was difficult as well. Young lady, I sincerely apologize for the other day. Had I known your condition, I would never have been so rude. Well, whatever. Let's just forget it happened, then. Qing, who was not feeling all that proud herself, nodded. Then, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am from Shinjae of Hefei's Namgung, the greatest sword clan under the heavens. Oh. Qing exclaimed in admiration. The greatest sword clan under the heavens? Wow, look at them go. Noticing Namgung Shinji's expression, who seemed to question whether he had just heard correctly, Qing quickly added. I am Shiman Qing. Qing spoke briefly since she didn't have much to say. Also, she felt awkward due to the chaos she caused the day before. To her surprise, Namgung Shinjae then acted quite friendly. I have heard from Elder Nugok that you have reached the late-stage peak realm, young lady. While Nugok kept secrets incredibly well, Qing had never specified that her realm was to be kept confidential when telling him. Of course, Nugok wasn't playing some kind of trick or keeping up a pretense. He had simply inferred she wasn't hiding her realm. If anything, Qing should be bragging about it, after all. What about it? It is a bit embarrassing, but I am still at the beginning stages. Therefore. Namgung Shinji's eyes sparkled as he continued. Young lady, let us have a sparring match. No, I must ask this of you, on behalf of Namgung. Please. Qing looked at Namgung Shinjae, her eyes half opened. Wait a fat fucking minute. Look at this fucker go. Seriously? Again? Qing was always bold, confident, and proud. But this time, she felt that she had disgraced herself. It was her first mistake since the start of her Murim journey. Do you even know how sincerely and kindly I lived? To be fair, strictly speaking, it wasn't my fault this time either. It just so happened that the Taiping sword sect acted like utter thugs right when my mind was foggy. And then, some clueless sparring fanatic piece of shit provoked me, didn't he? But still, I was a bit excessive this time. Yeah. I also have a very tiny bit of fault. And because of that, my perfect morality has been shattered. For that reason, Qing was depressed. Honestly, Qing knew that feeling a sense of exhilaration from cutting people was not normal. But what else can I do? It feels so very good. I just can't explain myself. So, she had been careful with her actions. She only enjoyed cutting and tearing apart bad guys. Qing was just slightly unusual, but ultimately an ordinary person. As such, her solution to such times was also ordinary. A city full of bad memories, huh? Better leave then. Qing's decisiveness was unmatched in the Central Plains. Because, after all, she had nowhere else to go. On her way, she stopped by the Taiping sword sect. The martial artist guarding the gate asked what business she had, so she graciously handed over the 5 spoils of war. Or perhaps, trophies. This is. I picked them up on my way here. What in the world did she mean by picking up the swords on the way here? And not just any swords, but 5 from the sect. The warrior's brain froze momentarily, and by the time he reached out his hand, Qing had already walked away. Young lady? Where are you going? Just a moment. As he was stuck guarding the gate, he could only cling on to Qing with his pitiful voice. However, Qing was like the wind, so she could not be held back. After that, just one problem remained. Where to go? Qing thought. First off, it seems I don't get along with water. Somehow, I've never had good luck whenever I'm involved with rivers. Both the abrupt final boss appearance and this place as well. It seems I have some water-related misfortune written in my fate. It's a shame to give up on the Yangtze River free pass, but there's no need to ignore the wisdom of the ancestors that said defying one's fate won't end well. Besides, Qing didn't have much history of traveling in luxury. After all, since when had she started looking for escort groups and whatnot? Just as Qing was about to set off on foot. What the? Why are you following me? No, it is not that I was following you per se. I just did not have anywhere to go, so I ended up here unintentionally. That doesn't mean you'll get a spar, you know? And why don't you have anywhere else to go? What nonsense is that? I can't believe you're just leaving aside your nice, wealthy home and saying something so privileged. Well, the thing is, I am thinking of running away from home. If I return now, I doubt I will be able to guarantee my life. 3 days had passed since the incident. It was only natural for rumors to slowly reach the actual ruling clan of the Anhui province, the Namgung clan. And the current lord, Sword King Namgung Darrow, was a man as straight as an arrow. If the rumor that his son harassed a woman during broad daylight reached him, the consequences were quite predictable. Qing asked in utter incredulity. Nah, what? Then just go on your own way. Why follow me? Young lady. Isn't it too harsh to act so coldly? As a fellow swordsman, I mean. Those who pursue the path of the sword are akin to comrades, wherever in the 4 seas they are. Qing frowned, narrowing her eyes. What is this sudden talk of comradeship? What? You want me to give a standing ovation or some shit? How do I shake off this lump? Then suddenly, an idea struck her. Why do I necessarily have to shake off this wealthy young master? With that, an enlightenment came. Ah. I've lost my roots. My original resolution. The absolute basics. In the first place, Qing had rarely traveled with anyone. But when she did, she had always enjoyed the benefits that came with it. Come to think of it, I wonder how Sani. 1. This is Pungde-san. She calls him San, but this is a pet name where they add ie at the end of a name to show friendliness is doing. Well, I'm sure he's just going around, attracting women with every breath he takes. At any rate, there was enough value in associating with this wealthy young master. I was too caught up in the annoyance of sparring. A few bing-bong-bonk slap here and there? That's easy shit. I just need to get it over with. Of course, there was an essential process beforehand. It was to establish a proper relationship. The longer one had to be with someone, the better it was to make the identity of the relationship crystal clear. At best, he was just a baby in his mid-20s. It was not okay to have him follow her around, using honorifics all the time. For now, Qing tried to casually bring up the conversation, as if to throw in bait. If we're comrades pursuing the path of the sword, then we could be sword brothers. Sword brothers? Namgung Shinji's eyes widened into saucers. I have never heard such moving words before in all my life. Sword brothers, you say. So, we're sword brothers, okay? That is exactly what I have been wishing for. Sword brothers. How excellent. Then, if we're training together as sword brothers, there's no need to be overly formal or keep our distance, right? Namgung Shinji pondered for a moment and then nodded. That does make sense. If you wish, let us do so. What the fuck? It's that easy? Qing felt a sense of disappointment towards this utterly ridiculous and easy-to-convince person. However, her disappointment was premature. Namgung Shinji's title was the Young Sword King, but he also had another moniker. The Sword Lunatic. It meant that he was a crazy-ass motherfucker who was obsessed with swords. Qing had underestimated Namgung Shinji far too much. As such, the sword is indeed the most noble weapon in the world. The fact that Jiu Tianzuan, the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens, descended to the Yu state to bestow swords, and that El Dongbin. 2. A legendary Chinese scholar and poet who lived during the Tang dynasty whose lifetime supposedly spanned 220 years. Elevated to the status of an immortal in the Chinese cultural sphere by Taoists, he is one of the most widely known of the group of deities known as the Eight Immortals. The leader of the Eight Immortals uses a sword, proves by principle that the sword is the greatest weapon under the heavens, second to none. Isn't that so? Yeah. Sure. People often talk about the 100-day spear, 1,000-day Tao, and 10,000-day sword. 3. It's a saying that basically shows how long it takes to master a specific weapon. The longer it takes, the harder it is to master, obviously. It is also used as a way to show that a specific weapon is better. Because it obviously, totally makes sense that the longer it takes to master, the better the weapon is, totally ha 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 wow. Of course, if the one speaking is closer to being a spearman or a Tao wielder, the order of 100 and 1,000 might switch, but the position of the 10,000-day sword, which states that swords require tens of thousands of days of practice to master, is unquestioned. This proves the superiority of the sword once again and that we swordsmen, unlike those who handle other kinds of weapons, are the true martial artists. Ah shit. I got myself into a fucking mess. I shouldn't have involved myself with him. The incessant bragging about swords from her side seemed like it would never end. Sword brothers. The words that meant they were friends bound by the axiom of swords had deeply resonated in Namgung Shinji's heart. Thinking he had finally found someone who truly understood him, Namgung Shinji began to share his special affection for swords. Holy fuck, damn. He talks a lot. Moreover, Namgung Shinji's praise for the sword presented a significant problem for Qing. It wasn't just a simple level of I like swords. I like them so much I can't control myself. It was more like the sword was the only weapon in the world worth considering, and all others were not even worthy of being called weapons. Thus, the only real martial artists were those who wielded swords, and those who used any other type of those so-called weapons were not true martial artists but mere pretenders, trying to appeal that they belonged in Murim when they actually didn't. After all, he was currently making an assertion that was roughly similar to such sentiment. It seems I have talked too much by myself. What about you, young lady? You must have a deep philosophy about swords as well. Well. For starters, they're convenient? Exactly. That overwhelming, unbeatable convenience cannot be ignored. After all, a spear can only stab, and a Tao, pretending to be a sword, can only cut, so their mysteries are shallow and insignificant. Meanwhile, a staff fails to embody the will of a weapon in the first place, which is the intent to cut the enemy, and using a bien is. For now, Qing cut him off. Alright. I know, the sky knows, and the earth knows that swords are great, so let's save that discussion for another time. Putting that aside, is there somewhere worth going to? Namgung Shinji rubbed his chin in thought. Then, he suddenly slapped his palm with his fist. Then, what about Mount Hua? Mount Hua. I have gone to see the absolute sword wall of Mount Hua before. There are no words to describe it other than how truly incredible it is. If it is the Divine Maiden sect, the Mount Hua sect would surely share the absolute sword wall with you. Even if I'm an external disciple with no ties to the sect? That should not matter with the Empyrean presence you exude, young lady. After all, it was like that when I went. Who? Mount Hua, huh? I want to go see it. When would I ever have the chance to see Mount Hua with my own eyes? I'm worried that it might be a bit dangerous, but this guy's been there and back. And since the Mount Hua sect was mentioned by teacher several times, it must be a famous sect. What was it again? 9 sects? If a sect had established itself to that extent, maybe it's not all that dangerous. How can I resist the allure of lava, which is more powerful than fire? There was no need to talk about how decisive Qing was, and Namgung Shinji, needing to escape on Hue immediately, had no time to hesitate. They bought a carriage and a coachman with Namgung Shinji's money. Likewise, they purchased plenty of snacks. And also a generous amount of wooden swords for sparring. Qing frowned. Why buy so many wooden swords? If you resell them, do you get a profit or something? Is this some local specialty? A place famous for wooden swords? Oh no. It seems young lady Shiman is not quite aware yet. A few spars are enough to break a wooden sword. It is much better to have plenty than not enough. Isn't that so? Even considering that, it seems to be a lot, though. However, since he was spending his own money, there wasn't really any reason for her to object. Qing just accepted it as it was. sparring was undoubtedly a hassle. But when thinking about how she would have to sit in the carriage, listening to his endless praise of words, she found herself thinking it wouldn't be so bad to beat this little fucker's ass like a drum. Oh well. Let's just beat the shit out of him. After all, the difference in skill became far more apparent in sparring. Dishonorable tactics and means were prohibited. Targeting dangerous key acupuncture points was also prohibited. And if one intended to use any dangerous moves, they had to be declared in advance. As such, even if Qing said it was just sparring, the outcome was pretty clear. He was just a mere early-stage peak realm rookie, who could barely maintain sword chi as it blinked into existence and out haphazardly. In reality, it would be more of a lesson than a spar. In that sense, sparring with Namgung Shinjae was sometimes helpful and sometimes not. It was quite vague as to which one it was. So, to explain, this was how it went during the first spar. Qing picked 2 out of the 5 approaching sword strikes to hit away lightly. After the 2 real movements were deflected, the momentum of the remaining feigned movements wavered and disappeared. Qing pretended to take a step forward and kicked Namgung Shinjae's ankle. Namgung Shinjae let out a grunt and leaned forward, thus sticking out the crown of his head. Ah. This is my time to shine. Qing's left hand clenched into a fist with the middle finger slightly protruding. Master, your disciple is finally going to do her part. Please watch over me from the heavens. Bonk. In that moment, Qing felt a deep satisfaction swelling from within. So, Master has always kept such a good thing to herself, huh? With that, victory and defeat had been decided, but Namgung Shinjae refused to accept it. Young lady, is that not far too petty? That is cheating. Namgung Shinjae exclaimed, seemingly aggrieved. Eh? Me? What did I do? Qing genuinely didn't understand. How can you resort to other attacks besides the sword? The response that returned was quite strange. It meant kicking was prohibited and so were nuclear noogies. I don't understand what you're saying. In a spar of swordsmanship, only swords should be used. Did you not know that? Qing blinked at the absurdity. What kind of dog's head is that? Why are dogs defecating relevant here? Never mind. Qing protested in a serious manner. You're not going to say we should only use words even in real combat, are you? In real combat, it cannot be helped. If my skill is lacking, I may have to resort to other methods. But this is sparring, is it not? It is training to improve our swordsmanship, so naturally, we should only use swords. Is that convincing? It seems like it might be. It also does kinda seem like absolute dog's hit, though. However, the man's spirit could be regarded quite highly. As in, he refused to back down. My version of sparring is like this. Was how he shouted, so Qing couldn't really say anything in response to that. In the end, it was really just a training of pure swordsmanship only, without any practicality to speak of. To Qing, it seemed like they were just killing time. Or perhaps, wasting it? Additionally, it came with the bonus of bodily fatigue. What even is the point of sparring like this? Yet strangely, it was quite a beneficial time. Young lady Ximen's skills are extremely excellent. It's not worth mentioning the obvious. It's exactly the reason why we don't praise the sun for being extremely diligent in rising and setting. That confidence. What a great attitude for a swordsman. I have learned something new once again. Namgung Shinjae nodded and continued speaking. However, young lady Ximen's sword is far too honest. A swordsman's sword should be free. Qing tilted her head. The fuck did it mean for a sword to be free? Does it mean the sword should find its freedom and leave its owner to wander around by itself, just like Master's sword did? Do you think I would still be at the peak realm if that's possible? Well then. You only need to see it once. Then, I am confident you would understand. This is the third movement of the Azure Heaven sword, called Diffractive Wind. The sword that was swept down flowed as if brushing the ground, rotating twice with the body and slashing horizontally 2 more times. And then, he demonstrated the same movement several times more. However, even though the move remained identical, it was not exactly the same every time. It had the elasticity of a snake biting its prey. The repeating movements had the oppressive force of a rolling boulder at times, the leisure of a gliding crane at others, and then the bustling energy of a swarm of ants. Ooh. Do you see? Even with the same movement, the nature of the sword changes depending on what is infused into it. Young Lady Ximen's moves are so refined that, aside from our Namgung clan, there is no other art or skill that can follow its intricacies. Yet, it always maintains the same appearance. Yeah, okay. Sure. He's valid and all. But why does he seem more like a master than me? It seemed to have bothered Qing a bit, as she smirked mockingly at him. What a pity. It would have been a bit more impressive if you had said that after winning at least once. Heh, being lacking is not something to be shameful of. The only thing to ever be embarrassed about is not trying to improve oneself. Sorry. If you say something as mature as that, what does that make me? Qing immediately apologized. It is all right. Are we not sword brothers, after all? Namgung Shinjie smiled, revealing his healthy white teeth. What's with this bastard? Why is he so weird, but also so chill? From what I can see, it would be better for young Lady Ximen to practice the principles by using just the 2 movements of the 3 powers. What is your opinion? 3-power sword? That one? The stabbing, slashing, thrusting, and whatever? The 3-power sword was embarrassing to even be referred to as swordsmanship. It was merely 3 basic movements considered to be the fundamentals of the sword. Slashing down vertically, cutting horizontally. And the third varied by region. Some said to thrust, others to cut diagonally, and yet others to sweep in a circular motion. For example, it was like the 3 main dishes of a restaurant. The first 2 were fixed and the last one was sneakily included as their local specialty. In other words, the first 2 were completely genuine. The movement where one slashed down vertically was called the pressure of Mount Tai. Though it seemed to have an excessively grandiose name, referring to how it would swing down with the force of Mount Tai, it also had to be considered how greatly it had penetrated into the very essence of a sword. The movement where one cut horizontally was called total annihilation, meaning to sweep through 1,000 enemies with a single slash. This, too, was grandiose but easy to visualize. So why don't young Lady Ximen try to face me using just those 2 movements? It's about embodying the sword forms, so we shall do it without using inner chi. Using just purely the strength of the sword. Qing scrutinized Namgung Shinji's expression. The corners of his mouth were subtly twisted. Qing caught on right away. If I use only 2 movements and don't even use inner chi, then, how can I possibly win? It was clear at first glance that it was a scheme to try and win at least once. Do you know how long it's been since I was that impressed by someone? Huh? Do you? But now, you ruined it. Look at this little fucker yapping. However, Qing's stats were already teetering at the very edge of the human limit. If every single person in the world did not use inner QI, Qing would have long been heralded as the greatest under heaven, with titles such as the female Xiongji. Courtesy name Yu. Was the hegemon king of Western Chu during the Chuhan contention period, 206–202 BC, of China. He was basically a born-to-be king type of specimen. Incredibly strong just from his very nature, BC Obv, history doesn't use actual novel qi. So, this is basically saying how strong Qing is. Or Supreme Queen. And shortly after, Namgung Shinjie spoke with a broken wooden sword in hand. Now that I think about it, not using inner chi seems to make no difference in enhancing the pure strength of the sword. It appears that using inner chi is practically essential. Apparently, Darius, the king of Persia, once said, "The most precious of all possessions is a wise and loyal friend." 2. Herodotus, The Histories Book 5 verse, chapter 25. Qing, the external elder of the Divine Maiden sect, agreed with him. But to add on to that, if that friend was wealthy, then they would become even more precious. Namgung Shinjie was a very energetic man. If asked to name his most manly quality, it would be that he always dined at the most famous places when in a city. Normally, if one abruptly visited a city's most famous restaurant and demanded hand over them food, you wouldn't get a yes, right away. In response. Usually, there were fully booked months in advance through reservations. However, Namgung Shinjie was a Namgung. Originally, big clans were either local Xoku. 3. Though this is a Japanese term, apparently, that's how it was used back then as well. There are definitely mixture of cultures in East Asia. It basically means powerful regional families. In historical context, it can refer to powerful non-royal families regardless of their area of influence, in contrast to the imperial family. Or their descendants. Among them, a few clans had particularly strong control over their respective regions. And the Namgung clan just happened to be the owners of Anhui province. As such, restaurants in Anhui were more than happy to welcome the young master of their province. It was an absolute honor. How could they dare talk about reservations in the face of him? Qing's habit was to always be infinitely happy in front of food. It was a natural disposition. The obsession born from a person's deep-seated resentment about food was not any ordinary obsession. Qing had fought with beggars, strong beggars, rats, bugs, and even stray dogs over discarded food. Naturally, Qing harbored a grudge against hunger. Had there ever been more comfortable days since coming out into Murim? That was how great it was right now. Of course, the Divine Maiden sect was an exception because it was home. Home was obviously comfortable, after all. At any rate, she wasn't just satisfied with the gourmet food. This thing called sparring turned out to be much more enjoyable than she thought. Very well. Let's spar since we're full. Let's go, sword brother. Indeed. To think of sparring right after eating. You truly deserve to be called my sword brother. Namgung Shinjie was sincere about the sword and possessed a talent for teaching that he himself was unaware of. Qing absorbed the pieces of enlightenment that he brought greedily. She sucked that shit out to its very marrow. And then, finally. At the end of a spar, Qing exhaled deeply. Qing finally reached enlightenment. She understood the difference between sword image and sword form. She realized that infusing one's image of a movement to manifest a form was different for each individual in the world, even if they all mastered the same martial arts. It was a long-awaited moment of enlightenment. Achieving the transcendent realm meant interpreting and adapting martial arts entirely as one's own. To put it a bit radically, it could even be called a remodeling of martial arts. It was the starting point of that process. She had just taken the first step in interpretation. Through enlightenment, Qing entered the early-stage transcendent realm. Only now had she truly understood the enlightenment that should have been reached long ago. The gap between skill and martial knowledge had finally narrowed a bit. It was because Qing had learned martial arts in a shoddy manner. One could even say illegally, given the universe's rules. Since she just used whatever was crammed into her head without any foundation or basics, how could enlightenment or whatever possibly matter? 15 days passed. Qing reached Huangchuan, the southern westmost edge of Henan province. Qing thought. How could a city be named Huangchuan? 4. To explain. Huangchuan is an actual county in Xinjiang, Henan. But the same two Korean characters can also be called the land of the dead in East Asian mythology. So, it is a bit ominous to call a place Huangchuan. Basically, if you say, I'm gonna go to Huangchuan, it can mean I'm gonna go KMS? Isn't that way too ominous? Having succeeded in the county of Huangchuan, I shall now bring mother and father to the land of the dead, Huangchuan. 5. Good example right here. It doesn't exactly have a nice ring to it, huh? Unbeknownst to Qing, there were more than 1 or 2 cities named Huangchuan in the Central Plains. If villages were counted as well, there were easily over 100. This was because so many of the rivers in the Central Plains were yellow and muddy. 6. Another explanation. The Huang can be yellow or mud and the Chuan can be river water or lake. Basically, people settled next to these rivers, thus forming a name such as Huangchuan. However, the Huangchuan in Henan province was special. After all, it was the largest city among the many Huangchuans. After stopping at the stable to send the carriage back, Namgung Shinjie paid the remaining fee. And then, as if it was only natural, they sought out the best inn in Huangchuan. Indeed. Just as expected from the so-called best inn. Even from afar, an extraordinary crowd was visible. It was like some human mass had literally formed a wall around the inn. Qing's eyes sparkled. Oh. How can an inn be so popular? Looks like something to look forward to, right? No matter how good of an inn it is, can it truly attract so many people? That does not make sense. There must be something special happening. Something special? Namgung Shinji's eyes flashed. Clearly, a distinguished swordsman must be present. Everyone must have gathered to catch just a single glimpse of their exceptional sword techniques. Does that not make more sense? Otherwise, it is hard to explain such a large crowd. Right. Sure. If you say so. Qing just heaved a deep sigh. Now that I think about it in such a way, I cannot seem to hold back either. I must go meet them and ask for guidance. Namgung Shinjae, unable to hide his excitement, strode ahead. Qing shook her head. What kind of monster are you, sword? No, seriously. What is up with the way of the sword? I can't begin to understand how it completely changed a perfectly normal, rich young master into this. Qing lamented while following her precious bank. But soon, Namgung Shinjae stopped in his tracks. When Qing caught up to him, she saw that his face was so clearly marked with disappointment. Why? What's wrong? It is just full of women here. And? What about it? I have seen this drat scene several times before. It seems the swordmaster isn't here after all. I had my hopes up with my heart racing, even if just for a short while. Ah. This wall of women. Qing was also reminded of something when she saw this. I see. So this is how it looks from the outside, huh? Ah. You're right. The scene inside became roughly clear. Meh. Well, I'm sure some littering contest is taking place or something. Namgung Shinjae sighed deeply. It seems that inside, there is a junior brother I know. He is a foolish punk who uses the Dao instead of the sword, but still, he is not an individual of evil. Just a bit dull-witted. As such, I am thinking of at least giving my greetings. Would that be all right? Do all rich young masters know each other or something? Well, I guess it makes sense for kids of chaebol to stick together. When Qing thought about it, it actually seemed quite obvious for them to. Of course, it's fine. No problem at all. Then, Namgung Shinjae beseeched her again. To be frank, this punk can be quite harsh to women, so he might be rude to you, sword brother. But still, he is not a bad junior brother at heart. Please be a little forgiving and understanding, sword brother. It is also fine to not pay much attention to him. Instead of replying with words, Qing only gave a smile in response. The Central Plains, too, had societal phenomena similar to the modern era, making it difficult for a dragon to rise from a shallow stream. 1. A way to say, self-made millionaire, rise from humble beginnings, rags to riches. The term rising stars referred to the young masters who would become the main figures of the next generation. However, all these young masters came from prestigious backgrounds or were descendants of great clans. Of course, it was largely due to the growth system of focused investment where one's meridians were refined through marrow cleansing from birth, fed elixirs in the form of baby food, and taught to wield weapons as soon as they could walk. However, the biggest obstacle was that it was not easy for young masters who were not from prestigious backgrounds to be properly recognized. If rumors spread that a new master named Qing had slaughtered the demonic cannibal, people would not believe it at first. He wouldn't have fought alone, right? There are masters in the forts of the Yangtze River waterway as well, so they wouldn't have let him fight alone. It was probably a lucky finish after a joint attack, wasn't it? Isn't it likely that the demonic cannibal wasn't in peak condition? He mastered the flame demonic arts, didn't he? That cursed and venomous demonic arts could have messed with his brain, preventing him from making sound judgments. What? A woman? A female brat, you say? She must have offered her body to the masters of the waterway forts in exchange for some fame. Kakik. That would be the general sentiment. Of course, rumors about Qing did not actually spread. Bakhoun, the waterway fort commander, was an old senior of Jianghu and was well aware of these characteristics in Murim. For the sake of his benefactor, it was best that rumors did not spread. Thus, it was all thanks to him erasing traces and controlling the mouths of his people. Of course, it did spread quietly, but those reliable in the waterway forts remained silent, treating them as mere rumors. But what if a rumor spread about a son from a prestigious family defeating the demonic cannibal? For instance, if rumors circulated that Namgung Shinjae had defeated the demonic cannibal, people would react as follows. As expected of the Namgung clan. I have always believed in you. This is the power of history and tradition. We should send a congratulatory bottle of liquor to Lord Namgung. The future of the Orthodox faction is indeed bright. I knew that sword lunatic would cause that kind of trouble. This showed just how difficult and daunting it was for a young, unknown master to make a name for themselves, even if they were a dragon that had risen from a shallow stream. Of course, this basic trend wasn't really the main problem. It was because across all times and places, those in power had always tried to kick away the ladder to the top in order to maintain their tower. It was for the sake of perpetuating a world of Murim dominated by major sects and great clans. In such a situation, the only peers the rising stars had were themselves. Moreover, these rising stars were showered with all sorts of love in their own yards, thus growing up while doing whatever they wished. In the end, the young masters were always affirmed in their lives as Murim's upper class. It was the perfect environment for the birth of a strange bastard whose only positive trait was that he was kind-hearted. And in fact, that had indeed happened. Little brother Peng. About that young lady over there. The drunken sword, Changbin. This title was given to him after he, in a drunken state, single-handedly wiped out a band of thieves attacking a civilian home. He was the most anticipated talent of the Mount Hua sect, as well as the most senior brother of the current generation, thus named Chang. No, little brother, I am telling you to look at that young lady, you see? Hey. What now? Peng Daesan replied with a voice filled with annoyance. Regardless, Changbin whispered subtly. Look at that lady wearing the shockingly red palace dress. The third one from the left. Is she not exceptionally beautiful? If you like her that much, why don't you go talk to her? Alas, there is a sun that such flowers specifically came to view, so how could a bee like me possibly be heard if I spoke? Why were all the rising stars like this? Peng Daesan showed his disdain clearly. I am not interested. Nor is it my problem. Is our relationship only worth that much? Don't be like this. It's lonely drinking alone, you see. I only said that because I'm feeling lonely. Lonely, you hear me? So am I not a person to you? Am I some statue? Haha, am I expected to consider a man a person? Peng Daesan sighed deeply again. To think that a bastard like him was the eldest brother of the Hidden Dragon Assembly. The future of the Orthodox faction was looking quite bleak. For reference, the Hidden Dragon Assembly was the name of a gathering of rising stars from the Orthodox faction. It was also a venerable social club passed down through generations. Big brother Changbin. Why don't you just keep chugging the alcohol you were drinking and stay quiet? Oh my. My arm's about to fall off because there is no one to refill my glass. Look here, little brother. Alcohol, by nature, should be enjoyed with beautiful women. That is what deepens its flavor and makes it all the more enjoyable. Are you spouting that bullshit again? I just want to drink with women. Peng Daesan sighed deeply once again. Among the many rising stars of the Hidden Dragon Assembly, this bastard would easily be his least favorite. He was a good person, sure. But all he did in every waking moment was drink and talk nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that he was so kind-hearted, there would have already been a massive fallout between the two and Peng Daesan would have already cut ties with him. Moreover, despite saying all this. Oh, little brother. Look over there. Changbin's fuss interrupted Peng Daesan's thoughts. It was probably about some beauty again. Peng Daesan's expression soured and showed no hints of recovery. No, look. Younger brother Namgung is coming. I'm going to lose my mind. Seriously. The only person that could be referred to as younger brother Namgung was the young sword king, Namgung Shinjae. And he was known to be the weirdest among all those in the Hidden Dragon Assembly. Being with the bastard he disliked the most was troublesome enough, but now, the weirdest bastard had also made an appearance. It was the perfect definition of adding fuel to the fire. It seems younger brother Namgung found a woman, huh? True to his name as the sword lunatic, it seems he only considers women who carry swords as worthy. Eek, they're coming this way. Peng Daesan suppressed his irritation. Of course, they were. After all, they knew he was here. This was why Peng Daesan always ended up running into people he disliked. The persistence of women was already enough to make him sick with disgust. They threw trash, made all sorts of bizarre attempts at physical contact, and conducted endless surveillance that left no room for privacy. Peng Daesan had plenty of reasons to detest a congregation of women. And one of the reasons was because Peng Daesan's whereabouts always became known. As soon as he entered a city, within half a day, the news would spread like wildfire, saying the Jade Qilin is here. Then, women would flock to him. And when that happened, passing members of the Hidden Dragon Assembly or seniors from the Murim Alliance would say, Jade Qilin has done it again, just like his name suggests, and promptly show up to meet him. But, the sword lunatic was bringing a woman along? Even Peng Daesan had to admit he was curious about this. After all, the fact that the sword lunatic was accompanied by a woman was surprising in itself. What if the Hidden Dragon Assembly voted for the person least likely to be involved with women? Then he would win by a landslide every single time. Namgung Shinjae, the man crazy about swords, really didn't seem to care about anything other than swords. For reference, when saying other than swords, it meant everything else. Literally. Despite Ping Dae-san never making eye contact with women, he was very curious about the sword lunatic's woman. His head turned slightly. She was a pretty young girl in simple martial attire called a dobok. She appeared to be about 20 years old. Her intricately braided hair was black, her skin was pale without makeup, her eyes were large, and her lips were delicate. Her only flaw was that her chest was too large, making her outfit look awkward, but she still fell into the category of being a passable beauty. And she wore a sword at her waist. She's carrying a sword, huh? Of course, she is. She's with the sword lunatic, after all. That does make sense. Peng Dae-san agreed with Changbin. This was quite a rare occurrence, though. Big brother Changbin. Doesn't she look quite familiar? I am not sure. She appears to be a stranger to me, though. I swear I have seen her before. Isn't she just someone's younger sister? Well, that does make sense. That lunatic isn't exactly known for being close to women. While they whispered among themselves, Namgung Shinjae approached and waved his hand. I came to see younger brother Peng, but it seems big brother Changbin is here too? That's right. How have you been? Of course, as always, I am fine. Why would I not be? And you, younger brother Peng? I've been well too. I see. That is good. Being well is best. Well then. This is young Lady Shimin. Despite her appearance, she is an impressive swordsman. Ah. Of course. He isn't called the sword lunatic for no reason. Just as expected. Of course that's the case. The sword lunatic? With a woman? What a joke. Peng Dae-san and Changbin exchanged knowing glances. It was a very rare agreement between them. Greetings, esteemed experts. I am merely a young girl, given the name Shimin. It is truly nerve-wracking to meet such renowned and virtuous experts whom I have only heard of in rumors. Could you, perhaps, please look kindly upon me even if I make a mistake? The girl greeted them with a coquettish voice. Her face was only passable, but her voice was absolute in its refreshing clarity. As soon as Ping Dae-san met her eyes, she immediately fluttered her eyelashes flirtatiously. When seeing the smile in her eyes, one could practically imagine a tail wagging behind her. Peng Dae-san instantly lost all interest upon seeing the overwhelming affection in her actions. I am Peng Dae-san. Peng Dae-san stated his name bluntly. It meant that he didn't wish to engage in conversation any further with her. I am Changbin of Mount Hua. Surprisingly, Changbin, too, responded with just a short answer. Ah. I see. You are the Jade Qilin, Peng Dae-san. The sight of the beaming smile that followed was despicable. Peng Dae-san's voice dropped an octave. What about it? Are you saying you came without knowing, then? Peng Dae-san retorted sharply. The girl immediately made a crestfallen expression. Ah, did this young girl do something wrong? Young Lady Shimin. Do not take it to heart. Younger brother Peng is usually not one to be warm-hearted. It is not just you. He would be the same even if the 5 flowers of Murim were in front of him. Namgung Shinjae consoled his sullen sword brother. But even while he did so, his words were rather ridiculous. Peng Dae-san would act the same even if prettier women than her approached him? What kind of consolation was that even supposed to be? Namgung Shinji's words were basically implying that with her looks, she had no shot whatsoever. It was a statement that would make any woman feel like shit upon hearing it. Despite saying such dog's hit, Namgung Shinjae was actually quite shocked inwardly. It seems that even sword brother is ultimately a woman. It was intriguing to see her become so demure in front of the Jade Qilin, but when considering her usual demeanor, it also sent chills running down his spine. Moreover, this fool uses the Dao. An exceptional swordsman like young Lady Shimin should not bother with him. Just consider him non-existent. It looked like Peng Dae-san would have to continue frowning for the entirety of today. Making such statements right in front of people's faces was exactly why Namgung Shinjae was known as the sword lunatic. but well, it wasn't all that polite to so heartlessly kick away a woman brought by a big brother he knew. It would be better if she just lost interest in him by her own choice. However, it seemed she had no intention of doing so. I have heard that great expert Ping has an exceptional eye for beauty. I possess no such thing. Don't be like that. What do you think of me? If you were to score me, how would this young girl fare? Hia. Look, young lady. Peng Desan sighed and quietly tried his best to speak nicely. I do not like you. If you need someone to talk to, please speak with Dao Master Changbin over there. At this, Changbin, who was quietly drinking beside them, jumped up in surprise. No, wait. That's not. Do not mind his younger brother Namgung, pour me a drink. Ah. Right. Here, have a drink, big brother. Changbin was a man who did not lie. And he had always said that the presence of women made liquor taste even better. So, the moment a woman joined a drinking session, he focused solely on the alcohol. According to him, he acted like that because it tasted way too good. He was an extraordinary figure indeed, one who enjoyed the elevated taste of liquor so much that he couldn't even speak, merely chugging away in silence. And now that a woman was present, it seemed any role that Changbin had in the conversation had come to a close. Meanwhile, the girl continued to pester Peng Desan. So, great expert Peng? What do you think of me? If I may ask? Stop. Enough. Pay me no mind. I am only tolerating this for the sake of big brother Namgung. I would rather not say harsh words to you, young lady. Peng Desan's voice lowered even further. It was clear that he was on the verge of exploding in anger. That was when the young girl spoke. Vi vowed wathern bot sway varshvords tu ivo. Peng Desan looked at her in utter surprise. Look at you always lowering your voice when you talk. Well, to be fair, what else would I expect from you? Suddenly, the girl placed her elbow on the table and rested her chin on her hand, slouching her whole body in a twisted manner. Hey, San. You haven't changed at all, huh? But still, I'm kinda sad, you know? I can't believe you've forgotten my face, just because we haven't seen each other for a bit over half a year. It feels like just yesterday that our Saini was getting all teary-eyed about saying goodbye. No, wait. Or maybe you actually did cry a bit. No way. Why? Can you not recognize me just because my face changed a bit? Peng Desan was astonished. Only then did Qing smile with satisfaction. People sometimes had something to say but were too overwhelmed to actually speak, resulting in only their lips moving without producing sound. That was exactly the case with Peng Desan. Qing giggled. How could you do this to me? Does our friendship only amount to this much? San? Huh. Qing believed that pranks should be enjoyable for both parties. It should only slightly annoy the other person, without crossing the line. If the other person had their feelings hurt, it was no longer a prank, rather, it became a quarrel. Therefore, it was right to clarify things at this point. Acting all womanly and feminine would only irritate him further. This precise judgment of the so-called line was Qing's true talent, inherent from birth. Let's just let him get his shit together for now. Qing changed her target. But why is this friend drinking all alone? Can I have a glass too? Qing reached for the stacked glasses on the table. Dao Master Changbin flinched, before hurriedly grabbing the liquor bottle. He then held the bottle with both hands in a very polite manner, trembling as he poured the drink. Here. Wait, what? Why are your hands shaking so much? And no, it's not that. I just have a bit of a case of hand tremors. Hand tremors? What the fuck? What's all that about? Wasn't he a master? Well, I guess not every party can consist solely of martial artists at the peak realm. Qing casually moved on and tapped the table lightly. Here. Now it's your turn to take a drink. Ah. Yes. Changbin hurriedly emptied his glass and offered it forward. Sure, he mentioned having hand tremors, but it seemed quite severe. In fact, it was difficult to pour the drink because he was trembling so much. However, Qing was a late-stage peak realm master. One of the greatest traits of a master at such a level was the ability to pour a drink neatly, even into a shaking glass. It was said that beyond the transcendent realm, at the unrestrained realm, one could even pour a drink into a flying glass. This was why masters were so revered since ancient times. It's nice to meet you. Hey, race to our pleasant meeting. Cheers. Cheers. Ching downed the clear alcohol. It was a strong white rice wine, made of distilled liquor. As expected of rich young masters. This ain't any ordinary drink, huh? The fiery liquor burned its way down her empty stomach. Ching shivered. Kia, that's good. Long, slender fingers picked up a piece of dried fish. The love that the Central Plains had for beautiful hands had been famous since ancient times. A bow tie's qualification invariably included the shape of her hands. After all, as the saying went, slender hands made jade fingers and white arms. Peng De-san, staring blankly at those white fingers, suddenly came back to his senses. By the way, were her hands always like that? There was something he was reminded of from her suddenly increased beauty and the shape of her hands. Overhaul rebirth. When ascending to the transcendent realm, the body was reconstructed and one's inherent beauty also improved by leaps and bounds. Have you reached the transcendent realm already? Ching, munching on the dried fish, replied. Not really? I just had a minor enlightenment. It really was a minor enlightenment. In fact, everyone present already knew and had it before. After all, it was the enlightenment necessary for reaching the peak realm. Ching had basically cheated her way through, thus skipping past it. As such, she had taken an unusual path, achieving the state first and only gaining the enlightenment later to fill in the gaps. Only Ching, who did not know of this fact, felt proud of herself. Is it that noticeable when someone obtains enlightenment? Of course not. I thought you underwent something like overhaul rebirth. If not that, then what is it? Did you master some anti-aging facial technique? Anti-aging facial technique? Ching gave a puzzled look. It was an expression that was innocent and pure, yet also dumb, as if she didn't know shit. Peng De-san murmured softly. It had been a while, so he had forgotten how ignorant she could be. Anti-aging facial technique is. No, forget it. I just asked because your face seemed to have changed. It's because I learned a few martial arts. Apparently, they're supposed to make you prettier. You learned fairy arts? In such a short time? Wow. You know about fairy arts. Huh. There you go again with that talk. The benefits of the easily attainable fairy arts were only limited to whitened skin and teeth, brightened eyes, and pointless fat removal. Of course, these were key to the beauty standards of the Central Plains, making its function quite remarkable. It was also a type of knowledge that beauties in the Central Plains attained. However, fairy arts that actually cultivated the form of beauty itself was extremely rare. Perhaps only the esoteric doctrines of the renowned female sects in Murim could compare. The Divine Maiden sect, the Vermilion Bird sect, the Heavenly Flower Hall, the Bliss Palace. Or it could be the unintended side effect of the Northern Sea Ice Palace's demonic arts, which could make even men appear feminine. I got a master this time. Since she recognized my genius. She kept requesting me, so I couldn't help but become her disciple. How could you speak such insolent words? No, forget it. Your teacher must have taught you because she understood as well. At any rate, you said you have taken a teacher? Yep. She's called Shimin Surin. She even gave me her surname, you know? That's why I'm Shimin Ching. Cook. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone choking on their drink next to them. Cook, hack, cook. When hard liquor that had an alcohol percentage of over 50% went down the wrong hole, it didn't matter whether one was a master or some alcoholic savant, it would result in a pathetic sight regardless. Chongbin coughed violently, his eyes reddening. Yet even while doing so, he somehow managed to palm his fist in a respectful salute. Young lady, are you referring to the matriarch? Elder Shimin Surin, who is currently serving as the Grand Elder of the Divine Maiden sect. You know our master. Wait, well, please, lower your voice. Look at this guy. You're from a Taoist sect, aren't you? Ching looked at Chongbin with a hint of wonder. Shimin Surin had once told her to just mention her name if any arrogant, dumbass Taoist or Central Plains bastard caused trouble. That even their sect leader wouldn't dare to mess with her disciple. Wait, Sword Brother. Did Sword Brother truly learn from the Sword Queen, who is known as the greatest swordsman among women? Huh? Did I not mention it? You did not. Indeed, I had thought Sword Brother's swordsmanship was extraordinary. But to think the heir of the greatest sword clan under the heavens and the disciple of the Sword Queen would meet and become brothers of the sword. What an amazing connection of fate. Is it really that special? If you start assigning meaning like that, every connection would seem extraordinary. So, has the Sword Queen truly reached the realm of sword intent? Sword intent? I dunno. Ah. But she does fly around on her sword. The utter terror of a sudden nuclear noogie airstrike was something one could not understand without experiencing it themselves. Sword flight. Has she truly reached such a realm? Ah. Oh my word. I would not wish for any more in my life if I could go and see such a lofty sword style even once. Wouldn't that be a bit difficult? Namgung Shinjae gasped for breath as if he was about to keel over and die. As Qing just casually responded, ignoring his state, a gruff voice interjected. Big brother Namgung. Did you not see that we were in the middle of a conversation? So, you have placed your name in the ranks of the Divine Maiden sect? Nope. External disciple. I mentioned I had some circumstances, so joining them was a bit tough. But Master said it was fine, so. Peng Desan let out a sigh. It seemed the story of the matriarch pleading for her to become a disciple was not a lie. If such a respected figure of Jianghu went as far as to make an outsider her disciple, then. But when thinking about it again, it did make sense. A female martial artist reaching the late-stage peak realm at such a young age. If even half of what was known about the matriarch's temperament was true, her testimony was quite convincing. But why are you traveling with that bastard? No, big brother Namgung of all people. Because he's my sword brother? What in the heavens is this sword brother exactly? No, never mind. There is no need to explain. I roughly get it. We were going to go see Mount Hua. Sword Cliff. 1. She changed up the order of the characters. So, in terms of Hanja, it could be seen as Sword Absolute Wall instead of Absolute Sword Wall. But then, the characters for Absolute Wall is actually the word cliff. An interesting fact. Heard it's worth seeing, you know? And I'm also curious about Mount Hua itself. Wait, you cannot just mention something like that so casually. No. Never mind. No. Wait. Peng Desan's eyebrows twitched. What about the other companions? There's none, though? She had no other companions? Peng Desan frowned. You are traveling together alone? Just the two of you? That's right. I know all too well what kind of personality you have, but how can you travel alone with a man as a woman? Qing chuckled and replied. From what I can see, our sword brother over here doesn't care about any of that. I bet he thinks that in this world, there are only those with swords and those without, you know? That is correct. In this world there are only two kinds of people. Indeed, my sword brother, no. Rather, our minds and hearts have reached a point of connection where we could even be called Jijin. Ji part is explained below. Basically means to understand. Jin is the romanticization of the Chinese character for sword. Hence, Jijin. Oh. Jijin. This referred to the ancient story of a concept called Jin. 3. In here, "in" means sound/music. It was about the legendary connection between Bo Ye and Zhong Ziki, famous for having the most profound friendship in Chinese history. Their understanding of each other was so deep that they could communicate through music alone, without the need for words. Since then, the term jiyin, which meant someone who perfectly understood music and sound, had been used to describe the closest of friends. Do not beat around the bush. Peng Desan's voice dropped an octave, as he tried to regain the reins of this conversation. Qing raised her hand. Wait. Stop. What's this? Are you still upset? Sad? What was the point of staying there anyway? Black Shadow Association? Was that what they were called? Anyway, it's not like I could just fight to the death with them. The weaker side had to dip, you know? That was not what I was talking about. Peng Desan's voice returned to normal. When thinking about it, why did he have to care? What did it matter who this insane woman traveled with? Besides, as she said, the sword lunatic was probably the most harmless man in the world for a woman. Even if they traveled together, they would probably just spar all day. He was originally someone who didn't have anything else in his head besides that. At any rate, you said you are heading to Mount Hua? Young. Good timing. It works out well. I was actually on my way back to Mount Hua with big brother Changbin. Are you saying we should go together? Peng Daisan's eyebrows twitched. Why? Do you not want to? No. I'm obviously fine with it, but... Qing turned her head. Changbin was desperately waving his hand and subtly shaking his head, but upon noticing her gaze, he sheepishly bowed, lowering his eyes. Just ignore that. His lifelong wish was to travel with a woman, so think of this as fulfilling one of his wishes. No, wait, little brother Peng. What do you mean that? I am still the eldest of the Hidden Dragon Assembly, am I not? Your words are a bit. Just enjoy the liquor you so rave about. It is bound to taste better with a woman present, no? Kuhiem. For some reason, he made a sound that seemed like an attempt to regain his spirits. However, that was all he did. In the end, Changbin just quietly picked up his glass. So, have you booked an inn? No. We came here because we heard it was good, but we found that the women had built a wall. So, I thought this must be where our Sani is. You are saying you haven't booked, then. Let's go find one now. And then, he called over the server to even arrange for a room for her. Truly, what else are friends for? On top of that, look at him flexing that he's a rich young master. Nice one. Thanks, San. We are looking for someone, one. In the era when the Murim alliance did not exist, the Orthodox faction were just loosely connected conglomerates of large sects and clans. The important point was that they were connected, albeit loosely. They maintained friendships by attending each other's family events or inquiring about each other's well-being through letters. It was during this time that the Hidden Dragon Assembly was established. Initially, it was not even a gathering of rising stars. It was simply a group where the real authorities of the clans and sects got along and formed a sort of society for family events. It was a gathering where they collected small amounts of money to contribute to each other's celebrations, such as first birthdays, 60th birthdays, weddings, and funerals. Then, the demonic cult attacked. The Orthodox faction had to unite their strength to survive. But what had to be remembered was that everyone within the Hidden Dragon Assembly were practically neighbors. Moreover, their connection to each other was similar to as follows. Our son is your son-in-law and your son is his son-in-law and his son is our son-in-law. Thus, while shouting "Are we not all family?", the united forces of the Orthodox faction in the Central Plains repelled the invasion of the demonic cult. It was the birth of the Murim Alliance. After the alliance of the Orthodox faction officially launched, the Hidden Dragon Assembly was transformed into a reserve combat team composed of young martial artists. However, there was always a social hierarchy, even amongst such a supposedly close-knit alliance. The noble youths of the 9 sects One Union and the 10 noble clans could not possibly share the same table as the crude Orthodox faction. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon Assembly was divided into two groups. The Heavenly Martial Team and the Earthly Courage Team. The Heavenly Martial Team consisted of youths from the 9 sects One Union and the 10 noble clans, including special members who had received recommendations from more than 10 members of different affiliations. The Earthly Courage Team gathered the rest of the youths. Therefore, every young sprout of the Orthodox faction dreamed of becoming a member of the Heavenly Martial Team. To them, the members of the Heavenly Martial Team were the true powerhouses of Murim's Orthodox faction, floating and playing above the clouds. Even after excluding materialistic factors, all the members were masters far beyond their age group. The true hidden dragons who achieved remarkable accomplishments. As such, it was no wonder the youths of the Orthodox faction aspired to join the Heavenly Martial Team. In their imagination, the members of the Heavenly Martial Team spared no effort in elevating each other's martial arts through earnest focus and practice. Surely, they would generously share and debate the principles and logic of the martial studies they had realized. Ah! If only I could be there to join in their discussions and share my opinions. It was the dream of every young person in the Orthodox faction. And here in this place, Qing was enjoying that very dream. It was a clear, pure, and meaningful debate on martial studies with members of the Heavenly Martial Team. Everyone in the world has stated that the order was 100-day spear, 1000-day Dao, and 10,000-day sword. Does this not prove that the sword is the king of all weapons, thus showing its superiority over all armaments? What do you think, sword brother? I agree. What about you, Daoist Changbin? The Mount Hua sect was also known as the Mount Hua sword sect. Basically, it meant they were people who wielded swords. As a plum blossom swordsman myself, I cannot help but acknowledge that. Qing nodded and declared. Then, by an overwhelming majority, the motion that the sword is far superior to the Dao has passed. Peng Desan frowned. Qing grinned and brought up the next topic. Then, for the next item on the agenda, I propose that since a Dao is a sword that only has one edge, it should be considered half a sword. Shouldn't we start calling it a half-sword from now on? What do you think? Oh. Sword brother, to think you came up with the word, half-sword. What a precise description of the Dao. This is the first time I have heard such an accurate term in my life. In fact, it is even moving to hear such a word. I shall agree. But still, do you really need to go that far about someone else's weapon? Dao Master Chongbin, are you betraying us right now? We are all Daoists, right? We're all friends who cultivate the Dao together, right? Are you abandoning Daoism? I acknowledge the term, half-sword. Then, with 3 votes of approval, from now on, Saini is not a Dao user, but a half-swordsman. Hence, there were 3 swordsmen and 1 half-swordsman. Even if Peng Desan wished to oppose, he was outnumbered, thus falling into the trap of majority rule. Ha! It is too childish to even bother to interact with all of you. Peng Desan gritted his teeth and thought. Was there really any particular reason he had to travel with Qing? Even he himself couldn't figure out why he had decided to. However, there was one absolute truth he was sincere about. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just let her go on her way. Damn it. Then, should we have the half-swordsman pay for today's snack? Peng Desan growled. Are you seriously suggesting I should serve refreshments after hearing that nonsense? You must be the most shameless person in the world. Huh. Why? What's wrong? Weren't you at least recognized as half a swordsman? If it were me, I'd be so moved that I'd slaughter a pig and throw a feast for the whole neighborhood. I may even wail in joy. Seriously. Namgung Shinjay nodded vigorously in agreement besides her. Peng Desan's voice dropped an octave. I know you do not think before you talk, so you're spouting all kinds of nonsense, but... You don't have to if you don't want to. Forget it, then. Sword brother? Aren't you thirsty? Don't you want a refreshing cup of Longjing tea? 1. Sometimes called by its literal translated name dragon well tea. It's a variety of pan-roasted green tea from the area of Longjing village in Hangzhou, Zhejiang province, China. It is produced mostly by hand and renowned for its high quality, earning it the China famous tea title. If Sword brother is thirsty, how could I possibly just stand by and watch? Then, can we eat bingsu? Bingsu referred to a snack made from frozen fermented milk. It was similar to the modern era's yogurt-flavored ice cream. Except for the slightly moldy smell from the handmade yogurt, the taste and texture perfectly matched its modern counterpart. Qing was greatly surprised to learn of the snack's existence. To think there are frozen desserts in this uncivilized and primitive ancient China. Were they not primitives who could only dig up ice and store them in winter? How did they make this kind of thing? It was simply that Qing was unaware. China of the Middle Ages was a world-leading technological nation. They easily made all sorts of frozen treats, even in the height of summer. After all, when it was hot, cold things were the best. The West, which sprinkled sweet water on snow, were the ones who were actually uncivilized during this era. Of course, the splendid heritage of medieval China was replaced by the dizzying revelry and pleasure of the Red people. How could just bingsu be enough? You may also have milbing and sorak. In fact, you may fill the entire table with cold snacks. Qing raised her sword and exclaimed. Yes sir. That's our sword brother. Holy she, I'm moved. Let's do a sword ovation. Sword. Brother. Namgung Shinjay shouted brother and raised his sword. The swords met in the air and crossed. Peng Desan shook his head. Putting aside Qing, who was inherently out of her fucking mind, the real problem was big brother Namgung who indulged her. For reference, Namgung Shinjay was actually considered the best talent among the hidden dragons. Since he was young, he showed extraordinary understanding and an eye for breaking conventions. A genius who understood 10 things from just one glance, thus raising the hopes of the entire Murim. He was not to be the Sword King but the next martial emperor. If it wasn't for his odd obsession to ascend only through the sword, he might have already reached the late-stage peak realm. No, maybe even the transcendent realm. All flows, waves, and streams eventually led back to the ocean. As such, all martial arts came to a single conclusion at its very pinnacle. Despite such a concept being a principle of martial arts, Namgung Shinje remained fixated solely on swordsmanship. It was only natural that his realm did not rise. Namgung Shinje, too, was aware of this fact. Yet, he stubbornly continued, behaving like a sword lunatic. Serious people attracted serious conversations. But fools were left unbothered. This was why the Sword King drank heavily every night, straight from the bottle without any cups or snacks. He was truly the very definition of a burning filial son. 2. It means that the Sword King's insides are burning due to the strong alcohol he drinks. Peng Dasan gritted his teeth. How absolutely ridiculous. Right then, Changbin, who had become almost completely silent since Qing joined, sneakily asked a question. But little brother Peng. This Taoist has been wondering. What exactly is this refreshing Longjing tea? I have never heard such a terrible thing in my life. Does something like that really exist? Why don't you ask her directly? Changbin stroked his chin, before coming to a conclusion. That is not so easy to do. Peng Dasan felt a surge of anger rising from his throat, but swallowed it down, sighing and reminding himself that he should still be respectful to his big brother. In the end, the conclusion of the debate was Qing grinning as she stuffed herself with frozen snacks. Just like before, it was quite a sight to see her gobbling up food. For some reason, Peng Dasan found such an appearance annoying. I can't believe it. Regardless of who it is, as long as they buy for her, she just crams everything down her throat. How ridiculous. Even hookah raised by the clan would not eat food given by strangers. Yet, she. Okay, and? Did I ask? Was what Qing would probably say if she could read his thoughts. Regardless of what Peng Dasan said, Qing was simply having a good time. Currently, the group had been traveling west from Huangchuan for 3 days and were on their second day staying in Xinyang. This was what traveling with young masters was like. After reaching a city by carriage, they rested for a day or two depending on how tired they were. Then, they rented another carriage and departed. Of course, Peng Dasan, who was relatively frugal, and Changbin, who was genuinely frugal, preferred joining an escort convoy rather than renting carriages and coachmen. However, among their groups was Namgung Shinje, who tore off chits. 3. A short official note, memorandum, or voucher, typically recording a sum owed. At every bank they stopped at, filling his money bag to the brim. Among the 5 noble clans, the Namgung clan was the second wealthiest. As such, the young Sword King's expenditures were the very definition of the god of wealth, Kaishan. 4. Known as the god of wealth. He is a mythological figure worshipped in Chinese folk religion and Taoism, descending to the human world. For reference, the wealthiest household among the 5 noble clans was said to be in Sichuan or whatever. It was when they were about to depart since they had rested for 2 days. This is a crossroad. If we go north, it'll be easier and faster. If we go west, we will not see a city for a while and it'll be a longer detour. Then can't we just go north? If we go north, it leads to Luoyang. Ah, shit. There were ill-fated relationships in Luoyang. It was the same situation, whether then or now, her inner chi might have increased, but her realm remained the same. If only I had reached the transcendent realm, then I would have gone there and caused a shitfest. And there was still the sudden mission she had left unfinished. Just you wait and see. Once I reach the transcendent realm, I will fucking slaughter you all. Wash your necks cleanly until then, Black Shadow Association. No, wait. Was it Black Shallow Association? What was it again? Whatever. Anyway. Ugh, this damn ancient China. Fucking hell. Whether it's sex or people, their names are all so similar. It's confusing the fuck out of me. Of course, Qing's face had changed quite a lot. But with Peng Dasan by her side, they were bound to attract attention, and if anything happened, they would have to flee again. If we go west, the next city will be near the Dabi Mountains, so it'll take about a week. Qing grimaced. A week meant staying in villages or sleeping outdoors. And in reality, there weren't much difference between those two in the Central Plains. From sleeping arrangements to food, it was either a bit more troublesome or the expense of just a few coins to be exempt from such troublesome matters. But what could be done about it? It seemed like there was no choice. Qing asked for the group's understanding. That it seemed they would have to take a bit more of an arduous path because of her. I am dismayed. Did I really appear like someone who would ignore Sword Brother's troubles? As for this Taoist, What? You're going to abandon your fellow Taoists? Are you turning your back on the values of status and allocation? Do you not know whose family name I carry? Will agree. Both of them agreed so very cheerfully. It was truly a relief that she didn't lose her financiers. As such, they packed their bags and stepped outside. Strangely, the streets were crowded and the ratio of women was, once again, oddly high. But honestly, it wasn't all that strange anymore. Nor did it feel novel. After ignoring it, they headed to the stable. That was when Qing witnessed a peculiar situation. Please, find my son. Hey. You old hag. Who do you think you are to come here? Ago, please, my son definitely said he was going to the Daijing sect. Please, just look for him once. Please. In front of a small side gate in the imposing wall. An old woman with white hair pleaded with a martial artist wielding a. No, old woman, that is enough. Please go back. Your son or whoever did not come here, understand? If you continue to wail like this and they hear you, there will be big trouble for you. He definitely said he was coming here. Please? My son, Hazem, surely told me he received a big task at the Daijing sect. He said after finishing the task, he would find his wife again and live well. I am sure of it. Warrior, please, could you check once more for my Hazem, Lee Hazem? For crying out loud. A hag dares hurry and get lost. How unlucky do I have to be to get this commotion during my shift? There was no particular need to intervene. But there also wasn't any reason not to. Never in Qing's life had she merely watched a distasteful scene without doing anything about it. Right as Qing was about to say something. Look here. Is there a need to be so heartless? You must understand the heart of a mother looking for her child, do you not? After all, you must have a father and mother as well. Surprisingly, Changbin was the one to step up first. Qing was shocked. What the fuck, he can actually speak. And fluently, at that. The martial artist corrected his posture upon seeing Changbin. It was only natural for someone who had trained with blades. After all, his uniform, adorned with a plum blossom, was the symbol of the Mao Hua sect. One did not have the qualifications to be called a martial artist if they did not tense up upon such a sight. Of course, Qing was in the unqualified category. Are you a Dao master of the Mao Hua sect? This Daoist is named Changbin. I have intervened because I found the scene I happened upon quite displeasing. Dao Master Changbin. The truth is, this kind of situation has happened more than once or twice now. Initially, everyone took it at face value and looked for a man named Lee Hazem, but he had no connection to our sect. Even so, she stubbornly continued to come for over a month now, so perhaps I was a bit harsh in my words. Qing supported the old woman. Granny, are you okay? Are you a warrior, sir? 1. Interesting take here, is that they used the word Naori, which is a way to describe an upper-class man. From my speculation, seems like the granny doesn't have great sight. Then please, could you find my son? Please. Yeah. Sure. Well, try to find him, so could you go home for today? Your son's name was Lee Hazem, it is Lee Hazem. If you say Hazem of Sumyong village, hell no. There was a phrase called. The most common surnames in the Central Plains were Wang, Li, and Zhang. And this phrase stated, third son of the Zhang family, fourth son of the Li family, thus referring to exceedingly ordinary people. If it was Lee Hazem, his name meant he was the third son of the Li family, born in summer. In the Central Plains, hundreds of people could come up when looking for a Lee Hazem. But Qing couldn't just say that she couldn't find her son because his name was too common. As such, she promised to try her best to find him. Ago, thank you. Thank you, warrior. The old woman muttered her thanks repeatedly with a relieved attitude and disappeared with a bent back. Qing watched her go and asked awkwardly. By the way, does anyone here know how to look for people? Anyone? Unexpectedly, Changbin moved deftly. He asked the gatekeeper for permission to enter and then said to the group. This Daoist will ask around the house sect and the Beggars' Union. Little brother Peng will come with me. Little brother Namgung and young lady Shimin will stay at the Daijing sect and gather information here. From Qing's perspective, Changbin was a far too gentle martial artist with hand tremors, but he was still the eldest brother of the Hidden Dragon Assembly. At 29, there was no other young master in Jianghu with a more wide range of experiences than him. Oh ho? Look at our Changbin go. Our friend here was quite a smart one, huh? Qing had already declared them as friends. To emphasize once again, it was not a suggestion, but a declaration. Since Changbin was on the older side and Qing had a higher status and allocation, why not just say those two qualities were practically the same and be friends, right? From Qing's viewpoint, it was a significant concession. After all, strictly speaking, Qing was higher in both age and status. The only thing she was lacking compared to him were wealth and common sense. On the other hand, Changbin felt quite burdened. After all, status usually took precedence over age. Moreover, Changbin is so reliable. How reassuring. Qing kept poking Changbin's side with her elbow. What kind of woman behaves so freely with a man? In a world where men and women were distinct, how could she be so informal? How could a woman not know to be modest? Could she perhaps have feelings for me? Of course, Changbin, rather, was the one who actually became modest in front of women. He averted his gaze with a flushed face. That. Let us go, little brother Peng. Peng Daisan looked at him as if finding him pathetic and then spoke. By the way, big brother, do I have to go with you? Of course. Did I not say we are going to the house sect, after all? The house sect was the most peculiar union in Jianghu. Originally, Hao referred to the 5 most humble professions in Jianghu. A sect meant for such lowly people. Essentially, it was a gathering of those living at the very bottom of society. One might wonder what such people, the lowest of the low, could accomplish, even if they gathered together. However, they leveraged their specialties to exert their own kind of strength. Namely, their incredible stealth techniques that made them practically invisible to others. These lower-class lives were masters of stealth, thus indiscernible. When people in the Central Plains sat in an inn, they did not notice the servers cleaning the floors. Even if they were seen, they did not think such lowly beings could even understand human speech. Porters, coachmen, and boatmen were also treated as invisible. Peddlers and courtesans were regarded as if they were deaf. Through this, the Hao sect became the foremost information dealer of information, as well as a jack-of-all-trades enterprise dealing in smuggling, black market trades, brokerage, and more. And the sellers of information in the Hao sect were beautiful courtesans. Those who actively utilized the weapon of womanhood. They were adept at overcharging while selling information and skillfully extracting information in return. Yet, there was someone who could exploit the weakness of any and every woman. The one who exuded such majesty was the most handsome man under the heavens. Little brother Peng coming along will surely yield proper information. After all, those individuals have reached a state of mastery when it comes to ripping people off. Peng Daisan was immediately convinced. Meanwhile, a face poked out of a sect's side gate. It was the Daijing sect's leader, Wang Gaiak. Originally, the side gate was a passage only used by servants, kitchen staff, and the like. It was not exactly dignified, nor honorable, for a sect leader to be seen using it. However, this was the conclusion Wang Gaiak had come to after much contemplation. After all, it was also true that guests usually did not come to the side gate. Especially such distinguished ones. This place does not seem to be suitable in welcoming such esteemed guests, so please let me escort you through the main gate. It was a compromise that satisfied both parties. Since the sect leader personally welcomed them, there was no shame in facing the guests, and since he did not cross through the side gate, his dignity remained intact. From the guests' perspective, they did not pass through the side gate and the homeowner personally came out to greet them, a move that could be considered admirable. But to Qing, all she could think was, why? What's the point? Eh? Do we really need to go through the main gate? I understand Sword Brother's free and easy manner, but a true man does not enter through the side gate. A Sword Brother is also a peerless swordsman, you must always keep this in mind. In other words, entering through the side door was considered a disgrace for a swordsman. Qing just accepted it as was. Okay. I see. Just as expected of the OG Qing Chongs, huh? Look at them making a big deal out of useless shit. While the guests were led along the tall walls of the manor, Daijing sect leader, Wang Gayak, felt somewhat disappointed. He had heard that a Taoist from the Mount Hua sect had arrived. Wang Gayak had also heard of the rumors that the Jade Qilin had entered the city. As such, it was easy to guess who exactly the Taoist of the Mount Hua sect and his party were. But what was this? It was just a young swordsman and a pretty girl in martial attire. The young man was indeed personable, but he did not radiate the brilliance of the most handsome man under the heavens. It really seemed like they weren't at a level where the sect leader had to personally show his face. Had he acted too hastily? That was what he was thinking. Thus, his eldest son, Wang Sanxiak, who was in training, came out to greet the guests instead. Wang Sanxiak belonged to the Earthly Courage team and immediately recognized the unexpected visitor's face. Great expert Namgung Shinjae. It is an honor to have you visit our sect. My name is Wang Sanxiak. Do you perhaps recognize me? We have met a few times at the Alliance. Is that so? Pleased to meet you. Wang Sanxiak was slightly taken aback. After all, Namgung Shinji's attitude was quite lukewarm. Great expert? To think the Daijing sect was a half-sword sect. But since we are comrades of the same orthodox faction, I have no choice but to try to understand. Apologies for the sudden visit. What in the world is a half-sword sect? Perhaps the reason for the successor of Namgung's chilly demeanor lies in that term called a half-sword sect. Did our Daijing sect do something wrong? However, Wang Sanxiak could not even begin to guess what exactly it was, so he had no choice but to break out in a cold sweat. For reference, as a member of the orthodox faction, he was someone who had always prided himself on maintaining the dignity befitting such a status. Ah. I apologize. This is not the time for me to be asking such things. Is there anything you need? What can I do for you? Will you be staying the night? The meaning behind such questions was whether they were going to stay for dinner. That he needed advance notice in order to prepare. I am not sure, but there are more in our group. After all, the Drunken Sword and Jade Qilin have gone to take care of some business. However, they should be back soon. This implied they were not sure about staying for the night, but did intend to have dinner here. That there were more people coming, so they should prepare as such. Oh. Wang Sanxiak's face lit up. There were a whopping 3 members of the Heavenly Martial Team. And even among such a group, they were all true hidden dragons, at the level of successors to their respective affiliations. Such an opportunity to build personal connections had come knocking, so naturally, he could not help but be delighted. Then, this young lady here is Shiman Qing. Her introduction was a bit brief. It implied she was an unknown without a clan, sect, or title to her name. She was a fairly pretty young girl, as well as a swordsman, so he assumed she was just someone they were bringing around. After all, at least one of such women was usually present as company. I see. So you are young Lady Shiman. Wang Sanxiak instantly lost interest. There was no benefit in getting too familiar with the woman of a Heavenly Martial Team member. After all, it wouldn't end well for him. But great expert, will the rest of your party be much delayed? Father has prepared some refreshments. Oh. Refreshments. You're quite courteous, huh? Hey, sword brother. Is it right for me to join as well in these situations? Ignoring delights that had already been prepared would be rude, right? Can you say I'm right? Of course, that is only natural. No sect, union, or clan would dare to neglect someone like sword brother. So, when such a conversation came up, Wang Sanxiak was quite taken aback. He roughly understood what sword brother meant in this context. But to think she was a woman with such significance that even the successor of the Namgung clan himself would use the word dare to describe how she should be treated. What is going on? Is she the future lady of the house? I should have been more welcoming earlier. Shoot. Wang Sanxiak elevated his evaluation of Qing by at least 3 stages. Daijing sect leader, pinnacle of Huangchuan Wang Gayak, was a good person. Qing didn't even need to check his karma, she could tell just by looking at the mountainous piles of snacks on the table. And when she did actually check, surely enough, he was maintaining righteous karma, giving him enough of a qualification to be an owner of an orthodox sect. While Namgung Shinjae was strangely keeping some distance, occasionally engaging in conversation here and there, Qing just went ahead and ate. Bitter-tasting local tea, Banhan tea, was served along with a mountain of youtiao and 2 types of go. Youtiao was a snack made from deep-fried dough. It was one of Qing's favorite treats. After all, it tasted exactly like the twisted donuts she used to eat in her hometown. In fact, since the method of making them was actually the same, the taste was obviously identical. Go referred to a variety of stacks that had been hardened after cooling. Some were sweet and sour, and others were salty. Qing never, ever refrained from eating. This was the one thing she absolutely could not hold back on. After all, she considered the only advantage of this voluptuous body to be its supercapacity stomach. Come to think of it, all this obsession over food stemmed from her struggling after dropping into this primitive, uncivilized ancient China. For now, she hastily filled herself up on snacks. Then, after doing so a while, she abruptly remembered that snacks weren't actually the goal at hand. Ah. Sect leader. Do you happen to know a person named Li Hazem? Li Hazem? Li Hazem, you say, was there such a sect disciple? I cannot recall anyone by that name. Ho ho, it is a bit embarrassing for me to say, but I cannot memorize the names of every single sect disciple. But, why is it that you are looking for him? Well, about that. Qing recounted the incident that happened at the side gate. Wang Gayak slapped his palm with his fist. Ah, you mean that old woman. It truly is regrettable, but I do not understand why she is asking for him in our Daijing sect. Did you already know about this? Of course. It was a pitiful situation, so I had even inquired about it. But when I did, I found that Li Hazem was quite a wretched bastard. A wretched bastard? He had gotten obsessed with gambling, lost all his family fortune, and even sold his wife to a brothel. It is obvious he must have run away to escape his debts. And then, he proceeded to pin it on our sect. TSK. Wang Gayak clicked his tongue in displeasure. He didn't seem to be lying. Qing suddenly remembered the old woman's words. She said he had taken on some big task from the Daijing sect, so he could find his wife and live well again. Finding her? Unless he stored her somewhere, those words didn't make sense. But if he sold his wife, it meant he intended to buy her back with money. So, such word choice was consistent with that speculation. That was when Wang Gayak subtly brought up something else. Ah. My children are a bit lacking, but they are eager to meet such distinguished guests. May I introduce you? Qing looked at Namgung Shinjae. A silent conversation of gazes passed between the sword brothers. Is this perhaps the part where we pay for the tea price? That is correct. She roughly got it. Basically, after one eats, they should pay the suitable price of the food. Since they had to intrude on his hospitality while waiting for Peng Dasan and Chongbin anyway, merely having a conversation with his children should be fine. When Peng Dasan and Chongbin returned, their findings were essentially the same. That he was a bastard obsessed with gambling who even sold his wife. That he surely must have run away to dodge his gambling debts. However, that wasn't all. There were many who have run away exactly like this. People like Li Hazem acted as if they had found some big opportunity before disappearing. It was said that all three people, including Li Hazem, mentioned the dying sect. Then, is it related to the dying sect? The amount of ingredients entering the Daijing sect and the amount of trash left over has not changed during such a time. So, it is probably not a kidnapping case. Peng Dasan relayed the words he had obtained from an information broker. It was from a former courtesan who generously shared everything she knew without holding anything back. No, that was an understatement. She practically shared her entire life story. Just as it had always been since long, long ago, beauty was a form of power as well. The Daijing sect's external activities are limited to patrols. There are no personnel sent outside, so apparently it is unrelated to the Daijing sect. So, they just ran away? What were they called again? The Beggars' Union? Did you ask them too? The beggars. Wait, that expression. Peng Dasan shuddered. It was that expression again. That damn expression that practically screamed she knew absolutely nothing. Do you not know what the Beggars' Union is? I guess I don't. At this point, he only found it wondrous. In fact, it was almost awe-inspiring. Hasn't this practically surpassed the realm of mere ignorance? Honestly, yes. It had obviously gone beyond mere ignorance. But it wasn't because Qing was ignorant that she didn't know. It was just that she had no interest whatsoever. She hadn't sought to learn about it on her own, so she never bothered to ask in the first place, nor had she encountered anyone who would discuss such matters during her travels. If she had to pick something she was interested in, food would be the only topic. Shimin-surin was horrified when she saw this side of Qing, thus teaching her many different aspects of common sense. However, even Shimin-surin could not teach her about such obvious things. After all, she must have known already, right? How could one dare to think that there would be the absence of a common sense beyond even their wildest imaginations? Thus on this day, Qing finally learned about the identity of the Beggars' Union, an organization of Murim. She also found that the strong beggars wearing those seemingly new ropes were from the Beggars' Union. The beggar with 7 knots that pestered her at Anqing was actually a high-ranking person in the Beggars' Union, but why would she care about that? Either way, he was lower than Qing in status. They said over 30 people had run away in nearly 2 months and, despite a majority having been witnessed fleeing, they still found this situation quite strange. Then, what is it? They ran away as a group or something? Perhaps someone lured people away promising great benefits in the name of the Daijing sect. That was what they suspected. Oh. The beggars are pretty smart, eh? Qing was impressed. But then, she suddenly realized something strange. But is that all? Why are they the only ones to know? The Daijing sect doesn't know, though. Shouldn't they have already done some kind of investigation on their own end? Peng Dasan replied as if she was saying something utterly ridiculous. Are they not just people who lived foolishly and disappeared hoping for some big windfall? Is there really any need to look for them? Young? Qing looked at Namgung Shinjae. As such, he spoke as well. He is mere trash that sold his wife. It is better for her mother too if he just disappears. Eh? What? Qing turned her head to look at Changbin this time. Changbin, too, nodded at Qing, so very naturally lowering his gaze upon Qing's unspoken question. What am I the weird one? For some reason, Qing felt a bit wronged, thus protesting. Are you sure you're right? If someone is plotting some conspiracy. Is it hard for you to handle about 30 third-rate martial artists, Kinji? I mean, of course not. The pet name Kinji came out naturally from Peng Dasan's mouth, but no one managed to notice. Even third-rate martial artists who know how to wield a word are not a problem. So what kind of conspiracy could 30 people from the gutters possibly create? Oh. Huh. Come to think of it, that did seem to be the case. But wasn't that besides the point? Big brother Changbin. Please share your thoughts too. Young lady. That is. In the first place, it is not particularly our place to interfere. At around this point, Changbin sneakily checked Qing's reaction. The hesitant way his words trailed off suggested he wanted to speak informally. So, Qing nodded in approval. Seeing as she had already asked to be friends before, it was rather remarkable that he was still being so timid about it. It is a matter of the civilians. Ultimately, the government should step in for this. 1. This means exactly what the line following says. Non-interference between the government and Murim, thus meaning that they should not intrude upon each other's affairs. This was why fights between martial arts were not considered murder and not pursued by law. Conversely, martial artists who killed civilians and the common people were wanted with bounties placed on their heads. In severe cases, masters affiliated with the government were dispatched to behead the criminals. Of course, there are brave clans like the Yang clan of Xinjiang, who have protected the common people for generations, even at the cost of shedding their own blood. But is there truly a need for the Yang clan to step in, just because the government is incompetent at fighting off the foreign invaders? Moreover, their estates are inland and have nothing to even do with those pirates. The Yang clan of Xinjiang? I think that's the same Yang clan as that guy, right? Qing frowned. After all, she had regarded them as nothing more than child molesters. I wonder. Is Zhang Mingji doing well? She did say she would return when it gets cold, so maybe she could go visit the Divine Maiden sect after touring the Mount Hua sect a bit. Then, she suddenly felt like something was off. Something. It felt like she was forgetting something. What is it? Why do I feel so empty? It kind of feels like I'm missing something obvious. Then, the answer suddenly came to her. It was the status window. To be more specific, a mission window had not popped up. Why? Normally, at this point, doesn't something like sudden mission or whatever have to pop up, shitting all over my mood? I guess I did feel like I overcame it last time. Did I actually manage to get rid of it through that? Ching opened the mission window with a sense of unease. The mission window floated up from a corner of her vision and unfolded in the center. Ching's eyes trembled as she scanned through the completed mission. Sudden missions didn't appear just any time. They only appeared when Ching was insulted or threatened. Or when she faced a fight between martial artists. Basically, it meant that it couldn't give two shits about the missing case of an ordinary person. Ching covered her mouth. After all, she felt like she was about to vomit out the snack she had just eaten because of the sudden nausea. Yua, this crazy status window motherfucker. It's a little piece of shit whether it comes up or not. Were you fucking discriminating even for missions? Based on who the person involved was? Then what constitutes righteous karma and evil karma? Are there separate standards for righteous and evil karma? One for the government and another for martial artists? What even is the criteria to begin with? If the status window arbitrarily assigns scores and good and evil don't actually matter, then what am I? What about everything I have done? Shimin Ching. Peng Desand's shout snapped Ching back to reality. Are you alright? You suddenly turned pale. No. It's not that I'm not alright. Ching's hands trembled. She was thirsty. A thirst that neither water nor alcohol could quench. Blood. Blood is what? Blood is what I need. But then, suddenly, a face came to mind. Right. I met someone I could kill, huh? Let's just hold on a little longer. Then, I can finally see some blood tonight. Who? It was right when Ching was trying to calm herself with a deep breath. Sword brother. Namgung Shinji's voice, drenched in worry, reached her. Why? Sword brother. No, well, it's just that by any chance. Namgung Shinji hesitated. It was quite a departure from his usual confident demeanor. When Ching cocked her head, Namgung Shinji continued to speak with great difficulty. Come to think of it, the date is roughly you know. What are you talking about? Sword brother, are you not going to speak properly? No, well, I mean, what I am trying to say is wait a moment. Namgung Shinji rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a bundle. Right, this. Here, take it. What is this? Is it a gift? So suddenly? If you think this will make me happy, then you're absolutely right. But, what is it? A gift of swordly affection? Swordly affection. Once again, a weird term popped up. However, Namgung Shinji did not show much reaction, so it was no fun slash. It is poppy. Poppy? Isn't that just opium? But why give this to me? As Ching unfolded the bundle, the scent of dried leaves filled the air. It was the trademark smell of the forest, offering tranquility and calm. If things get too difficult, just chew on one of these. It's not that bad, though. Anyway. Thanks. Ching expressed her gratitude, albeit with mixed feelings. After all, it feels a bit inappropriate to accept drugs and be happy about it, you know? Anyway, tasting the gift on the spot, even though it may not be polite, would definitely create a very pleasing scene. Right? Ching put a leaf soaked in poppy sap into her mouth and chewed. It was bitter at first, and then it had a rather strange taste. Truly, an indescribable flavor and texture. The pickled leaf didn't dissolve or break down in her mouth, but rather just oozed a bitter juice. It wasn't bad enough to spit out, but it also wasn't all that tasty either. But well, it wasn't meant to be eaten for its flavor in the first place, so what else could really be done? All she could do was endure it. How much time had passed since she thoroughly chewed and swallowed even the fibrous residue? Soon, a drowsy medicinal effect spread throughout her. It felt like she was somehow floating, making her feel at ease as if everything in the world was soft and fluffy. After crawling on her but until she reached the wall, Ching slumped down against it. In truth, opium poppy was considered more of a first-aid medicine in the Central Plains. It was because of its excellent efficacy. It reduced fever, relieved indigestion, and stopped diarrhea. Moreover, it soothed pain and hunger, a truly miraculous herb like no other in heaven and earth. On top of that, it was hardy and grew in abundance. It was common practice in civilian households to grow a few of them in the backyard for medicinal use. It was common for female martial artists to carry it around. After all, it helped alleviate the discomfort and agony they experienced in a certain few days of the month. It wasn't just about feeling like shit and a bit nauseous, the merciless Jiang who did not consider a woman's circumstances. It was potentially more fatal than mere sickness. As such, the other two did not really stop her. Per usual, Changbin had something to say, but looked away awkwardly instead. Meanwhile, Peng Desan just gave a piece of advice. It is not healthy for a martial artist. It is best to use it one at a time only when absolutely necessary, but... Then, he looked towards Namgung Shinjae. Or at least, Peng Desan believed he just looked at him. How do you know about that day of the month, big brother Namgung? And to think you would even keep track of such a thing. How is this so? Heh. Little brother Peng, your gaze is quite impolite, is it not? It was not me who kept track, nor am I the one to bring such a herb. Elder Keeper of Secrets gave it to me. Elder Keeper of Secrets, you say? How did such a figure? The disciplined elder of the Beggars' Union, Keeper of Secrets Nugok, was well known for his obsession with secrets. When I first met Sword Brother, coincidentally, there was misconduct. Yes. That happened. I thought, how could there be such a fierce woman in this world? Perhaps the elder thought the same after seeing that situation and wished to give her some poppy. Ah. The glint in Peng Desan's eyes changed. Misconduct. And fierceness. What exactly had the Keeper of Secrets seen to personally send Poppy to a girl who could be his granddaughter? There is no need to send such pitying looks. Well, in the end, I became friends with such a precious sword brother. Is it not just like that saying? It is unpredictable how joy and misfortune would enter your life. Is that not so, sword brother? Yeah. Sword brother. Qing raised her arm and responded. Poppy was originally a toxic plant. Seeing how she took a huge bite from the start and thoroughly sucked out all the juice, it was no wonder she was intoxicated. Normally, poppy was finely chopped or brewed like tea to control its effects. Peng Desan cocked his head. What is this? Why is she acting like someone who's chewing on poppy for the first time? Could it be you? Esteemed guests. Dinner has been prepared. A servant's call inviting the guests to dinner interrupted Peng Desan's words. Qing wasn't drunk but rather, high on drugs. Strictly speaking, alcohol was also a drug. As such, drugs had major categories, each with different effects. Alcohol stirred the meridians, lifting spirits and leading to hasty decisions. On the other hand, opium clouded the mind, providing a dreamlike comfort. Qing was in a very, very comfortable state due to the drug's effect. It was similar to how she felt when staying at the Divine Maiden sect. And at the Divine Maiden sect, she always behaved in a fixed manner. After all, she had to always be wary of Shimin Surin's nuclear Nugi airstrikes, delivered from the medium of sword flight. Originally, habits tended to surface more when the mind was muddled, so it was only natural for Qing, high on opium and delirious, to reveal her habits. A girl akin to a gentle butterfly meandered the path. Peng Desan frowned and Changbin glanced at Qing. Namgung Shinjae was originally indifferent. Also, having already seen all sorts of sides from his sword brother, he didn't mind as long as it wasn't too unsightly. Meanwhile, the Daijing sect leader Wang Gayak and his children rubbed their eyes. Who is that? Is that the same thing as before? After all, she was the very woman who gorged herself earlier, as if the snacks were her parents' murderer she wished to annihilate from the world. And then, throughout the conversation, she showed signs of drowsiness. Didn't she even nod off a few times? But now, she had suddenly appeared as a girl full of grace, so it was only natural for them to be so surprised. Poppy made one forget hunger and provided a sense of fullness. As such, unbecoming of her, Qing slowly picked out and savored only the delicious foods. Among everyone's astonishment, there was one person who felt a different, ticklish emotion. It was Wang Gayak's second son, Wang Sanman. It was because of this guest who kept smiling and making eye contact with him throughout the meal. Has young Lady Shimin taken a liking to me? After all, the look in her eyes was too blatant to say it was not true. Sometimes, when their eyes didn't meet, he thought she might be focusing on something above his head for a moment, but soon she would meet his eyes again and send him a beautiful smile. Pride surged from deep within Wang Sanman. That's right. It is me. Not Big Brother, but me. It's this Wang Sanman who she is interested in. Not Big Brother, but me. Me, I tell you. Consequently, a gradually increasing sense of discomfort emanated from the Jade Qilin, who was sitting next to her. Putting aside the anxious beating of his heart due to seemingly rubbing off on a master the wrong way, Wang Saman's nose pridefully turned up and the angle of his jaw lifted. The Jade Qilin is far too handsome, so she probably didn't even consider him in the first place, right? When thinking realistically, this Wang Sanman must be the most charming person here. Wang Sanman was intoxicated with a sense of victory while Peng Desan seemed increasingly uneasy for some reason. Qing, however? She was just happy. This is what it means to be happy just by looking at something. -324. How could a number be so beautiful? Whether the mission window considered the common folk as humans or not, that didn't matter for shit in this situation. That bastard was a martial artist, so he was definitely one shitty-ass motherfucker. His father had righteous karma, his older brother had righteous karma, and even his sister, who kept giving displeased looks, was only -17. So, it was quite curious and rather impressive that he alone seemed to scream I'm different. By having over an evil karma value that was over 300. And above all, she was so very grateful. She couldn't help but commend him from the depths of her heart. His talent was confirmed at the afternoon tea she had earlier. And after hearing the story about the missing cases in their room, the puzzle pieces seemed to fit perfectly. Ah. It's that motherfucker. The reason for dragging the Daijing sect's name through the dirt? Because obviously, it worked. It made it easier to fool ordinary people. If it was said to be a lucrative task requested by the righteous, orthodox Daijing sect, it would not seem all that dangerous at first glance. Furthermore, the fear of repercussions would have been lesser as well. But in order to pull it off, there had to be some kind of assurance that the request indeed came from the Daijing sect. Then, what if the second son himself was personally involved? Wasn't it only natural for it to be believable at that point? So, it was a kind of fraud. In modern terms, it was like handing over a fake business card to fool gullible people. I guess all these scamming motherfuckers think the same way. How is it that they are all so identical? Qing thought, her mind soaring due to the drugs. What would it have been like in-game? I probably would have had to lead some comrades, find evidence, search for people. Even witnesses may have been necessary. Maybe I would have dragged literally everyone's name in the mud? You're the culprit. No, you. Nah, it's the father. No, the mother. Sorry, I meant the grandfather. Never mind, it's the grandmother. I would have accused everyone, tarnishing their honor. I mean, as long as it's not me, right? Who cares about them NPCs? After all, in games where attacking NPCs are not allowed, only after uncovering the conspiracy would they get judged as an enemy. And then, I would be able to beat the shit out of them. But right now? Is this a game? To be honest, I don't really know either. I guess? But does that mean I can't attack? Nah. Fuck that. Status window? If you want to stop me, just try it. Fuck it. I'll fuck over whoever I want. Of course, I mean metaphorically. My dick is gone, after all. Anyway, fuck off. I'm gonna do as I fucking please. Even if my dick is gone physically, I believe that the cock and balls of the soul is what makes a true man. Qing's smile grew increasingly similar. Fortunately, a catastrophe where the girl, overflowing with heavenly slaughter, suddenly started emitting killing intent did not occur. It was because the meal ended at just the right time. After they finished eating and got up to return to their rooms, Qing whispered to Wang Sanman as she passed by him. Young master, I will see you at the side gate after midnight. I will be waiting. Steam seemed to snort out from Wang Sanman's nose. Even Qing couldn't help but doze off slightly due to the medicinal effect, thus being a bit late. Of course, it wasn't Qing's fault at all. The responsibility for being late was entirely on those primitive Chinese fuckers of the Middle Ages who didn't even have a clock in their rooms. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Qing, there was more than just one side gate in the Daijing sect. So, Wang Sanman paced back and forth near the sect's side gates as the time approached, his heart burning with impatience. Was she just playing around with me? Come to think of it, he thought there was no reason for her to choose him over the formidable members of the Heavenly Martial team. Even in the slim case that she did, there was no reason to specifically flirt with the second son when there was a separate successor to the sect. But those eyes. What if she was just briefly delayed because she dozed off? Thus, Wang Sanmen wandered for about an hour and a half. To put it in modern terms, he basically waited aimlessly for 3 hours in the hope of banging a girl. He was truly an exemplar in displaying the sorrow of a man. And finally. Ah. Young master. I apologize for being late. Not at all. Damsel. I have just arrived. No, I have waited a long time, but it is no matter. Wang Sanmen started with the usual stereotypical reply but then corrected himself, realizing the oddity in his words. It wasn't right to say he had just arrived when it was more than an hour and a half after the expected time. Claiming he hadn't waited long would make him seem tardy, after all. Young master. I am embarrassed to ask this, but... What is it? Is there perhaps a place where one can scream loudly without being overheard? Hyuk. Wang Sanmen spat out his last remaining breaths in spite of himself. From the aspect of extracting information, torture was remarkably inefficient. Torture was an act that brought forth the antipathy of the opponent. As such, how could one trust the information divulged by a target whose hostility had been heightened to the extreme? Moreover, the person being tortured would gauge the torturer's reactions in order to somehow escape the moment. It became a situation where they said what the torturer wanted to hear, instead of actually conveying accurate facts. However, for Qing, this was a fact she didn't know anyway. And even if she had known, she wouldn't have cared. There was a deep-seated malice embedded in her heart. A powerful urge that always whispered persistently. Blood and blood. And even more blood. Screams. Outcries of pain. Blood phlegm boiling, surging up in wheezes. Weak breaths, barely clinging on to life. Tears swallowed down to stifle the wails. Pupils that all had different charms, whether they were unfocused and dully open, trembling fiercely without being able to settle, or expanding into emptiness/distrust when intuitively facing death. All those moments of pain were so very beautiful. As such, her body trembled violently and she could not hold back her ragged breathing. Every nerve in her body, every bone and joint, every muscle felt like it was ablaze with a horrific pleasure. Ah. So this is why artists go crazy. Why they continue to paint, even while ingesting mercury vapor, and continue to write, even while coughing up blood due to tuberculosis. Then, even if their lives end short, it must not have been a misfortune. After all, they must have lived happily until the very end. Therefore, Qing's approach was different from torture. It was closer to a quest for truth or a religious ritual of worship. She gauged the damage inflicted on the subject through groans, screams, and breaths while dissecting the flesh and turning muscles inside out. It was a study, an effort, to understand how to keep alive while dissecting it alive. All for the sake of inflicting more pain. Hence, Qing's touch was delicate and cautious. After all, it was her one and only educational material in this study. A test subject she could only experiment on once in a blue moon. Suddenly, Qing's hand stopped. Ah. Fiddling with more might be a bit dangerous, huh? It was a baseless intuition. Ah, come on. And it was going so well. Qing stepped back, licking her lips. Please, I would rather you just kill me, please. Wang Sanmen, who had turned into a lump of blood in the shape of a human, begged. His vocal cords, overworked by the screams, produced a sound akin to scraping sand and his squeezed lungs failed to even function properly. You've done something bad, right? Qing giggled. We're secret friends, right? Can't you just tell me a little? Only me? What did you do to score over 300 points? Yeah. I really should have discovered this first. What in the world was I doing, merely slashing throats without a care? Have I lived too thoughtlessly? I admit it. Seems like I need to reflect a bit more. But, it's the world that's wrong anyway, right? Look no further than this scum. He was kidnapping innocent people, who were just minding their own lives. I deceived people. Ah. The missing people? Qing cocked her head. No. Come on. That's not it. Do you really think merely doing that would score you minus 300 points? Is deceiving people really that bad of a deed? I knew those people wouldn't return. Ah. So even though you knew, you sent them to their death? That kinda makes sense. So, how many did you send? 2, 3 a week. It has been over half a year. Eh? What the? Okay then, let's just say it's 2.5. Then that's 10 people in 4 weeks. If it's over half a year, that's roughly over 60 people, huh? Yep, makes sense. That checks out. Ching nodded. Sending at least 60 people to their death must score about 300 points of evil karma, huh? No, wait. That doesn't sound correct, right? Wait. Doesn't killing bad guys give righteous karma? Is that all? Demonic arts. I also practiced demonic arts. Demonic arts? What kind? Heart absorption arts. Once again, it was a situation of Ching doesn't know martial arts anyway. But just from hearing the name, she felt like she somewhat understood what it was. Heart absorption arts. Isn't it like a martial art that eats hearts? In fact, it was an even more malevolent demonic arts than Ching thought. Heart absorption arts was a degenerated secret technique of esoteric Buddhism, increasing inner chi by consuming hearts refined through alchemy. To complete the black heart of heart absorption arts, one had to transfer the innate true chi of a 9-year-old child into their heart, a process accompanied by terrible pain. Moreover, regardless of the practitioner's talent or constitution, their achievements increased merely by the number of hearts consumed. In reality, even after achieving the Grand Star, it wasn't like there was some significant enhancement of inner chi. However, the issue was the horrific method of practice and the possibility of quickly producing masters of only inner chi. That was why heart absorption arts was widely known as a dreadful demonic art. So, you've eaten hearts, huh? Because those people brought them. Those people? I don't know their identity, really, truly, I don't know. He didn't seem to be lying. Ching gently rubbed the back of her neck. But why, though? Why do you need to learn demonic arts so badly that you would sacrifice people to bastards you don't even know? On top of that, you even ate human hearts, you know? Wait, no, that might actually taste good. Are they fresh when they arrive? What? Ching slapped her own cheeks a few times. No, fuck. Cannibalism is not the move. Sorry. My mind is a bit scattered. Anyway, why? Why go that far? I wanted to become the sect leader. Huh, he's a bigger piece of shit than I thought. He said that the organization of those people were working on something with the common people they had abducted, and when it was finished, they planned to attack the Daijing sect. At that time, the eldest son, Wang Sanxiak, was to be gravely injured and the second son, Wang Sanman, was expected to make a heroic appearance and repel the enemies. Only then did true joy bloom in Ching's heart. Ah. So, evil karma is finally proving itself, huh? It really does track evil accurately. Looks like they were all fucking pieces of shits anyway. Good fucking riddance. She confirmed that the hobby she had pursued until now had indeed contributed to world peace. Basically, she now held a newfound sense of accomplishment and pride. Now that I've told you everything, will you spare my L-dash? The fuck? Weren't you asking to be killed earlier? Please. An opponent that couldn't be communicated with was terrifying. Ching had previously been in that very state, studying the mysteries of the human body with astonishing focus. But it seemed that after they talked, a faint hope that he could live must have sprouted. Well, I'll be generous. Thanks to you, I've also solved a dilemma, so. Then, will you spare? Despite his face being completely skinned of its leather, a vivid hope blossomed on that face. The will to live was indeed remarkable. Of course, the people this fucker sold away must have felt the same. But he couldn't be killed yet. After all, she had taken such great care not to let him die until now. Killing him now would make everything go down the drain. Well. Fine. I'll overlook it this time. So, always be grateful. Understood? And so, fun time is over. Fun times always seem to pass so quickly. Ching, finding it a bit of a pity, roughly threw Wang Sanman onto a blanket and dragged him outside. Although this situation was not what Wang Sanman had previously imagined, he did technically end up lying on a blanket. So, he achieved his goal, at least in part. Ching opened the iron door and stepped outside. By then, the sun was already shining brightly. Come to think of it, the bastard was a shitty little fucker from the very start. After all, when asked whether he knew any places where sounds wouldn't leak, he instantly guided her to this suspicious basement. It was probably a place where he secretly ate hearts and met those unknown people. Surprisingly, Qing was in a rather clean state. Of course, her sleeves were sticky, her face was smeared with the blood from her hand, and her nape was crusted with flakes of dried gore. But compared to her usual utterly disheveled appearance in these situations, she was extremely clean. Since the basement wasn't far from the Daijing sect, Qing soon encountered the Daijing sect's Dao wielders. The day had just begun, but the Daijing sect was already very busy. After all, a precious guest had gone missing and the second son also didn't show himself, compounding the issue. Taking note of their guest's discomfort, they sent out sect disciples in search of them. However, Daijing sect leader, Wang Gayak, wasn't particularly worried. He thought they had probably just gone out for some morning errands. The young masters of the Hidden Dragon Assembly seemed worried, but Huangchuan was not inherently a dangerous city. Wang Gayak firmly believed that. So, when the guest dragged something in and claimed that something was Wang Sanmen, he almost collapsed in shock. After all, people were weak to unexpected surprises. But little did he know, that was just the beginning. It was because of what the guest said after he urgently sent his second son to the medical hall. He deceived the missing people and abducted them. I heard it myself. He planned to collude with bad guys to kill his older brother and take over his position as successor. It cannot be. Is there any evidence, any proof? That punk might be rude, but he is not the type to concoct such evil deed. He practiced heart absorption arts, though? If we call a master, wouldn't they be able to tell? Heart absorption arts. Wang Gayak staggered, letting out a lamentation. Wang Sanxiak quickly supported him from behind. That. If Wang Sanmen really did practice demonic arts, it wouldn't be hard to verify. And why would anyone lie about something that could be so easily disproved? It was the perfect evidence to back up the situation. Then, Qing clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. Now, then. On to the next topic. I also found out the place where that unknown organization took people, you see? Qing stared directly at Wang Gayak and continued. You know the Daijing sect is ultimately responsible, right? So, shouldn't you come along then? The ones dragged away were nobodies, those who no one would care about even if they disappeared into the abyss of their wretched lives. As such, she wasn't really saying, let's go save them. If they happened to be alive, then sure, they could be saved. But honestly, she didn't really want to put effort into saving a piece of shit bastard who sold his wife to cover his gambling debts. But what about those left behind? Qing remembered the face of the granny who had begged her to find her son, her expression filled with desperation. Even if she didn't have much time left, the granny still needed to live out her remaining life. She shouldn't have to spend her days clinging to these half-swordsmen, begging them to find her all-grown son. Who knows? Perhaps Li Hazem could truly wash his hands clean of the past, find his wife, and live properly for once. Or maybe he'd end up like those gamblers in that Kangwon hell. There is only one casino in Korea where Koreans can play in. And that is in Kangwon province of her original world, where those hungry ghosts sold off their family like the motherfucking bastards that they were. But still, at the very least, those left behind shouldn't have to remain trapped in false hope and lingering regrets just because of a bastard like that. After much deliberation, Daijing sect leader Wang Gayak decided to participate in the rescue of the missing persons. It was not an easy decision. Though there was apparently a spy within, even without that fact, they were a group capable of evading the eyes of both the House sect and the Beggars' Union. Moreover, they even had the ability to provide wicked demonic arts. However, a crisis could also be an opportunity. Merely attempting the rescue could bring great fame. Fame translated to influence, and influence to power. They could potentially become the ruling sect of Huangchuan. Moreover, all four guests were masters of the Peak Realm. There were two such masters in the Daijing sect. At best, the sect leader and the guardian elder were at the early stage Peak Realm. Including the guests, there were 6 masters at the Peak Realm. Thus, it was a formidable force capable of easily defeating anyone until the early stage Transcendent Realm. For these reasons, Wang Gayak prepared for battle enthusiastically, yet very slowly. The best-case scenario would be the rescue team finding that the mysterious forces had vanished and returning only with the corpses of the missing persons. Coming forward with a righteous mind to search for the missing persons would earn them a reputation for chivalry and virtue, and with no enemy, there would be no harm to the disciples. This was why they prepared slowly and deliberately. As such, they unnecessarily checked the joint attack formations of the disciples and examined the condition of their weapons, giving them ample time to fix and clean them. Then, they rigorously inspected them, before sending them back once again. They even went out of their way to recount and check the number of ointments and bandages, making strategic delays by sending people to distant physicians for more supplies. Some might sneer at these shallow tricks, calling them ridiculous, but a sect going into battle was a weighty decision risking their very existence. That was why the young masters of the heavenly martial team turned a blind eye to these obvious machinations. While the Daijing sect were fervently acting as if they were busy, the guests had time for some unfinished conversations. So, what happened? About what? About Wang Sanman. That person. What about him? He was a bad guy who did something bad. The end. Peng Dizan's expression crumpled. That is not what I am talking about. Then what? What's the issue? Peng Dezan straightened his face, taking on a grave manner. It was too dangerous. That person. Peng Dezan could not bring himself to continue. Wang Sanman was in a state hardly recognizable as a human. If that could be called the form of a human, attaching 4 sticks into a torso and placing something round on top would suffice in claiming it human as well. She skinned him alive without killing him and flayed his muscles. By definition, that was the state Wang Sanman was in. Yet, the reality was a much more grotesque and miserable sight. Every single muscle was slit, cut, twisted, or knotted, and some parts completely exposed white bone, thus revealing blood vessels hanging from a distance. His chest was cut open, revealing organs that palpitated visibly. There were many madmen in the world, but even among them, this was a particularly deranged act of cruelty. What if you had been subjected to such wickedness? Moreover, you alone, couldn't you have warned me, no, us beforehand? Peng Dezan struggled to even mention such a ghastly incident, clumsily mixing up the subject matter. As such, Qing understood differently. Qing comprehended that the wickedness referred to Wang Sanman. What the? Were you worried I might have been the one to suffer instead? Qing had no intention of hiding her opus. Had Peng Dezan asked why she did it, she would have simply said there was a bad guy, so she decided to torment him a bit. Why would she ever hesitate over such actions? There was no shame in them, after all. However, Peng Dezan, unable to fathom that Qing was the killing star who walked among them in these plains under the heavens, concocted the existence of some evil third party. In fact, everyone thought so. The Daijing sect leader believed Qing had rescued his second son. With Wang Sanman currently lying bandaged from head to toe, it would take a while for this absurd misunderstanding to be cleared. Qing laughed at this cute little brother-like concern, pounding her chest. As expected, it shook heavily, practically sloshing like water. You see this body? Late-stage peak realm. I do not heed the worries of those weaker than myself. You. No, never mind. Peng Dezan forcefully swallowed his rising anger. After all, she wasn't wrong. Qing was a higher-level master than Peng Dezan. And saying a woman should be more cautious just because she was a female could be a great insult. It was especially so since most female martial artists were sensitive to such remarks. As such, he silently vowed in his mind. I can't put up with this anymore. I have to advance my realm quickly. At any rate, to think he used heart absorption arts. How terrifying. Ooh, Changbini, you know heart absorption arts? That. Everyone, probably knows, right? What the? It's that famous? Even Sword Brother knows? Of course. Anyone born into the White Path, the Orthodox faction, should at least memorize the 11 great demonic arts. It seems Sword Brother is unaware, so I shall take this opportunity to teach you. Oing? Eh? Why? Do I have to know? Because those wicked things must be eradicated from this world. If found, they must be killed or reported to the Alliance for execution. Thus, anyone claiming to be from the Orthodox faction must memorize them. Seems tough to be Orthodox, huh? But, 11? Usually, it's not numbered like that, right? The favorite pastime of the residents of the Central Plains was lining things up in groups of 5 or 10. It was practically an obsession for them. There were 9 sects plus 1 union, as well as the 5 noble clans and the 10 noble clans under heaven. But 11? Qing tilted her head in confusion. Namgung Shinjae proceeded with his explanation at a moment's notice. Firstly, there's the killer among killers, the most dangerous and vile out of all the demonic arts. It is called. He talked about the essence absorption demonic arts. A dreadfully powerful and horrible internal chi circulation arts that absorbed others' inner chi. In fact, that was not the end of it. This demonic art ate not just the inner chi but also the lifeblood, essence, and the innate true chi of the victim. And losing one's innate true chi, their very life force, meant instant death. Victims of the essence absorption demonic arts were found as desiccated corpses, similar to Munei. Upon such discoveries, an emergency would be declared in Murim, whether they were of the orthodox, unorthodox, or demonic. For reference, in modern terms, Munei was what was known as mummies. Leaving the owner of the essence absorption demonic arts unchecked meant they would become infinitely powerful. The more essence and lifeblood contained within a single body, the more one lost their humanity, thus becoming a monster that hunted only for innate true chi. It was nothing less than the birth of a natural enemy to all martial artists. Excluding that, there are the 10 great demonic arts under heaven. Along with the heart absorption arts that had emerged this time, there are the chakra demonic tribulation, the heaven-sundering blood reversal Haya technique of the hands, heart, and feet. 1. God help me, the 108 Azura sword. Drunken madness killing force. Sky-gazing killer, black-slaying demonic palm, and anti-divine palm calamity Dao, no, or rather, anti-divine palm calamity half-sword. Peng De-san, who was listening in, growled. When will you stop with that half-sword nonsense? Among the greatest misfortunes of a gentleman, a junzi. 2. Just the Chinese way to say gentleman is the act of winning someone's favor through cunningly crafted words and subtle facial expressions. A true swordsman does not deceive with words that are pleasing to the ear. What do gentlemen and swordsmen have to do with each other? The sword is a gentleman's weapon. A junzi's pride. That is what being a swordsman means. It meant he intended to continue with his current path. Qing was counting on her fingers as she listened. She showed the 2 fingers she had left. Peng De-san sighed deeply and informed her of the remaining 2. Purple lightning demonic arts and white hand demonic arts. Oing? Heh. Why did such a familiar name come up among all that filth? Wasn't it the martial art recommended by Jegali? Did Jegali give me one of the 10 great demonic arts? If Jigalahayan heard this, she would jump up in astonishment. He could never have imagined Qing would learn just because he told her about it. Furthermore, he was definitely about to warn her. It was just that he was cut off in the middle. Are the 10 great demonic arts really that bad? Is that even a question? The nature of demonic arts is such that the more they are used, the more demonic nature infuses into the practitioner, causing them to lose the heart of a human. They become increasingly cruel and lose patience. That means a demonic human is born. But there could be exceptions, right? The reason why the 10 great demonic arts are designated as such is one of 2 reasons. Either the process that the demonic practitioner needs to go through to achieve results is terribly horrific, or the martial art itself is extremely dangerous for a demonic human to possess. Then, what about the white hand demonic arts? Is that the only one you've heard of? Peng De-san sighed yet again. How could one navigate such a perilous Murim in such ignorance? The white hand demonic art is dangerous because it is too powerful. The danger of the white hand demonic arts laid in its unique chi wave, a penetrating power called the white hand drought poison. If a practitioner's hand burrowed into the body, the inner chi that had qualities of a drought poison infiltrated, thus twisting, tearing, and bursting the meridians. If it reached the innate true chi, it jeopardized health and lifespan, leaving the victim bedridden. This was a common trait of martial arts derived from the white hand demonic arts. Some examples included the blood hand demonic arts or the flame demonic arts. Qing internally broke out in a cold sweat. What the fuck is this, huh? Getting caught means I'm fucked. It's a bit much to kill someone just because they mastered a bit of martial arts, no? Despite all that fuss, saying demonic arts or whatever. It's hard to understand the mindset of these Ling Longs. Maybe it's because they're the OG Qing Chongs? Apart from that though, there was also a sense of pride. A martial art feared because it's so strong. Who am I, you ask? Yeah, that's right. I'm the owner of the white hand demonic arts. I guess Jegali did recommend one hell of a martial art, huh? As long as I don't get caught, it'll be all good, won't it? Dead villains tell no tales, after all. Have you heard anything about those bad guys? I dunno. But I did hear that the people who went missing never returned. There are some punks that I have in mind, you see? Qing briefly shared the incident she had at Dongting Lake. A crazy woman creating Jianshi had been masquerading as an enforcer for the Murim alliance and the demonic cannibal appeared. Then, Tada. The incredibly strong Qing made her appearance, defeated the demonic cannibal, and saved everyone. Wait, sword brother. Did you just say you killed the demonic cannibal? Of course. On top of that, I won a whopping 1 against 6. I really am quite something. Oh, sword brother. Indeed, all the great deeds of this world unfold from the blade of a swordsman. Well done, sword brother. Well done. It was the plain truth. After all, strictly speaking, weren't the 5 kid Jianshi also on the flame demon or whatever side? While watching Qing's boasts, Peng Daisan snorted with laughter. It must have been you who were the 6. Well, yeah. I guess that's true. But how else could I have defeated a transcendent master who pumps out chi force like that? Qing stood proud. She wasn't ashamed at all. Then, Chongbin, who had been listening quietly to her story, timidly offered his opinion. Excuse me, so, does that not mean we are about to walk into a place where such villains are at work? Perhaps it would be best to request assistance from the alien. Qing frowned at Chongbin. And then, she was about to persuade him that those left behind, unable to let go of the lingering regrets due to their missing loved ones, would essentially be throwing away their lives along with them. However, young lady Shimen? If that is the lens you wish to look through. It is not that I oppose the rescue, but... well, since we already have several peak masters here. Chongbin's rebellion was promptly squashed.